got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach, like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you
When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 la. you could start brand new. Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 Don't you worry now, the river is coming. I can see the toes in your face. There's no turning back, make your move count. Maybe you'll get lucky today. La 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 la
Anything she wants, you would gladly give her, blushing like a fool. Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You say the fact that you can't deny it. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire. And she's pulling you close, the dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. Fumbling for words, you feel so naked, you wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense and she feels the fire. And she's stealing your soul, your soul. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. need palm trees in the breeze, honey, I can guarantee it's something money just can't buy. All it takes is just one touch, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do, 'cause we got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. There's just no indication when the perfect combination is gonna come and change your life. You gotta be patient, 'cause sooner or later the sparks are really gonna fly. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do when you got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do. Chemistry. When you got that chemistry, there's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that we're never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. Yeah. Alright. Come on, come on.
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. The good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. And the music factory stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning, stunning, nothing was contrived. From 86 to 95, New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangstar, G-Rap, L.O. and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, TITC, The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far suicide, lost my breath. All I need from Mary and meth is ice water, please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 tech, 9 y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. So afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, I don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? said. Could things be harder? Said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. But something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they sing it too. Look out my window and all I see are flowers blooming on empty streets. Sometime soon they'll be alive. Hope when they do, they sing with me. It'll be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. Or something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they're singing it too. It won't be long before they're singing it too. If we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they're singing it too. If we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they're singing it too. It won't be long before they're singing it too. It won't be long before they're singing along. It won't be long before they're singing a song. Cause you're right and I know, but I don't wanna think about it. We are who we are. There's nothing we can do about it. Save yourself from fear. Be true to who you are. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love, I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me right. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me through the night. Look at me in my eyes. I wanna see my own reflection, knowing I'm all you see. When I'm speaking to you, I want your body and your soul and mind to pay attention. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep
Third consecutive day, I have the utmost honor to welcome you to the LPL. We're here in week 3, day number 7, the final day of week number 3. I'm Mazel, joined by Asheen. We're throwing things up for a loop. We're changing things up. Some issues with getting Lyric. Some storms came in, and unfortunately, his internet could not hang. So.
I was the storm.
Yeah, you were the storm. You were the storm. Yeah,
I wanted you to do every single.
We
day,
wanted to bring it back to my
first.
first split in the LPL. Get our cast back together. Yeah. Get some reminiscing, some nostalgia. Exactly that. Well, hey, here we are again. But we did have some interesting games yesterday. Full night, 9 games. Maybe not as long as I would have wanted to see those long games. No, but it was very long.
There's only so many games.
There's only so much time you can spend watching League of Legends. But it was RA going down to Weibo Gaming 2-1. Then we had FPX putting up a fight, but unable to get the win and a 2-1 loss over against TES rather. And then the match of the week, it delivered. We had V5 continuing their streak, 2-1 over RNG.
Yeah, big wins, honestly, there for V5. Of course, they are currently without Rookie. They are running with their sub-mid laner Dream. And Dream's been really, really promising. And on the other side, this is like, yes, it's still disappointing for FPX. It's still very much a season to almost start to forget. They are 0-5. You got to remember, they're only 16 series. They're nearly a third of the way through their split. They haven't even picked up a series win yet. It's tough.
You know what? As Hysterics likes to say, the Phoenix will be reborn. All right, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens in the future. They have to go down first before they can.
Phoenixes? Never.
They have to go down first before they can spread their wings and fly. Come on. All right, but that does bring us to the rankings, to the standings, to see where everything's petering out to. JDG still firm grasp that first place position. We see V5 right there behind him. And as you were saying, FPX down on the bottom of the totem pole. But I love to look at the middle of the pack because we got some very fun ones between AL, LGD, Ultra Prime, even TT at that 1-2 spot. No big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the middle of the pack's getting there. I think we're actually starting. It's still, we always say it's very early on in the season. It still kind of is, but at the same time, we're starting to see a gap. We're starting to see the likes of JDG, V5, Top Esports just eke their way a little bit further ahead of everybody else, and we'll see how everyone kind of else catches up. Because even you look at RNG. Yes, they've only played 3 games, but they're right behind Weibo, who played 5.
Yeah, exactly. Still trying to catch up in that aspect of it. Also, the fact that LNG fell. Top Esports having that one loss. Some decent roughing in the season. I like to think that there's still a lot to play for. Right, there's still so many teams that are in that giant pack in the middle, and there's still so much longer in the LPL season. But that leads us to today, the end of week number 3, which is going to be a fun one. We got IG versus anyone's legend. As the 50-foot Betty come to town and wreck shop. We'll see if IG can do anything about it. EDG versus BLG. You don't remember that bit? Me and Lyric did a whole nostalgia A block, and the 50-foot Betty was like the attack of the 50-foot.
I didn't know
woman.
what you were referring to right there.
But
I was like, what? It's Americanism.
It is. It absolutely is. I'm really excited for the EDG versus BLG one. I just really want to continue my faith in Doggo. I know he's not having a great year. Maybe not the year of the Doggo so far, but I think BLG can pull it together. Against EDG, it'll be a tough task, though, I feel like. So,
yeah, world champion still. Regardless of what
Not
happens.
too shabby. But that leads us to our first series of the night. It is IG versus anyone's legend. And when we're looking at both these teams, it's a little bit of a story of a diamond in the rough to some extent.
Yeah, honestly, for these two teams, they are, kind of the question, are they diamonds in the rough right now? Because there's some the results don't really show it, like 1-3 for IG, 2-2 for Anyone's Legend. But when you watch how they play the game, when you watch how they're actually performing even in their losses, there's a lot to be excited about. There's a lot to, kind of take as a positive from there. And even, start off with Anyone's Legend and how they've actually moved forward. The late game is just everything for this team. They know how to navigate team fights. They know how to just, put Betty in a position to be able to carry. Sadly, though, as we said, it's in a rough. You're not just sitting in a pristine, case in a jeweler somewhere waiting to be bought. There are some hiccups, and we'll kind of get to those in a second. But for Anyone's Legend, it is just these massive team fights. You can see Betty just like kiting out, supporting ZDZ on this Kale, and they're not afraid to fully commit. However, though, it's again, this is the bit of work you need to do. It's little things like this where Forge randomly just gets himself caught, and it's like, why? Why are we getting caught here? There's no real reason for you to do that. And then, of course, you kind of come over to here where Chocho uses everything. There's literally nothing else he can do. But again, another part of why are you here? Why are you trying to make this one work for yourself? You're just losing your stopwatch, your flash, your ult, your everything. And that's for Anyone's Legend. That's where I want to try to see them shore up a little bit to kind of, refine that diamond a little bit
Got to
more.
get some options. Got to have some cards ready to go. But on the other side, for IG themselves, there's been some moments of brightness. I know I particularly look at Shun and especially the jungle, but there can be some over aggression sometimes through the jungle for IG. But as a whole, it is a bit of that rough streak this split.
Yeah, for IG, again, it's all about Sean. It's all about how he's been able to kind of work around his team. And then, again, very good bright spots for IG. And you can see it in, just how they even played against EDG. We kind of saw all of it, basically, against EDG, where it was very much a moment of like, oh my God, these guys are cracked. These guys know exactly what they're doing. They know how to punish. And then there was just moments where they didn't really kind of bring it together. But like even here, you can see they find an opportunity. There's a moment of hesitation here from Viper and Mako. And they say, cool, you're not coming to help Flandre. We're going to 100% commit to this. And there's nothing you can do about it. Again, on the flip side of that, though, there is just moments where they just get absolutely outclassed. And in this one here, you can just see that they're getting just bodied at every single moment, and there's not really a lot else they can do about it. So again, for IG, it's about picking their fights, knowing when they want to go in, but also not flipping it at the worst of times.
Yeah, I guess it's a little bit about reservation. It's a little bit about stability for both these teams to show us if they can be that stable diamond, if they can put themselves in that position. Because when you do see fights break down like this and you see everyone kind of running around like chickens with their heads cut off a little bit, it does get a little bit worse for Rare because that communication structure breaks down so heavily. But you can see tonight maybe somebody steps up in that occasion. And speaking of stepping up, we would expect it to be between these jungle matchups. It is Shun versus Xiaohao, and I think that the biggest focus for this series is on them, but it's also about how the teams come up and support these junglers.
Yeah, honestly, it kind of goes both ways. How the teams support them and how they support their teams. For Shun and Xiaohao, these guys are so instrumental. They're the catalysts of the early game for both of these teams. And for Shun specifically, you can see just how good he can be when he's given resources, when he's given opportunities to link in with his top and his mid laner and work together as a team. And it reflects it on the kill participation percentage for junglers, second highest for Shun. Not too far away is Xiaohao at third, 77.4%. But even then, look at the damage percentage for junglers. Xiaohao a little bit more of a facilitator. You can see that with the likes of the Nocturne, even the Lee Sin, you get those like kind of pseudo engages coming in. But the damage percentage for Shun is just absolutely massive. The Kindreds, the Wukongs, these are the things that are going to be absolutely huge for him.
For Shun, it ain't Kindred, it's Kingdred. You got to get it right, all right? Yeah. You got to get it right.
It is Kingdred when we actually see Shun on it. But again, this is a guy who regularly gets the mid lane banned against him. I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing him pick out the Lilia as well. This guy is a fantastic jungle pick, and for me, this is the lineup, or this is the matchup, as you said, that we're going to be paying most close attention to, because I feel like if either one of these junglers falls down or falls behind the other one, that's going to be really tough for whichever team ends up on the back foot.
And that's where I think a lot of times you can see the game dictated potentially early, where you get a lot of that pressure through the jungle. But again, when you get to the draft, that's where we start to see where these teams are leaning towards, and especially what kind of pressure will see through the jungle, or if we're going to see more of the jungle going towards the lanes, trying to find advantages that way. But I will say I'm stepping in for Lyric, so I'm taking his predictions. But we're going to ask a question here, Ashid. Where do they finish is the biggest question on the mind of AL fans and, IG fans. And at the end of the split, long way from now, where could they possibly be? I know I am Lyric, and I placed Anyone's Legend at 10th and IG at 9th. What about you? What do you got?
Yeah, honestly, I went the opposite, but even a little bit more quote unquote. Yes, sadly, Lyric, no Wi-Fi, but
I look like him.
I
Hold
went
on.
Anyone's Legend.
There you go.
You do, yeah. There you go. There you go. I'll just look at you like this. Then it'll be fine. Sorry, I have to look the other way. I forgot the camera's mirrored. Yeah. But yeah. So honestly, I went with 8th with Anyone's Legend. I love the fact of I could see a lot of carry potential even from the likes of ZDZ. Xiao has looked exceptional, and I think slowly but surely Forge and Betty have kind of come back to what we've known them to be even on previous seasons. Betty, who's an absolute veteran of the scene, just showing that he's still got a little bit in the tank. And honestly, it's still great to say that both of these teams I regard as playoff teams, and so do you, Mizell and Lyric.
Well, you know what? I kind of disagree with myself, so I'm going to go on a little bit of soapbox here because I think that AL would finish higher. I would actually place them up to 8th, like you did, because I think that I believe in the team structure more for Anyone's Legend. I don't believe in Lyric's nonsense. Look at him. He has a clown nose. Come on. Okay, but you do too, so I don't know what to say about that one. I like yours better because it's more red.
It's a little brighter. It's a little less sad.
You got the dingy one and the no Wi-Fi and Lyric. I don't believe in that. But I think that the structure for Anyone's Legend is what's important for them, and I think they've found a real nice synergy, especially with Betty. And so compared to IG, where it feels like it funnels a lot off Shun, it feels like the team as a whole functions a little bit more fluidly for Anyone's Legends. That's why I would put them a little bit higher there, but I know I didn't, apparently, because I'm Lyric. So
no, you did and you didn't. It's like Schrodinger's predictions.
Yeah.
It's just like you're both correct and wrong at the same time. But it's gonna be a fun one as well for me, just in this particular one, because again, you only get one opportunity really to fight against each other, as I always say in the LPL. So this could be a very defining match of where you end up finishing off for that end of season playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. I will just put the blinders on right now, or take the blinders off. I am no analytical mastermind. I will be trying my best to have a great time tonight with Rashid as we get closer to draft, though. But I'm just excited to see these two teams go at it. I would say, a lot, even in our first conversations, Rashid, I was talking about Shun and seeing the growth of this player over the years. And I think that we have seen a little bit of stalling in that factor. But maybe Summer Split is where he springboards forward. He helps IG claim that 9th spot that I, Lyric, have thought of. And here we are, the IG lineup all in strength. AL quickly coming up on the screen as well.
Yeah, and again, this is you always have to think about IG, the glory days, of course, of the 2018 World Championship run. The crownless were, in fact, kings. But again, for Invictus Gaming, it is, excuse me, it is very much a rebuilding process right now. They found Shun. Zika in the top side is looking fantastic as well. Slowly but surely, they are picking up the correct pieces, I feel, to maybe make that run once again. But it is... Again, it's been 4 years since then. It's been a while since we've had that glory days. It's 3 years since they lost to Team Liquid and MSI at the semifinals. So it has been a rough, kind of downhill, I suppose, fall, shall we say, for IG. And for Anyone's Legend, they are the old Rogue Warriors. They used to have the likes of Doinby on their roster. They're not known to have been exceptional or even many international appearances. I think they had maybe at 1 or 2, maybe at Rift Rivals as such. But this is a team that is, or an organization that has very clearly shown that they want to try and push forward. They want to try and be involved with those bigger names like the likes of RNG and V5 now. So this is a good test, or good a temperature check, shall we say, for both of these organizations and how their rebuilds are going.
Yeah, exactly. And it's about growth progress, as you said earlier, right? You only play teams every once in a while in the LPL, once every regular season, something like that. But it's really interesting to see when you do see teams like this, who are typically at the middle of the pack or even at the bottom of the pack, come together in a new season where both of them have been struggling. But you've seen, as we were talking about, those bright spots. It is a moment like this that they need to shine. And as we get to the drafts, it will be IG on the blue side, Anyone's Legend on the red side. We get the GP, Zeri, and the Callista band by IG, and the Nidalee Wukong band for Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, like I said earlier, Italy is just a permaban against Shun. You cannot let him have it at any point in the game. And I think it just enables that carry top style that Zika loves to play as well. Or rather, we saw him play in spring 2022. But
There's
the
the
Kindred as well. So these are double bans. You can see how heavily prioritized anyone Legend are saying. But this opens up a huge amount of power picks. Lucian is available. You've got all the mid lane bans that we normally see, like the Ahri, LeBlancs, Lissandras. They're all available as well. So I'm curious to see what IG actually want to go with.
Well, you can see anyone's Legend know exactly who they want to target, but it is the Senna first lock-in. See the bit of a rise of priority in this one as a safety pick, but as well as the fact that you can change things up with what you pair with it. But it does leave open a lot of pretty powerful picks, as Lucian, as you said, still on the table. I think this would be majorly a good pick for anyone's Legend. I think the aggression for Betty would be really good, especially if you can get the Nami for Chocho. Because that combo, first of all, is so good, but I think it fits the style that these two want to bring for anyone's Legend.
Yeah, it fits the style. The Senna is a really good pick as well. We've seen it a lot in LEC and in the LCK. It's being kind of, touted as like probably the sleeper OP right now. You can see a lot of people just gravitating towards it because it has a lot of options. You can go with the Tam Kench. Doesn't have a lot of great scaling, but does have an unholy great mid game. I will say it kind of, gives you the option of going with the Seraphine as well. So now IG, yeah, I was going to say this is going to be Shun. We talked about it a little bit earlier. I mentioned the Lilia, but the Diana well in his wheelhouse. And again, this just opens up so many better opportunities for IG if they want to run AD solo laners.
I just imagine Shun just shaking his hands up in the air. You can't ban me. You can't ban me. I'm just going to take the Diana anyways. I love the combo setup there as well with the Tom Kench also coming in for IG. I think that's huge. As we still said, though, the power combo does come through for anyone's Legend, as well as the Viego there. Not too bad. The comfort for Xiaohao, I think, is also important when you're looking at this head-to-head matchup. But the question is how this matchup goes with the Diana. Unfortunately, I wouldn't say I know that. But now we see the Yone ban from anyone's Legend coming through in the second phase, so you see where their focus is going to be.
Yeah, I think for the jungle picks, it's definitely they have some good early skirmishing between the two of them. They always have, but you are waiting for that level 6. The resets of the Viego with the Heartbreaker, and of course the Moonfall coming out from the Diana is just a huge, massive engage that you're able to kind of utilize with. And honestly, it depends on what IG combo up with this Diana, because with the Senna Tam Kench, you're not expecting it really to be going down towards that bot side. The focus is going to be more towards Yukai and Zika in the top half of the map. So for anyone's Legend, with the Nami and the Lucian, you would imagine their priority is going to be in the bot lane, but you can already see they're banning away those big AD engages, the Yone, the Set taken off of the board as well, and IG taking away those big team fight or kind of initiators with the Orb.
Yeah, I think, in this last ban for IG, probably more focused towards the solo lanes. That is the only thing left for anyone's Legend to pick up at this point. But then you start looking at the champion pools, right, and for these solo laners. And when you look at IG, they have a plethora of champions that they are very willing to take in this new season here. And Kale, the final ban, is a typical one I feel like we've seen here in the LPL, especially in the last couple days. Seen a ton of Kale. Looking at you, the shy. But anyone's Legend will be hovering this LeBlanc at this point. I wonder if they are just willing to kind of take this open into IG, and it looks like they are.
Yeah, honestly, it's a good pick as well because at the end, IG have got the AP jungler, so they want to try and get an AD solo laner, specifically in that mid lane. You would imagine the Yasuo, it's a very common combination. So they're kind of, this is anyone's Legend kind of saying, look, if you want, you can take the Lissandra, that's totally fine, but then your damage profile is very limited to that AP scaling, and with the Scion locked as well, this is, again, I kind of see this has to be an AD solo laner. There has to be like a Zed or a Yasuo or something like that, because I think your damage profile, if you go for an AP, is just a little bit too skewed towards magic.
I'm looking for the Wombo combo, though. I want to see that unstoppable onslaught into a bunch of wonderful knockups. I just don't know if you'll ever be able to catch anyone's Legend at this point. They have a lot of mobility on the team, besides the poor little Nami, but the speed up from the spells is not too bad. The Jack, all right, well there you go. You get more AD. She.
I mean, yeah, honestly, this could be a Scion mid. It could be a Jax mid as well. They've actually got a lot of versatility in that particular one there. Now, Anyone's Legend, they kind of have to. They do know what they're going up against, but they don't know what they're going up against now. And they kind of have to pick something that can cover for both lanes. If you pick the Jace, you can go toe to toe with the Scion, but will struggle a little bit against the Jax, especially post level 6. And now going with the Kennen, they're kind of all inning on this big team fight, saying, look, we need to just try and find the key carries and just get them locked down and taken out. And Betty is like, Betty and Forge basically getting onto the backside.
Yeah, and I expect Xiaohao to put a lot of heavy pressure and presence around this mid lane, maybe bot lane even early on, to just try to find that lead. Because I wonder how this game progresses when you look at the split pushing, but also not too shabby of a Team Wombo combo for IG.
No, not bad at all. I will say you are scaling, and the longer this game goes, like, you literally have infinite scaling with the Scion, of course, with the Senna as well. It is going to be a Scion mid, Jax into the top lane, so a little bit of kill pressure there in the top lane available to IG. But honestly, Anyone's Legend, they need this bot lane to get going. They cannot let the Senna Tam Kench going. If you listen to any of the games that we had recently, I was listening, obviously, last time we saw this was Ox yesterday, and the Senna is one of those picks that can just take over a game. It normally has that mid-game lull where it's a little bit behind because it's a fasting Senna, not a farming one, but we've seen Sennas get up to 100 stacks in 10 minutes, which is absurd to think about. So you have to make sure that doesn't happen. You cannot let this bot lane go idle.
I think also you look at the Tahm Kench, and when I look at Tahm Kench in the LPL, I was saying a lot last play, and I know Tahm Kench has played a little bit differently now, but the aggression fits the LPL. And when you have the say, you can play a little bit more aggressive, and I really am very excited to see how we get this 2v2 matchup play out in the bottom lane, but especially looking early focus again, the junglers. Where are we going to see this happen? Where are we going to see the action early on? It is IG versus Anyone's Legend. Game number 1 of the day kicks off now.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
Namazo,
Hi, friend.
I was promised Texas facts.
I'll give you not facts. I'll give you some sayings as they go because I don't provide.
Sayings. I thought it was facts.
No, it's not facts. It's
like,
sayings.
Did you know the largest piece of yarn is
I
in
could
Texas?
look up some.
Like that kind
Honestly,
of shit.
this is why I'm probably gonna have to. I will say again, I am not an analytical person. I even had somebody shout me out on Twitter saying I'm not analytical. I am just gonna have fun. We're gonna have a great time watching the LPL because it's both for us a league that we absolutely adore. And I'm just excited to be here. And I'm sad that Lyric can't be here, but I will be here.
I'd rather
with
have you.
Oh no.
That's right, Lyric. I said it. I'd rather have Mazo here.
Sorry, Lyric.
You abandoned me. Yeah. It's still a fun one. Again, this is gonna be some early trading. Nothing too crazy to be writing home about. And yeah, honestly, I'm curious to see now. I like what IG's built up because Forge is going to have a really difficult time of finding anyone to kill. You think of a LeBlanc getting onto that backside, but like, how do you kill a Scion later on in the game? Not exactly so when you want to be bursting down. And even looking at anyone even like Wink on this Senna, it's going to be very difficult for him to be able to burst him out, especially with the Tahm Kench ult.
Forge is going to have one target in his eyes, and it should be Wink. Speaking of, I think there's a little bit of heavy trading in bot lane. But that's what I think the approach for Forge can be, right? Like, everybody else is going to be really hard to take care of. But if you can take care of Wink, you find a way to get in the back and get some flanks off, that's where this kind of pincer composition for Anyone's Legend is truly effective, right? Especially with the double flanks that you can provide, the LeBlanc from one side, the Kennen from the other. Always having to keep IG guessing is a super important fact for AL to continue to play around, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see just exactly how Anyone's Legend want to play this bot lane. I'm glad to see them doing this. You need to get that early priority. You need to make sure you're setting yourself up. And that's Xiaohao. They're going to know roughly where he is. Yeah, you're not really going to be able to find much else here, but he has to be very careful about how he takes this trade. He does have push in mid and bot, though.
Sun will see him starting that one up, and now does fully know he's doing it. I think they're just going to let this one go. Xiaohao gets an early red buff for himself here. A bit of aggression coming out on AL thing.
Yeah, I love this, honestly. I mean, now
you said
like, he obviously feels confident, and he's going to keep moving forward. Shun just kind of has to back away from this, honestly.
That's terrifying. TBH, I mean, Xiaohao's getting a decent amount of strength here, and he still has his entire side to clear pretty much on the blue. And I wonder if he tries to go for like a double scuttle, try to keep up the pressure here, knowing that Shun is going to be a little bit weaker early on.
My brain lagged for a second there. I thought Betty on the Lucian took electrocute, so I was very confused. But I was just like, what? Because it's basically the electrocute proc literally as his auto attack hit alongside the Nami's. So, but yeah, not too happy to hear. Xiao actually foregoing his bot side completely, which is a very interesting move right now because it feels like he's trying to get that double scuttle set up. So Shun's gonna end up going to the bot side, and you can see him. He's just trying to like mirror Shun right now.
This is
yeah, he's just following him. He's saying, "Look, I don't care. Wherever you go, I will be there."
That is incredible. He knows he doesn't wait, but look at this. Shun is gonna go the other way. They're just playing ships in the night at this point, trying to figure out. But it's been literally the first or last 2 minutes. It's just literally been Xiaohao finding Shun and then going back and forth trying to find skirmishes.
Oh, Sion. Yukai. He's alright. Should be just fine, but he's going to lead the lane. It's the early priority that you want to see coming out from anyone's Legend. He's already got the one scuttle. He's going to go straight for the next one, and he hasn't even taken most of his camps. He's literally gotten, what, Red Buff and Raptors, which have just respawned, and then immediately went on an invade.
And I guess the question begs, like, how fast can he clear the rest of it? Because those resets of the levels and some of the stuff he didn't get to clear, especially down towards the blue side. But he'll be clearing just fine, be quick. He's already up a tiny little bit, and see if he can keep that pace up. But with what we've seen already, like that confidence, he's going to continue to play. And I wonder if that does transition into early objective focus as we see the first dragon coming out.
See what it does end up translating into. And of course, you did see the TP coming in from Yukai. Has got the unsealed spell book, so won't be too disheartened with the trades at the moment. Again, it's just about surviving. He's still keeping up on CS, doing fine in my opinion. And you can already see that stacking of health starting to bring him up to nearly 2,000. I always find it absurd just how quickly the health just kind of stacks on someone like Sion. He just ends up getting to a point where it's just like, oh, I now have 2,500 health and I'm not even level 10 or something like that. It's ridiculous sometimes in my head.
You know, I got a saying for you. You ready? Are you ready for it?
Oh yeah,
All right.
I'm very ready.
So this saying goes out to Xiaohao. All right, this one goes out to Xiaohao. He was mean enough to eat off the plate. Oh no, I messed it up. He was mean enough to eat off the same plate with the snake. There you go. Got you.
I do wonder. Do people regularly say those like?
No, absolutely not.
Though?
No, I just have a list that I have compiled because it's hilarious and it's very fun. So I will just pull off the list as we go, as they match what I want them to say. But yeah, first text and wisdom going out to Xiaohao there. There you go. that's the analytical part I got for you.
Texas wisdom with Lennon Mazel.
Texan analytics is just emotion and feeling, and that's what I'm here for.
I mean, I dig that. I dig that. You know, it's just like having to just have pure emotion kind of driving your decision making as such. As Shun gets caught out by a ward, but it's very Irish style, you know, enough cheek for a second arse and that kind of stuff. But maybe see an engage on top. Yeah, gonna be a little bit of an engage. Zika needs to flash away. Xiaohao not going to be able to chase him back. Does not have the Heartbreaker, so will not execute. But get the flash out of and the ult out of the Zika. This means that Jax is going to have an even harder time trying to defend his tower.
And you can see Forge is already up on his way as well. Dragon is going down at the moment to IG, so first objective will go over to them. But you got Rift Herald coming up in about 50 seconds, and Xiaohao's right back on it here, going to the top lane. And again, eating off the same plate as Snake here, I guess.
I'm trying to think of like other Irish sayings. We could just have like a combination of your sayings and my sayings.
We just stitch them together and do a video. It'll be fine. I'm sure we won't
make
get
it related to
memed
League.
whatsoever.
Related to League in some way, shape, or form. I'm not quite sure how we'll make that far happen, but it'll get there. You know, it's all about the concepts, not about the execution.
Exactly. I'm getting the ideas out there, but yeah. Speaking of ideas, it is a little bit of calmness on the Rift, I feel like, at this point. Shun is able to get through his camps. He's still at like a 10 deficit. And I'm sure we'll see that continue with that early aggression for Xiaohao. But I would like to see Xiaohao continue that aggression, right? We've seen him kind of back off, realizing, like, I need to farm my camps a little bit. But we still need to see this composition get ahead in some sort of way. And maybe it starts with Forge.
Well, maybe it does start with Forge. Yukai, I think about half HP. But again, he's very, very tanky. Yes, you get absolutely great trade, but all it's going to do is give you priority. It's now what you can do with that priority that's going to make the big difference here for anyone's legend. It looks like they're going to go for the Rift Herald and maybe try and double down on that top side.
Yeah, that was a nice little show there, but I think the early objective still for anyone's legend does go to that aggression that we wanted to see out of them, at least claiming some sort of prize on the map. But Shun is actually going up this way. Rift Herald will be long gone, but they're going in.
Yeah, they're going to invest into it. The smite comes down, so that's going to be the Rift Herald secure. But I don't think Xiaohao is going to be able to get it himself. So you will get it, but will be able to secure it. Oh, he got it. Forge was able to secure it. With the Dawning Shadow, though, Forge, he flashes. Can he get his distortion? They stun him. Forge, and no, he will be killed off. But for a kill, you get the Rift Herald. Anyone's legend not too unhappy with that, but at the same time, that was a bit scrappy.
It was a bit. They do get some played spot lane for Betty, but oh my goodness, they just wanted to commit to that. They didn't have to, but they wanted to. And hey, that's how you play League of Legends sometimes. I love the confidence is what the word I'll choose as the PG word for Forge to go over like, nah, I gotta get the eye. We are not coming out of this without it.
Yeah, there's a good start here from the side of IG. Like, they basically recognize they're just in a stronger position because Anyone's Legend had already used a lot of their different tools in their last engage to try and get on top of Yukai. So it's not really the best position here for Anyone's Legend. They kind of just make the decision to try and back away. I love that Shun just says, I don't care. I am killing this person regardless, so I will get him and his clone. Regardless, I am getting a kill. This is what's going to happen here.
And that was first blood. You saw the emote flare there. He does pick up first blood, so a little bit of extra gold in his pocket. Huge. And 2 stacks on his Dark Seals. Shun's starting off pretty nicely on the Diana, I think, at this point. And you still look to those early advantages, especially the early confidence I feel like Xiaohao was exuding. But now you see Xiaohao going to where we wanted to see him go. He's going to bot lane. He's trying to get Betty and Chocho ahead.
That's about a 25 CS lead here for Betty at the moment. The wave is pushing against IG, so into Anyone's Legends, so they are going to try and reset that one back and maybe go for something. But again, very difficult. It's a post-6 Senna and Tam Kench. How you actually kill this bot lane, I'm not really sure. And this is a good answer that IG have brought into Anyone's Legends. They're kind of say, look, we're not going to win the laning phase. Very few bot lanes actually do against the Lucian Nami, so let's just survive and make it so they cannot get any bigger advantages.
And that just sticks to the compositional style we're seeing from IG at this point. We said from the draft, right, they wanted to try to scale. They want to try to see what they can do with the side lane Jax, and especially see as they can pull apart Anyone's Legend, who have tried and truly gone for that team fighting composition and gone for that early aggression to try to upend the game early on.
Xiaohao, in fairness to Xiaohao and to Shun, we've said that both these junglers are very pivotal to how this team, or both these teams, will function if they want to try and come out with a win here. And Xiaohao has been very active at getting himself into positions to be able to figure out whether or not he can go for something. But it's like he had a sixth sense, you know? He just knew something was up, pops down a ward, keeps himself nice and healthy, nice and safe, and just, yeah, wasting Xiaohao's time.
A little bit of waste, we will see the redeploy down towards bot lane, though, for Xiaohao. As Dragon, coming up in about 17 seconds at this point, would be a nice little early stack for IG as they want to prolong this game as long as possible. But at this point, I would expect Xiaohao, even with the whole top side of his map starting to come back up or up already, put some aggression down towards this bottom lane and towards this Dragon.
Not a lot really to talk about. I'm not gonna try and be analytical.
Oh, all right.
Exactly time
for a saying. Let's see. What do I got? Let's see. I got.
There's a snake in my boot?
No.
Is there a snake in your boot?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't have boots on right now, so it'd be a little bit weird if there was. We do see them pull the trigger on the double onslaught. They just want to go for the dragon. I'm looking for a saying. Set this up.
Well, yeah, dragon going to be taken here. I don't think Xiaohao is going to have much else to say about it. That's going to be 2 dragons here for IG, and great start for them. And it's going to be an Ocean Soul Rift, as we might see Xinliu in a little bit of trouble here, but does not get hit by the Aqua Prison, therefore does not fall. Anyone's Legend still ahead on gold, just barely. IG, though, stacking up those objectives very, very nicely.
All right, I got you.
I don't really know.
I got you.
Go on.
All right, you ready? Are you ready?
Yep.
IG
100%.
made
me.
made
Sorry,
an
go on.
ordinary dragon look like a prayer meeting. I don't know. That one didn't really
Prayer
work that
meeting.
much.
What's a prayer? What do you mean by a prayer
Prayer
meeting?
meeting, like a religious, like you get together and you prayer.
Oh,
stuff
yeah.
like that.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't know.
And it's not really a
I'm
thing
just
in
going
Ireland
down my
anymore.
list of stuff. He was so mad he
That's
could
fair.
bite himself. There you go. There's one.
That's fair. I got that one. I know that one.
There you go. That one works for Xiao Hao because
actually-
he didn't get the dragon. So.
Yeah, I was actually at a Yukai not gonna have the unstoppable onslaught, so he's just gonna CTDZ, see award, and back himself away. But funny you mentioned that the prayer group was about. I was actually at a humanist wedding during the week, and the greatest thing about it was that it was really, really short. The ceremony. It was like a 20-minute ceremony, and it was just really nice. It was very different to what obviously I'm used to. My Catholic Irish weddings, so it was nice to kind of have a slightly different setup and stuff like that. You know, it's curious how it all works out.
How about this one? Listen to this.
Go on.
Shun is so happy with this early game. He's as pleased as a pup with two tails. There you go. Does that? I mean, that sounds like a mutant to me, but like, I mean, it's
I was
apparently
gonna say
that's
like,
one
that
of the
doesn't
sayings.
sound-
It's like, is it happy? But hey, look at this.
Oh, Dawning Shadow comes out. They did not get the Slice-Steam Maelstrom out of ZDZ. And a lot of posturing comes out again from Anyone's Legends IG. As it's still only a 1-kill game at 15 minutes.
This is probably the slowest game I've gotten to watch in the LPL this season. I usually stick to my saying of like, the LPL does this patch best. This one's pretty slow, but it's been an interesting one. I know I haven't been all about the analytics, but especially look at this game right now where IG have wrestled control of the first 3 early dragons. Zika gets out there, but it's about control for IG to get to that late game, right? That's what we've been setting up this whole time. The fact that they have denied Anyone's Legend from getting any of those early advantages we wanted to see, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, honestly, it feels really good. And again, like we talked about how the Senna doesn't have that great of a time in the mid game, but the Umbral Glaive means the utility side of things for IG are already set up. Anyone's Legend haven't really done anything with their, winning lanes as such just yet, but I will say they have an opportunity here to maybe try and stop this Rift Herald and go for something a little bit more crazy, a little bit more committed.
He's talking about commitment. It is Anyone's Legend showing him full force towards that Rift Herald, although
Weddings,
they'll have priority in
commitment.
mid lane. This could be a little bit of a skerfuffle that we have going on.
A little bit of a skerfuffle. There's the unstoppable onslaught. Oh my lord, Zell.
For the objectives. It's
just-
for the objectives, all right?
You put your right foot in, your right foot out, in, out. Nobody.
I'm doing it
fights.
with you. I'm standing up, so I'm doing. Ooh.
Oh, here we go. We're gonna see the flash in to catch on to Sean, but no one can really follow up on it. Yeah, this is kind of the issue for Anyone's Legend. And if ZDZ's not on a flank to get the Slicing Maelstrom, how do you start a fight?
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to do so, and that's the thing that Anyone's Legend keep trying to do because they're just scraping to find something they can win off of in this game. But now that you get another Rift Herald to get more control for IG, it's getting more difficult. Even if the gold lead, even if the game hasn't exploded, you can just feel the control being wrested by IG. Are we back to sayings now?
I was just enjoying
Anyone's
the
Legend.
sounds of the
Anyone's
game.
Legend.
Sounds of the game.
I got one for you. I got one.
Go on.
Anyone's Legend are as nervous as a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs. There you go. How about them? How about them apples?
Do you have a rocking chair?
I don't have a rocking chair. I have a gamer chair.
Would you like a rocking chair?
I feel like a cat would be scared of a gamer chair as well because gamers don't pay attention to the.
Well, isn't the whole? I think the saying is supposed to be like the rocking chair because it moves and the long tail will get caught underneath the spoke of it. Yeah.
You don't.
I
You're not constantly
understand
moving in your gamer chair.
Americanisms.
You're not like moving your butt around, like trying to keep active with the game.
No, not at all.
When we
I'm
do
like
it
a
different.
Super, like I have a when I'm concentrating a lot, I like stick my tongue out to the side, and it's like a weird little trait I have. It's just like it's like I've had people be like, "You concentrate," and I'm like, "Shut up, leave me alone."
You know when the brains are processed.
Yeah.
It's like the Grinch thing, but it's like one wrinkle, and the wrinkle grew 3
Yes,
times that day.
And the tongue just kept going out. Speaking of going out, we're going to see Yukai fully commit now onto this one. That's a good tidal wave, though, to try and disengage. And This is the issue from anyone's legend, though. If you're using your Heartbreaker, your Tidal Wave, and your Culling to disengage and fight, you got nothing for this dragon. Honestly, this is just going to be IG slowly but surely just out-muscling, out-macroing. And honestly, anyone's legend, they know this. They have to fight, but it's too late. You're already on soul point now. You don't have any ultimates. How do you fight this? I don't know. They're going to try and jump onto Yuukar and the Scion, but he's got himself a set and a Tam Kench at the back set. ZDZ immediately exhausted, but he waits it out before he goes in. Does get the Slicing Maelstrom out, but a Moonfall comes down, and this is all IG. Shun just turns the corner and says, this game is done. Chocho trying to delay as long as he possibly can. But 4 kills to none. Anyone's Legends about to get slapped right now. Nothing happened and everything happened.
Anyone's Legends is dead as a can of corned beef. Oh my goodness. Holy cow, that was incredible. I'm not going to keep going with that one. But it's 5-0 for IG right now.
I don't care if anyone else thinks this is cringe. I am enjoying this immensely.
This is the only way I can get through the night, all right? It's been a long couple days. And yeah, this is what I got, all right? This is everything. This is Mazel. But we are looking at this play, and it's an entire turnaround and a half from Shun with that huge moonfall.
Yeah, the Moonfall was just so good. And again, it was the exhaust just stopped ZDZ. And I don't disagree with ZDZ just giving that a half second or two to kind of say, look, we got to wait until this exhaust fully goes off. But it was just a little bit too late. And honestly, I think this game is too late. You're 3 dragons down. You have no way of starting a fight. We even saw when they tried to hard force one there, it just wasn't going to work. So you're 4,000 gold down, 3 dragons down. This Scion is nigh on unkillable at this point now, already picking up the Frozen Heart. And yeah, this game feels done.
It truly does. And what's crazy is we kind of set this up, right? Like we were saying, it just felt like IG were in control. Even if they didn't have a gigantic gold lead, even if they were actually at a little deficit, it didn't feel like anyone's Legend could do anything compositionally. And at this point, it's getting worse and worse. Everybody on the team has died once. They're all synergistic, but that's not a synergy you want to have at this point. IG have completely taken hold of this, right? You have the Trinity Force, the Hex Drinker already for Zika. You are working on, second item there for Wink. I'm sure the souls are probably not that great, but the control of the map is what's important for IG at this point.
Yeah, completely is. And again, you're looking at the late game scaling. You're looking at something like a Jax. It's going to be basically uncontestable in a side lane. The Diana Scion combination is going to be so good at just keeping everyone away. And even right now, anyone's Legend, this isn't your jungle. You can't walk into this and ward it up, because if you get caught out by a route like this, you're going to see some Tokyo drift, and Chocho gets picked off.
That is a bit unfortunate in that aspect of it, but anyone's Legend, again, they just can't do anything. Like, look at these health bars. They're getting absolutely ridiculous. 2 minutes until the Ocean Dragon comes up. They will not die if that happens. Absolutely.
I mean, Ocean Soul is, like, I don't need to say how good it is for a Scion, but even everyone else, the Jax, the Senna, the Tam Kench, basically perfect to try and they want to play this. But like, this is honestly, I think anyone's Legend did pick up a Rift Herald, but it's like so close to being a near perfect game here for IG. This is a statement.
This really is, and it's a heck of a way to open up our last day of week number 3. I wonder how much reservedness we get from IG at this point, though. Do they go for that perfect game? Do they try to, like, cross all the T's, dot all the I's, get the dragon, go for the Baron? Like, I want to see how IG handle a moment like this, because we were talking about, diamonds in the rough. How has their split been so far? There's been moments of brightness, but when you have a lead like this, you have to make it count. Like, you don't want to see slip-ups. You don't want to see fumbles. You need to see them competently control this.
And that's the thing, is for IG, I really do want to see them try and just, end this game out. You have no real reason to fight them on anything. You don't really have any objectives to force out. Even if for some reason they do not feel comfortable going for this dragon in 45 seconds, which anyone's Legend are TPing into right now, they don't have to. They've bought themselves so much time with these dragon stackings. They can leave up Zika in the top side and just say, cool, we're happy just to keep split pushing, keep gaining our gold, and just give up this dragon.
See Forge on the back over there. They're trying to set up some play. We said earlier, it's all about the flanks for anyone's Legend. At this point, it feels a little bit mute, but it still could work. I mean, you could still get this incredible slicing Maelstrom. You're just losing your base at the same time, and now anyone's Legend can't really decide what they want to do.
I mean, they're going to TP the Jacks in here. IG want that perfect game, and they're going to look for it right now. We're going to see the full-on engage coming with the Scion. Everyone just kind of disengages. They put Forge off to the side, but he is a LeBlanc, so she'll be able to join back in. Xiao Hao flashes away. There's going to be the Moonfall coming down. The Heartbreaker used defensively. Shun goes golden. ZDZ tries to go in with the Slicing Maelstrom, but you can't kill the Tam Kenshin. Senna Forge forced the flashback over his own jungle pit. Shun nearly goes down, but the Dawning Shadow is good.
Didn't get a kill.
Is as good as it gets, Mazel, and this is looking almost perfect for IG.
They didn't get a kill, Machine. I don't know what to say. Oh no. Betty tried so hard to get a kill there at the end. Oh my God. Well, you know what they say in the old West. If you find yourself in a hole, the first thing to do is to stop digging, and that's right what I'm telling anyone's legend at this point. They gotta stop digging because IG, I mean, they're incredible. All right, there you go. That's what I got.
They are incredible. That was incredible. But yeah, we'll have a look at the replay here. Because yeah, look, Urukai just kind of separates Forge from the rest of his team, and then it just becomes very difficult for anyone's legend to try and make it work with ZDZ on the flank.
Yeah, I think the setup for anyone's legend was just chaotic from the get-go, right? They're getting engaged on. Forge can't do anything. He finally gets a flank, but ZDZ's Slicing Maelstrom is already finishing by the time he gets into the fight, and then it's just about picking it apart here. Betty tries. Betty tries so hard. He just doesn't get it. The Dawning Shadow is pulled at the perfect timing.
Yeah, and honestly, this is a little bit of a beatdown coming out from IG to anyone's legend. You can see even with Betty putting out the damage, it doesn't matter. They're so tanky. There's so much healing now available. And even with a lot of Betty's damage in that last fight did go down onto Shun, it doesn't matter. Shun has so much survivability. And now with a Force of Nature here for Urukai, I just don't know how you kill anyone. I don't. You have an Ocean Soul now as well. Like, this game is just becoming perpetually harder. A 0-0-10 Scion. They're going to go for the last fight. The tidal wave comes out. They almost catch it out, as we can see there. That Shun not quite able to get on top of the man he wanted, but Betty looking for more. They catch on ZDZ. It's a 3 for none. They might be looking for a 4 for none. And that's going to be the game. The Betty falls. It's 15-0. 4 dragons to 0. 7 or 8 turrets to none, and anyone's legend are about to get absolutely humiliated.
I don't know what to say, man. I got so many sayings, but my God. Just because trouble comes visiting doesn't mean you have to offer it a place to sit down, all right, Oshin? That's all I'm saying. And AL, they go ahead and invite that sucker in. They offered it tea. They even offered it biscuits.
I mean, wow. Wow from IG. Wow, just to be able to say, I just, insane how they were able to make it all work. Honestly, it was, I will say, not a perfect game in terms of objectives. There was one early Rift Herald that went over to IG, but I mean, come on. That didn't even look close.
Meep. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, I don't know.
Is that another Texas saying?
Hey, that's as Texan as it'll get here. I've seen. Oh my God, the fact that they were trying so hard to even just get one kill, but that was just a compositional difference, right? Like, they did not find the early success that we wanted them to. They didn't find anything, and I think that's incredible. After Xiao Hao's start, after the aggression we saw into Shun's jungle. But it didn't end up mattering. They got to level 6, and then they couldn't kill them at all. There was literally not a single chance. Betty was trying his hardest to get a single kill in these fights, using everything he had, and didn't even get close.
Yeah, I just realized we're wearing the exact same color jumper. As I just looked at the screen real quickly, I was like, "Oh, sick!" I got my sleeves up though, because you gotta show off the tattoos, you know.
I don't have tattoos. Let me draw on my arm. Hold on.
No, it's yeah. Just get a Sharpie. Just get a Sharpie.
Where's the pin?
Yeah.
I don't have one. I don't have one.
I don't have one. We'll get one in the break. We'll get one in the break.
Don't worry about
it. But yeah, it was. It was.
I loved it. Your stats and analytics right there. That was a game. It happened, and it was completely in IG's favor. You see Shun himself representing pretty well, but that gold graph, that is not a mountain I would want to climb there, sir.
No, it ain't. No, it
Hey,
ain't.
we got
That
the
is it.
eight.
Yeah.
Oh, we're adapting. We're taking over. It's Texan time.
That's how it works, man. It's Oh, that'd be such a good. It's Texan
Texan
time. Like,
time.
It's like a Yu-Gi-Oh move or something.
Oh, no.
Like Dragon Ball Z. It's like, oh no, it's Texan time. He's got 2 minutes of blah 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 blah. Anyway. But yeah, honestly, this was a compositional diff. This was IG just saying, look, we're very comfortable with Shun being our primary damage source, and yeah, everything just went well. You can see, those KDAs.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't think
Oh,
I've
the
ever.
kill
I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. Yeah. That's
That feels bad, man.
especially with
That feels
this
bad.
a new graphic like this where it has like the full breakdown. It's like, man,
Yeah.
that's a feels bad
I
moment.
I like how it had to highlight someone, so it was just like ZDZ, I guess.
I wonder how it picks who it highlights there.
I think it was literally first person in the list. If everyone is equal, it was just like 0, 0,
It should
0.
pick the
Grand,
lowest
you're right.
KDA. It should at least do them justice.
Yeah.
It should give it to Forge.
I
But
mean,
in all
what,
actuality,
03, 03, 02, 03, 04. I get this wasn't as if it was like one lane losing. This wasn't just one person, making egregious errors. This was IG just bending AL over their knee and giving them an old school spanking.
Wink had 100% KP as the Senna. I think that's huge to say it, and I have no doubt we'll see a Senna ban or something change there into game 2, Oshin.
Yeah, absolutely. But we're going to send it to a quick break. And when we return, we'll have picks and bans for game 2.
白色迷雾中找光线，谁甘愿在沉默中妥协？困住翅膀，也要飞得更远。想过现实中的淬炼，小小伤也不过是雨点。用着的舒畅卷，拒绝最廉价的演员。曾多少次摔倒过，独行总有一天会被看见。想象到全世界拥有善恶无畏的心。 之间穿透这片黑夜，才耀眼。战至闪电，点亮世界，心中永远跟着炽烈的火不熄灭。See who I am. Anything she wants, you would gladly give her, blushing like a fool. Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You feel like you can't deny. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire. And she's pulling you close, you close. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. Fumbling for words, you feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense and she feels the fire. And she's stealing your soul, your soul. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language.
个版本中单带先攻的话，就是发育的比较快嘛，然后到中期也能偷一点钱，就是装备会比较好吧。我和队伍的表现的话，就还是有很多可以就进步的地方吧，就还有很多没有做好的地方，就以后接下来的比赛就还是尽量可以减少失误吧，就做得更好一点。
Reduced mistakes is, in fact, what they did in that last game. 15-0, not a single tower dropped, and a single dragon given. There was one small little Rift Herald given over, but at the end of it all, IG very, very dominant. Welcome back to the LPL, one and all. I am Ushin. I am joined by the absolutely fantastic Mizell, and we are just having ourselves a bit of a fun time.
I really need to.
Bit of a hoedown, if you will.
A little bit of a barn party, if you do.
Ooh, boy.
I did miss out on one opportunity. I did not go get my cowboy hat from downstairs, but we'll see if we can adjust that after this game. But it was, a very interesting game, number one. I think there will be a lot to be said from anyone's Legend side, but for IG's side, we do have an MVP to give out, Asheen.
Yeah, honestly, we do. And it's going to be Shun on this Diana who picked up the MVP. Honestly, it could have went to Yukai, could have went over to the side of Wink as well. Like, there's so many ways that this could have went. But at the end of it all, I still think Shun is the be-all and end-all of this team. And with 30% of the damage, for his team as a jungler, you can see just how much faith IG put in him.
Yeah, I think being the alpha and the omega for IG will help you in that fashion. Wink did have 100% KP, but these numbers don't lie. And those engages don't lie, right? Like, turnaround in the bottom lane, whenever he got the re-engage after anyone's Legend had blown all of their tools, that's why Shun deserves things like the MVP for Game 9.
Yeah, he does indeed. And we're going to jump straight into picks and bans. Already seeing anyone's Legends, though. They're going to pick up where they left off this time around. They're going to ban their way to Diana and say, right, this time it's 3 jungle bans, but it's 3 more, or 1 more that we're going to have on the blue side, because they're going to be able to pick out what they want to go for. And honestly, for anyone's Legend, they need to pick out a really strong power pick. The Senna would be good, but again, I feel like Betty and Shocha on that last one, I feel like this might suit them a little bit better, because on the Lucian and the Nami, they just weren't proactive enough.
Yeah, it could be a bit of an adaptation there. I think anyone's Legend willing to kind of take what IG took in Game 1 is interesting enough to me. I feel like the Ezreal does answer pretty well, though, with some of that safety, but as well as the poke comp. So I want to look to IG now and see if they do opt into that kind of style of composition. Maybe the Corki comes through, things like that.
Well, IG saying, look, we're happy to go with the scaling element of it. We're going to go for the Ezreal. I will say, though, the Senna has a pretty good time into the Ezreal. It is something that can get a little bit out of hand, if you're going up against it, so you have to be very careful of that. And Shun going to pick up the Viego. Viego still having massive presence in the LPL and really just kind of highlighting how much priority people put on this pick, because it is, I think, right up until very recently, had like a 96, 98%, setup, or even presence, I should say. So this guy has just become the champion, I suppose, of this particular meta. Now that Wukong is banned all the time.
Well, you know what they say. It's every trail has some puddles, and that one was full of puddles in that Game 1. But I do like to see anyone's Legend actually pulling out something different in Game 2, especially something that can stack up to the late game prowess that could be possible in the second game if we can get to that point. Seraphine coming in.
I like this from the side of anyone's Legend. We talked about the Tam Kench, how it is very, very, very strong, but it does fall off a little bit if you end up going super late game. I like the Seraphine here because it does give you that little bit more of late game scaling. It gives you, of course, that AP option as well. It will have a little bit of a struggle, though, going up against the very heavy poke and damage coming out from the Bard and the Ezreal so early on. But anyone's Legend, they're going to try something different. And honestly, having that extra engage as well with the Encore, or the, with the ultimate from Seraphine, I've completely forgotten what it's called. But it is going to be a better time for them, I feel, with this draft.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have the Bard, though, which I think can always throw a wrench into the works in the LPL, especially with the Tempered Fate setups and things like that.
Oh, it is the Encore. What's her passive called? I can't remember what her passive called. Oh, it's stage presence. Interesting.
We have the power of Google.
Wait, why? Hang on. Why is her passive stage presence when it's like?
Because it's like
it literally says her third ability will echo. It says it will echo, whereas her as in do it again, and then her or, which is just thing. I don't know.
you know.
Riot naming department, get it sorted.
Oh my God.
Get on. Hey, I've said this to them. I've said this to the development team. I was like, why have I've said this to their faces? I was like, why is the naming department and like the development team not on the same page when it comes to
You know
these?
what?
Like,
That development team's gonna welcome you just as much as a rattlesnake is welcomed at a square dance. All right?
a lot of snakes in Texas.
Yeah, apparently, there are. Actually.
Yeah,
There's
allegedly,
a lot.
of snakes.
There are. I
A
will
lot.
account for that wholeheartedly.
But we'll come back
When
in
I was-
now that we've had our
yeah.
little bit of a rant.
No snakes in this
yeah.
draft here.
No snakes in this one. No Cassiopeias as of yet. But the Ari locked in here for the side of IG. They banned away the LeBlanc Lissandra. It makes perfect sense that they would want to go for that. You can see already for the side of Anyone's Legend, they banned away the Fiora, the Galio. They're looking for those big kind of impact side, those big side lane impactors to try and take away off the board. Now, Anyone's Legend, they might be trying to get ZDZ onto the Camille. You can just pick the Jax into this and have a semi-decent time. So they're fairly confident in ZDZ's position right now. And especially when you ban away the Galio yourself,
Yeah.
feels a bit weird to pick the Camille.
I would really like the Talia for Anyone's Legend here, but I do wonder if they go for something a little bit more mobile in the mid lane. I would actually like the TF as well to set up with the rest of the team and the Zinzao the Camille likes, but with the Ari coming through, I think it's going to be difficult to have that same effect. So the Swain comes through.
Yeah, and the Swain is something that's been around, but hasn't seen probably as much presence as people probably wanted it to, or maybe expected it to. Has been a little bit more subdued, shall we say, so far this split. I think we have a quick look at the stats now in a moment, but it isn't, I think it has like a 44% presence, picked 20 times, banned 18, so has had a decent run, but not as dominant as anyone thinks it is, but of course has a massive spike when you hit those two items, of course, with the Imperial Mandate and the Rylan's Crystal Scepter. It gives you so much survivability and just, constant chase down of different picks. And for IG, they're going to go with what, like I just said, the Camille into the Jax. The Jax is going to have a much better time once you start getting those, those levels up into your Counter-Strike and your Leap Strike as well, to be able to try and just trade constantly.
Yeah, and I think for me, it's looking at execution. I got a text saying this one's actually going to wrap into actual knowledge and actual wisdom. We got a text saying here for you, because for Anyone's Legend, there never was a horse that couldn't be rode. There never was a rider that couldn't be throwed. You got to ride that horse. You can't get thrown off. You got to stick to the execution. All right? You got to stick to the
know
execution.
when to hold 'em.
Know when to fold 'em.
'em.
Know when to walk away. Know when to run.
Know when to run.
But Anyone's Legend
This
don't
is
need to
very
run away
hard
from
to
this
sync
one. They
up.
need to run at this one. They need to attack forward with this composition, but especially still playing to their strengths, right? Still playing to the center. Still trying to find a little bit of that late game prowess, but I think the early game meant a lot for IG, and this time it will mean a lot as we circle back to the focus of these junglers, and especially looking back to that early aggression that Xiaohao was putting down. I wonder how this time on the opposite side, Shun is able to kind of respond to that or have some of his own.
Yeah. Again, we saw how the early gaming went with the side of AL, and Xiaohao was able to kind of put that pressure down onto Shun. It wasn't really for a lot. He got a red buff here and there, but didn't really get any kills or any major advantages. But it was very much a setup of this. I know what you're going to say.
You do. I can't stop it. I can't. Thank you, Betty. Thank you. Thank you. I know you're not doing it for me, but the Western skin, the high noon, Senna, riding away into the sunset. But, as we saw a horse on the screen, as they say, for Anyone's Legend, if you're riding ahead of the herd, take a look back every now and then to make sure it's still there with you. So everybody's got to be a part of the team here for Anyone's Legend.
Got to be part of the team. You also got to be part of there's TPs if you want to be a part of this. There are 3
Apparently.
TPs on either side. Yeah, there is a lot.
Who said TPs were no longer a meta right now? Who said they needed Unleashed TP?
I think as long as TP is in the game, it will be incredibly meta as we get to have a zoom in.
I think that's the
on
new
the,
skin.
The Seraphine.
That's the sea song something. I don't remember.
Yeah, buy the skin. Look at it and buy it.
Buy
That's
it.
what you want to say. Sorry. Yeah, buy it. that's basically what that is. It's like, quick, zoom in on that. Let people see it and buy it. It's like, all right.
And you know what they say? When in doubt, let your horse figure it out.
Is that a saying?
It's one of the ones I got on my list.
Yeah. Where do you get this? Is this something did you vet this? Did you go out to like Texans? And
No,
be like, hey,
I'm
how's it going?
Texan.
I know you are Texan, but like,
if you've ever baled hay, worked with horses, done anything with livestock, I feel like you have the right to talk a little bit Texan. And I feel like I've checked all those off my list.
Do I? I used to work. Well, I still do sort of. I used to work with horse racing.
Nice.
In the horse box areas. Yeah, those horses are terrifying sometimes.
Yeah, I would.
Just
I
like
would
giant
absolutely
dogs.
say so. Yes.
They're like giant dogs. They get really excited, and there's just not a lot. You have to be very careful because it's about half a ton of an animal just coming at you.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. But anyway, we'll come back in. We'll talk about the game, and we'll see that again, not really a huge amount in terms of breaking of expectations. Both junglers are going to be happy to kind of bring themselves in. You will have a slightly faster clear, as you can see from the Viego, but the Xin Zhao will have a little bit of a skirmishing time should he be able to meet him in the jungle somewhere. So right now, it's just going to be about how you can get these waves to crash, what their backs are going to be, and honestly, where you can get those big advantages on either side, really. You're going to be looking to try and maybe go for in the mid lane / top half of the map, really, for IG with the charm and, of course, the stun route coming out from the Viego. You're going to have a lot of, like, single target lockdown. And for anyone's legend, honestly, I feel like you're going to want to try and move around, try to get Xiao Hao to get in the faces of some of these solo laners, maybe even bot lane, because you just have a lot of setup.
The thing is, though, is I feel like there's a lot of matching potential. And you see, I was asking for it. I was saying, where are we going to see the aggression? He got manhandled by Xiao Hao early on in the last game. They still came out with a win. He doesn't get this one, unfortunately. His aggression is not the same as the early aggression of Xiao Hao, but I still like to see it.
Yeah, I mean, again, just recognizing he had push in mid, push in
going
top.
back.
Gonna go back. Yeah, I mean, they can, because at the end of the day,
Oh, the scanner.
Xiao Hao doesn't know he's here.
The scanner ran out. Oh, but he kind of
No,
knew. He knew something was up. He was running up towards his tower, at least.
Think he caught the trail end of the mist and recognized that he probably was in a bad position here, as we can see now.
He really wants that grab.
Does he see him? I don't think he does. Interesting. Just on the side of the wall, doesn't get caught out there. Forge, though, might be a little bit down. This is exactly what I was talking about, though. The single target CC. Ooh. Good flash from Forge.
Yeah, nice little flash. See if they return to mid lane. Punish Forge a little bit more. You see the fluidity doesn't stop for Shin. He's going down towards bottom lane this time. And you have a little bit of a push for Betty and Chocho. So maybe some punishment could come out that way. But again, we said last game, right? Senna, any lane with Senna is hard to tackle, is hard to take down early on.
Yeah, again, just so much safety with the healing and the shielding you get from the Senna and the Seraphine. It just makes it so much more difficult, and of course the invisibility. That's why Betty, again, doesn't want to get caught out, so he picks up the very early Swifty boots and says, look, I'm just going to try and be a nuisance, keep myself safe, nothing else really untoward about that. Zika comes back into lane with a Sheen, so didn't actually use his TP in this in the last recall, so we'll have that available to him should he take a bad trade, but he is not taking a bad trade at all. He is, in fact, running ZDZ out of this lane.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's something super difficult to deal with. I think side lane is going to mean a lot more for both teams than it did single-handedly for IG in last game, because anyone's legend have adapted their draft to have an answer to that, right? To have something that they can actually contest with. And I think Camille will be something to watch as the game goes on. But right now it's centered around jungle pressure, mid, and bot, and trying to see where Xiao Hao, where Shun can really get activated on the map here. And we have our first dragon on the Rift. We did see a little bit of early dragons from IG last time around, but I expect a little bit of a more reserved pace this time, even if last time it was a bit slow.
I was about to say, we got first blood at, like, what, 14 minutes?
They got the dragons.
Yeah, well, they got the dragons, it's true. We'll see maybe the junglers coming up towards this top side. It is level 5 to level 4, though. Xiao Hao does not want this fight. It's a kind of a 1v1 in two different places. Zika does get kind of engaged upon, as we can now see them moving forward onto this. There's the Empire Visions coming out. They flash in, flash out. Xiao Hao gets himself away, and anyone's legend pick up first blood.
He was crazy enough to eat the devil with horns on. Oh my goodness. That was incredible. That's my analysis.
I like how I like the way the sayings get more, like, less and less coherent as you go on. Like it's like you go from, like, oh, I can see that works. I understand how that one makes sense. And then it's just like, what? Like, what are you
you want a real good one? No, let's take a look. Let's take a look at this replay first, because it will be first blood going over. And I think it was a bit of a split situation here, but the communication seems to be just at least the timing a little bit off here.
Yeah, I honestly, it just feels like ZDZ just had ult diff right there. It was the level 6 hit there. He had the push in the wave, so just having that Hextech ultimatum to be able to jump on top of Zika so he could not help out his jungler made all the difference that they took isolated 1v1s. So this, to me, is just a good kind of recognition from the side of Anyone's Legend to say, look, as long as we get that level 6 from the Camille, we will be stronger, and we can just take these kind of separated 1v1s.
Yeah, I do wonder where we get that. The at least something from IG, where we saw the early aggression from Shun there with that pathing style, but you're looking a bit of pressure on bot lane now. You've gotten a kill over to ZDZ, so he'll have pressure in top lane now to some extent, at least building towards it. And so my eyes have to stick on Shun and say, where are you getting your team out of this situation?
Again, we got to look at this guy and say, where are you going to be able to do this? But we talked about at the start of the day, the junglers are the key pivotal picks for both of these teams. If Xiaohao, like we've just seen, is able to get an early advantage for either of his laners and make Shun's life difficult, that's where the game gets a little bit different for the side of IG. And you can see Zika needs to go back, sitting on a fair bit of gold, really wanted to crash that wave, and sadly for him, we'll have to take a little bit of an unfortunate timing here, as the wave will probably be just kept a little bit away from him. So not going to get the full crash, but that does mean that IG feel comfortable and confident to be able to go for this dragon. They know there's no TPs to come down, and that's going to be first dragon of the game over to IG.
Now, you know what they say in Texas. Tossing your rope before building a loop. Don't catch the calf, all right? IG going to need to catch the calf now. Xiaohao going for the Rift Herald. I don't think that's a calf. I don't know. I'm trying, man.
That one I get.
Yeah,
that
see?
one I get.
I'm trying to pepper them, man. I'm trying to pepper them.
I appreciate you. You know, I appreciate
how about this one? A wink's as good as a nod to a blind mule. How about that? I don't know. That one doesn't have anything. I've been trying to tie them into the game. That one has absolutely nothing to do with the game. Xiaohao does take the Rift Herald, though.
I mean, I think it's maybe to be with someone who's like, I don't know, ignorant, or I don't know, man. It's hard. It's hard to know which
I don't know what half these things mean. I'm just saying because they're fun to say.
They are very fun to say.
You know, they say, remember that silence is sometimes the best answer, and I think we can all take that into account.
That one's good. I like that one. But and yeah. Again, there's not really much else to talk about here. The Dragon's been taken. The Rift Herald has been taken as well. That was secured on the side of Anyone's Legend. Both teams are just going to be kind of ping-ponging waves for a while. There's no real kill threat onto bot lane. There's no real reason you're going to be able to catch out Forge now that he has his flashback. So it's a bit of a lull state, and it's a bit of a time where we need to take advice from our Korean brothers and cousins over in the LCK. And
Nope.
Sean,
yeah, that's all you got to do. You got to talk about it. That's all you got to do. It's like saying the name 3 times in the mirror.
Yes, exactly. And there's the Hextech ultimatum, follows the Heartbreaker. Speaking of which, ZDZ breaks Shun's heart here. And we can see now Zika trying to see if he can get a leap strike over the wall. Yukai can't really do a lot to help him. The flash in with the roots going to be solid to get him down there. But that's a fantastic tempered fake. Catches out
he
too.
missed it.
There's going to be Demonic Ascension coming back in though, and Zika has no escape. We talked about a perfect game for IG in Game 1. This is looking very good for Anyone's Legend in Game 2.
I'm going to tell IG, don't squat with your spurs on. Every good cowboy knows that. They done squatted with the spurs on, and they got killed.
Got killed. You're going to lose a lot off this tower as well, so you got to be very careful here as the side of IG. This is an interesting setup they've got themselves, but if you fall behind as the Jax and the Viego, there's not really a lot of kill pressure available to you. And again, this is just really good timing from Xiaohao to recognize that, look, he's already used his root. There's no way he can actually out-trade me now, and we can just fully commit. And the Hextech ultimatum follows him over the wall. That truly is a heartbreaker.
That it really is. I like your use of wording there, but it's really unfortunate for IG, and it's really crazy that we're feeling like we're going to get the same style game as last time around. Unfortunate for AL, though. They do have a little bit of trouble at first with the fight, and I think that's something you can look at. But at this point, with the lead, with the advantage they've gotten, IG have a lot of ground to make up for, I would feel.
Yeah, and this is This is a kind of a difficult situation now for IG. They find themselves in the reverse, but this time it's actually a lot more of an acceleration. 2,000 gold. The Rift Herald is actually still available for the side of Xiao Hao.
I got you here. I got some more Texas wisdom here. All right, we're gonna get nitty gritty with it.
I love the twinge, the twinge in the voices of a guy.
Yeah. If you get thrown from a horse, you have to go ahead and get up and get back on it. Unless you landed on a cactus, then you have to roll around and scream in pain. I don't know which one fits to this situation, but you know.
That is a long
It is
saying.
a very long saying.
Yeah.
But it applies
like
to the
that one
situation.
doesn't really work.
Do you feel like IG can get up and get back on the horse, or do you feel like they landed on a cactus and the game is over? I guess that's the biggest question.
I mean, honestly, the scaling available to anyone's legend with this Camille in the side lane, of course, Forge now already having his Imperial Mandate. With the Senna as well, just going to have an absolutely, whale of a time as such as EDG just tries to keep this wave as relevant as he possibly can. And this is hard for IG. They need to be proactive. They need to be moving Uakai around the map, trying to see if they can maybe make something work in a different lane. But like, speaking of a different lane, we talked about the Seraphine and the Senna. The Senna already has 56 stacks, and it's getting to a point where the Senna will become very, very obnoxious, very hard to control. As the Rift Herald does get spawned in the mid lane. I think that was because it was just about the timeout. Or sorry, the top lane, not the mid lane.
Yeah, it was just about the timeout.
Shinliu.
They are on their way up to defend against the
Shinliu.
Nice! It does get there in
Well
time.
done. You don't pick Bard for anything except to counter Rift Herald.
Don't go in if you don't know the way out. Another piece of Texas wisdom right there. All right. But in actuality, I do think being able to take little things like this for IG is good, because in all actuality, right there, they're pretty far behind this early on. It's nothing like what we were seeing last game, where AEL were having a lot more trouble at this point. But I think IG is okay to this extent, right? I still would like to see a little bit more proactivity. You're seeing that not really happen at this point, and probably not going to happen for a little while. But Shun has completed his Divine Sunderer now.
Yeah, got the Divine Sunderer. The only issue is that with this Dragon spawning and him only just coming out of base means he's going to have to forfeit that, so they're not really going to have an opportunity to use that power spike, especially with the Effens Reaver onto Wink, so not exactly ideal timing for the side of IG. Anyone's Legend, though, they'll be very gracious and happy to be able to take that trade. And with 14 minutes down on the clock, you're looking at about 2,500 gold lead, 4 kills to none, a Dragon apiece. It is a Hex Rift, so the mobility is going to be very relevant now for both of these squads, and we are starting to see honestly, it's starting to feel like this Senna is becoming a little bit more of an issue for all these teams, because it feels like you just cannot walk forward and deal with these, you can't deal with this bot lane. You can't be proactive in this bot lane, so you have to just kind of let it scale, which is not what you want it to do.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we didn't actually see it banned in the second game with how good it looked in game number 1, but I guess the answer here from IG was that we can deal with it. We feel confident in the fact that we can deal with this Senna in the bot lane, but so far ain't working out their favor. I'll say that right now, and especially now seeing everyone, at least from AL, gather around and especially get this vision game going. You feel like the control is still going to stay in anyone's Legend's hand. Shinliu is looking for something.
He's looking for something, but I don't know if he wants it, because Magical Journey going to be used there just very quickly to keep everyone there. Ooh, needs to be very careful. Flashes away. The Magical Journey is still there. They're still chasing onto him. They will land the Cosmic Binding, but I don't think he's going to be able to get away from this one. Betty will pick up that kill, and this is starting to look like the exact same setup as game 1, but it's anyone's Legend picking up all the pieces.
If we get another game where they have 0 kills, I'm going to have to... I don't know. I don't know if Texan Saiyans are going to be enough. I don't know if I have enough.
I don't think Texas are going to be able to hold it.
I don't think Texas be able to hold it. I don't know. Wink, you ain't able to hold it, though. You're deader than a doornail.
Chocho. Oh, that was a great prediction, though, with the root. They even land the encore. Chocho takes that kill for himself. Oh, my Lord. This is starting to get a bit... This is just getting a little bit... Again, just a little bit desperate, a little bit sad. On the other side is anyone's Legend kind of saying, all right, we took it in game 1. Now you're going to take it in game 2.
It's actually kind of crazy to see the way that this is going and how one-sided it's just becoming. And at this point, I will say, though, Zika on the side lane will be a lot scarier than we saw last game at any point for anyone's Legend. But it's still, it feels a lot like last game where the control is already there for anyone's legend, and IG are struggling to find a way to deal with this composition.
No way.
That's so
30
unfortunate.
HP. 30 HP. That is a whisper of a wind from falling down in that mid lane, and that is unfortunate.
You know what they say? Don't worry about biting off more than you can chew. Your mouth is probably a whole lot bigger than you think. I don't know what that means.
You don't have eyes bigger than your stomach. That's the big issue there, as we can see Xiaohao maybe thinking about it. Zika not willing to go for that fight just yet, but he doesn't know that Betty is here, and they're going to fully commit to this fight. You can see the wind becomes lightning, does slow him down
Betty's
just a little
just
bit,
everywhere.
but they just back themselves away. Betty, yeah, honestly, I wanted to see Yukai roaming around. He finally takes that tier 1 turret, but it is just going to be again, just a slow, methodical victory for anyone's legend. If IG just don't find any, issues, and honestly, bot lane is fine, but it's the Swain. How are you going to kill him?
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult. Looks like they kind of want to try, though. You can get maybe a good tempered fade on the tower and then dive at the right moment. There's something there, but top tower does go down. Anyone's legend continue to grow their gold lead. They're sending even more bodies down here, man.
I mean, yeah, they are, but I don't know if they're going to be able to make this one work. They're going to see the TP come in straight away. The Malefic Visions doing so much to just dissuade. And again, you put 4 people bot side and gained a TP, but there's 3 on the side of anyone's legends.
All I'm saying is in Texas, we've developed our sayings pretty well, all right? And one thing that we all stick
I'm starting to believe that
you
that's
know,
not
you know
true.
what's always going to be true is you don't corner something meaner than you. How easy is that? And that Swain was a little bit mean. How you like that one, Sheen? Was that okay?
That was good. You know what, man? You're doing great. Do not let anyone.
I
tell
hope
you
all the
otherwise.
colors like this, and I hope they know that this is what has come to this.
out of context, it just sounds like you're making a reference to like purple and blue and green. I hope you all appreciate the Texas yeehaws, but
all the colors.
Yeah, all the colors of the rainbow. It's relevant as well. It's Pride Month.
It is.
Happy Pride to anyone and everyone. But what was it? Yeah, so 3 seconds until the dragon spawns.
Oh,
We're gonna see
no.
a full engage coming
He's
down
all
here.
had
Shinryu
no
tries to get back
cattle.
over. He's got no cattle. He's got no life. He's back to the gray screen. Wink is dead. Double kill coming in for Xiaohao. ZDZ thought about coming in with the TP, but he was too little too late. Didn't matter anyway. And this is a little... Oh, this is getting tougher and tougher. It's 4,000 gold. They're going to take this mid-turret, get themselves their second Drake. Anyone's legend kind of, again, giving themselves... It's kind of a slugfest. You take one haymaker, and then you give one right back.
You got to always remember that timing has a lot to do with the outcome of a rain dance. And right now, the rains are falling, and it's all anyone's legend.
Have a look at the replay here, and again, it's just you're fronting up so far up, but you don't really have a position to be able to fight this as IG. I just don't get why you're going so aggressive when you don't have the resources.
Yeah, they're getting stuck in the same situation that AL were last game. They just want to keep fighting, even if it means going into the dirt. You know what I said last game? I was like, if you find yourself digging a deep hole, stop digging. Well, both these teams have not taken that to heart. They just keep digging, all right? They keep digging.
And
it's like the movie Holes.
Might see Shinryu is here. Might see them go for a Tempered Fate move as basically everyone on the bot side of this map. You have 4 members. We saw how they tried to make this one work last time. Don't think it's going to work again this time for the side of IG. And yeah, again, it's the lack of proactivity. It's the waiting for things to happen. It allows the Senna to get up to nearly a 2-item Senna with no farm. It's a 200 CS 2-item Seraphine. This is a 2-item Swain. We talked about the massive power spike of the Imperial Mandate alongside the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. You just can't let this happen. Your scaling doesn't allow you to do this because you just can't fight. And again, we're in another situation where you don't really have any engage. This last time it was anyone's legend. This time it's IG. They don't have any engage to start a fight.
Yeah, it's
outside of an incredible Tempered Fate, that's about it.
Yeah, that's what I think we've seen be like the only answer at this point, and it's just not the answer. It's it's the one everybody thinks it is. It's the one your professor thinks is C, but it's not. It's not the right one. And I think you have to be thankful for the opportunities that you get, but IG have not really found any at this point. And now Zika is surrounded Hopefully he can play this one out. He does use the little blast cone and get away, but anyone's legend just at this point, it's the same question we had for IG last time. How do you turn this into a victory? What do you do to cross the T's, dot the I's, to prove that you deserve to be that diamond in the rough, that you deserve to have some wins under your belt?
I mean, for IG, it just feels like you need to make a decision. You need to commit to a play. I feel like it's got to be at the next Dragon at 2.5 minutes. I feel like that's your moment. That's your time to shine. You got 2-item spike now onto Winx Ezreal, so Essence Reaver with a fully upgraded Muramana. You're going to be very close, if not complete, a second item here for Zika. That's, I feel like, you're going to be your opportunity, your only real opportunity, because after that, you're going to be looking at 2-3 items onto the Swain, 2.5, 3 items onto the Seraphine. Like, that's where this game just becomes impossible, because even if you do get a little bit of poke down with this Ezreal, you have a Seraphine and a Senna, they're going to heal it up.
Yeah, and the amount of engage, the amount of times we've seen the Encore be so clutch to force IG into unfavorable positions, it's actually incredible. And you have the double stacking aspect of Forge and Betty. It's just looking like a straight and narrow path at this point for anyone's legend.
Yeah, it's just going to be hard. It's just going to be very, very hard. And this is going to be IG just trying to gain control over their own base, gain control over their own system. But, you know, keeping Zika in a side lane is probably the right call for the moment. That's not going to work forever, though. You still have a Camille that will be able to kind of match them, and you can see already now ZDZ roaming down towards that bot side to make sure they know what's going to be happening. But for anyone's legend right now, they're going to try and see if they can catch somebody out. And right now, this 3-man squad, they can 1-3-1 very comfortably because IG kind of have to answer them as 4 or nothing at all.
Yeah, exactly. It's finding the side lane here for Zika is still something we highlighted at the beginning, but at this point, like, you have to be there with the team if they force a fight. Because the lead is so bad that you need to make sure you're in favor. That was really close. Make sure you're in favorable position for these fights, because that's like, it feels like the only way into this, but at that point it's not really a way into this because Zika doesn't have the priority or the pressure inside lane.
He does not. A minute till Dragon spawns, and this is exactly what I said. IG will want to be trying to fight at this. They want to try and contest this. If you let anyone's legend go to Soul Point, I feel like it's going to be too little too late. We'll see. The scuttle secured there by Xiao Hao. You won't have the Encore just yet, but it will be up in about 50 seconds. So not too far after the Dragon has spawned, we should see that summoner come, or the ultimate come back up and available. Mid-wave control does go in favor of anyone's legend for now, and you see how hard it is for the side of IG to actually gain control, to actually make it work. Xiao Hao forcing Zika to jump over, and a lot of your gauge is going to come from this Jax. A lot of your kind of pressure is going to come from him.
And at this point, anyone's legend are saying them to IG, when I'm done with you, there won't be enough left of you to snore. There you go.
I didn't know snore was a
I didn't know you needed a part of you to snore. I didn't know you had, like, what's the percentage there? I don't, like, I want to know.
Yeah.
But Dragon is being taken. This is Soul Point for anyone's legend. Still,
you can't
0
fight.
kills.
Yeah, you can't fight as IG. You just haven't got an engage, like I talked about, unless you get in a God tier Tempered Fate, which I just feel like anyone's legend are just not going to allow. This is just going to be not very good. And yeah, anyone's legends are just trying to suffocate them out, and they're doing very well at that. They're 4,000 gold up, or a little bit shy of it. They don't really need to force any fights because they have the scaling, they have the dragon stacking for themselves, and they also have the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, right now, anyone's legend, they're grinning like a weasel in a hen house at this point. It ain't too shabby to be a weasel in a hen house, especially if you're hungry. But anyone's legend, you know, they're pandas, so maybe a little bit different than that. But it's been a very strong start, at least in this game for them, and I think it's a big thing for them to bounce back from that first game, right? And hand IG a similar game that IG handed them. It means something.
It's almost identical.
Like.
Yeah, it's almost identical. We'll see Zika go for the trade in bot side. He is still Ajax into a Camille, so still doing very well on his own and be able to put down a lot of pressure to ZDZ's Camille, but outside of that, IG, you got to try and hope for a miracle. You got to hope for a mistake is probably the better way to put it. You got to hope that anyone's legend just put a foot wrong, you get a kill, you get a pick, but, you know, you've got two people on the bot side trying to see if you can kill this Camille. You haven't been able to get a full push in mid lane. While that's been happening, Betty and Xiao Hao are going to be able to try and start this off with Chocho. You don't really have an option to kind of go for this. You have to try and maybe delay it as best you can. The True Shot Barrage comes back, but this is going to be difficult. I think IG, they need to make a decision.
And IG's chances here as popular as a wet dog at a parlor social. I don't know if they can do anything here, Oshin.
Here we go. We're going to see them go in. They're going to land the never move. And oh, the root from Chocho as well. Wink deleted. There's 2 kills. They now find Shun off the back end of this one as well, who just knocks back Xiao Hao. ZDZ looking for more of a fight, and this is just all she wrote. Nothing else to be done. Baron goes over. 10 kills to none. Anyone's legend return in the favor of game 1.
That is incredible. Just in terms of being able to take map control now, it's about what they do with this Baron, right? You got about 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Another 2.5 minutes for the Dragon Soul for anyone's legend. So at this point, you could expect them to push up mid lane, push up one of these lanes, get one of these inhibs cracked open so they can actually proceed to taking the rest of the control. We'll look at that play, though, one more time.
This is just really good setup. Zika gets rooted up, so he can't join in the fight. It's too late by the time he gets the CC out of him. They've already jumped onto Wink. They killed him off. So, yeah, this is IG looking like they ain't going to get a single
all I'm saying,
kill. They got a tower. They got a tower.
All I'm saying, Oshin, if you climb in the saddle, you better be ready to ride. And you see Betty pick up the high noon skin. He's ready to ride. He's cowboy lifestyling it up to date. He no longer the 50-foot Betty. There you go. That's what I got.
There you go. 9 kill participation. Excuse me. 8 assists, 1 kill. So he's almost 100%. And
not as
honestly,
good as Wink. Just saying, 100% last game.
100%. He's still technically 100% this game.
Oh yeah, I guess man. I ain't too. We don't do math in Texas, all right? I don't know about you Irish folk.
Yeah, it's definitely rough. I think this game is going to be going, or this series is going to be going to a game 3 unless IG can randomly find an opportunity which is gifted to them from the side of anyone's legend. But anyone's legend doing pretty much as safe as they possibly can. As I say that, we will see Demonic Ascension coming out here for Forge. He tries to sustain himself up. The reset will come in now for Yukai and Viego. We're going to see the Never Move come out as he steals away all the different things. But that's an encore to land on the 3. Can they turn this one back around? But Betty's already dead. They will kill off Wink and Xiao Hao will die down. IG still got a little bit of fight in them. Still got a little bit of movement. IG finding themselves potentially a full ace as they look for Chocho. He won't be stunned up just yet, but he has no flash. He has no way to go. He's going to end up turned around back towards the enemy base, and it ends up being 5 kills to 1, an ace.
And you know, I was saying, if you climb in a saddle, you better be ready to ride, and Betty was ready to ride. But hold on, I'm going somewhere with this one. But if you haven't fallen off a horse, then you haven't been riding long enough, and AL just took a plump fall off their horse. IG are crazy.
Well, this is huge actually for IG. I talked about having them, the only real way they can get back into this is they get gifted something, and they are getting gifted. Look at this right now. Forge, this is so disrespectful. You have no vision, no support. There's just no reason for you to be walking that way.
Yeah, it's a really rough catch out there. The Tempered Fate flash out of as well from IG. That didn't get the cooldowns down, forcing anyone's legend into this fight, and it was a very split fight from anyone's legend in the first place, right? You had ZDZ and Zika playing on the side there. If they joined the team, maybe things turn out a little bit different, but that split is what gave IG their advantage.
Yeah, and this is a big moment now for anyone's legend. They're already 1-0 down in the series. They need to win this game. It was looking like an assured thing, but you haven't got the soul now because you lost that fight. You haven't got an opportunity to really kind of, solidify that lead. It's only a 3,000 gold lead, and you still have opportunities. I will say for IG, that was probably the perfect opportunity for them to take a fight because it was separated. Whoa.
Still got to watch out about that gold differential, though.
Yeah, Shin Liu going to try and run away from Shun, who tries to get the Heartbreaker over the wall. Shall not be done. But this is, again, what I'm trying to say is that, yes, anyone's legend did kind of throw that fight. IG do have a given a dog a bone, but it is still very difficult for IG to get anything to go for them because they've no engage. They've no hard way of starting a fight. They need those separated engages.
Yeah, it's really rough now that they've grouped up back after those resets, after finishing a few key items here, and now they're looking at the inhib to try and get even more pressure around the map. You do have DDZ pushing mid as well, but AL want to move forward. Actually, a little bit close for wear there.
Yukai goes in with the Spirit Rush, needs to immediately Spirit Rush out, and
ZDZ's trying to match the path for Zika.
I mean, they're trying to go for it, but this is going to be difficult for the side of any IG to really defend themselves. Or Zika is off to the side, but again, I don't really think you're going to be able to find something unless they're completely separated, which they are a little bit for the moment, but they quickly regroup, they quickly see where they are going to end up being caught, and they back themselves up.
5-man back. Hopefully get a little bit of synchronicity going there with the Seraphine. Looks like they're not all synchronized. There's some shame in that.
Almost.
Hey, we saw the synchronicity of the Hextech gates earlier on. But, hey, anyone's legend not doing too shabby in this game.
No, not at all. And again, this is the thing. Yes, it's a little bit of a throw. Doesn't really make a huge difference to the thing. It just delays that Dragon Soul for 2.5 minutes. I will say you are starting to get to massive items of Rabadon's Death Cap for Uakai. You have got the Chemtech Chainsword here for Zika. So in the side lane, he's basically going to be uncontested compared to ZDZ on the Camille. But it is just harder and harder for IG. They need to try and hope again that anyone's legend just decide to go for a weird path thing, get separated, kill someone off before they can really go for that big 5v5.
Don't let your yearnings go ahead of your earnings. All right, that's my wisdom for AL at this point.
Oh, AL. Merc Treads, though, onto Forge means that it's not going to be as easy for them to catch on to this. They need to be careful right now. You can see AL, they're respecting it a little bit because they don't have a TP on ZDZ, and they're going to see a full fight. The Dawning Shadow right down at the start of this fight means that Xin Liu does not get any benefit whatsoever. There's going to be Zika going golden to try and maybe make something work, but they're going to be able to try and jump on the backside of this. Nothing they can do. Jax goes down. The GA here for Shun, as he does fall as well. It was all a matter of time. Anyone's legend, it was a little bit rocky, a little bit off of the beaten path, but at the end of the day, the result is still the same, and we should be going to a game 3. Even we can see now ZDZ saying, I can take all 2 of you, but I cannot because there's a Zanya's, and that's going to stop me from killing anyone.
Yeah, it's a slow and steady finish for anyone's legend. A little bit different than the way IG finished off game number 1, but it still is in dominant fashion. It's not nearly the no-kill game, but you still see a lot of the strength we wanted to see from Xiaohao that he presented in game number 1, and now he gets the full-fledged carry in game 2.
Yeah, and again, this is such a huge series for both of these teams. Both of them very much at the very similar stage or a very similar level in terms of gameplay, and both fighting for playoffs. So 1-1, pretty much what we expected coming out. The very, very even. I honestly believe you got to be banning Senna now on red side. I don't think you can be letting that one through. That has to be a ban for you now. And for either side, I imagine IG will go back to blue now, but this is now becoming a power pick. This is now becoming first pick worthy. We're seeing just how good it can be.
Or just ban it. Don't, like, the sustain that you're getting, the flexibility and the picks that you can bring to the bot lane is an entire different organism that you have to deal with in this series particular, because it has been so dominant. That's why I was so surprised that it came through for a second game, and that IG were willing to say, we might have an answer for this. Well, they obviously did not.
No, they did not. And again, this is I talked about it a little bit in draft as well. Like, the Ezreal does not have a great time into the Senna, which means that you're just getting the Senna to those item breakpoints, to those soul miss stacks, a lot quicker than you normally would. It's a lot easier for them to kind of do it. And again, the losing team, be it AL in game 1 and of course IG in game 2, no engage, no hard setup for them to really go for something. And this is the issue that we're seeing a lot of LPLs kind of struggle with the current patch, is that the enchanters are very, very powerful for the moment, absolutely, but when LPL teams rely so heavily on supports being their engaged, their primary engaged, that when you take that away, it really, really shows to be a bit of an issue when you're trying to get into a fight.
Yeah, exactly. I think you can see the steady progression, some dips in that gold graph there that AL definitely didn't want to have and go against them, but it's still a holistic approach from anyone's legend. A different one than we saw in game number 1, and I think it's the adaptation we needed to see from them, but that means that the culmination of this series is literally just going to be a bloody boxing match, I expect.
Yeah, again, it's just one haymaker after another. We're seeing, of course, the power of the blue side as well. You get that first pick, you're able to kind of draft around what you want to be as your primary carrier, your primary function as a team. And there was a little bit of a dip there. You could see it just at the, kind of just before the end of the game, where anyone's legend almost threw the game back towards anyone or towards IG, but it did end up coming back to you don't have any engage, you don't really have any way of starting a fight, and unless anyone's legend did that repeatedly, it was never really going to be a solid win condition for IG.
Yeah, exactly. And I do feel like IG will have a little bit more pride than AL did it from their game 1 performance. There's no zeros along the KDAs and KPs, but that one definitely didn't feel good, especially with the way that they controlled so heavily in game 1. To get smacked down like that in game number 2, it's got to be reeling, right? And I think that they'll have to kind of break down what they want to prioritize in the next game, and especially looking down towards that bottom lane. Do we see that side switch? Do we have to see the Senna ban? Do we see a draft adaptation, at least in the banning phase?
I mean, I think you got to. I think we've seen now, specifically in this series and probably moving forward now for the LPL on this patch, it is just too powerful. It is just too much to deal with, but we'll see what they end up going with. We are going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we will have a third and final game of this best of 3 series.
Evils, ancient and deadly, exist in every corner of the world. They have made themselves comfortable, taking what is not theirs, gorged on the suffering of others. I will face them all and crush them. Lord of the waters, grant me swiftness for this trial. Joy, unceasing and forever. That was fast. Should I have held back? Ha! The epic of Mila does not end here. I slay foes the size of mountains. You were fine, I guess. Ha! Give me 5, demon! Ow! That was way too hard! I will face the great villains of myth and live forever in song. Prepare for death! Ha! Now you know what you're up against. I am Neela of the 7th layer. May you find joy in the world beyond. I hope the heavens are watching. I hope they're nervous.
12.1版本盲僧加强，加了2点攻击力，对于前期刷野还是有点影响的吧？就盲僧这个版本应该会更强，之后会减少失误吧？就失误比较多，换了新版本需要慢慢赶紧适应下来吧。
We're back. We're coming into game 3 of this one. I have stood up. I was sitting down because I actually have strained something on my hamstring, I believe.
No.
So I know. I believe to distract you from the elephant in the room that is, in fact, the wobbly.
I don't know what
Texan
you're
hat
talking
that
about here. It's already falling off. I've realized that this hat's taking me over. So until this hat falls off, I'm gonna be talking like this. Oh my God, it's so close. I saved it. All right.
Yeah. almost. But we got ourselves an MVP from game 2. We talked about how the junglers were absolutely pivotal. It was Shun in game 1. It is Xiao Hao in game 2. The junglers are what make these two teams tick, and it's exactly how we see it in this game.
Yeah, I think it's crazy. You know, we set it up because it was so obvious that both these teams rely so heavily on their junglers to, you know, get something going, if you want to know what I mean, especially in both these games where they almost had perfect games, both of them. Like, I can't believe we got to see such shining performances from both these junglers.
Yeah, again, it was such a great start off for Xiao Hao. You can see him here just kind of comboing in with Betty. Betty was all around the map as well. Very much a unsung carry in this particular one. Yeah, it just feels like Chocho as well, just moving around as a 3-man unit. You put the Swain in a side lane, you have ZDZ deal with Zika, and then it just worked out for both of these teams, or for both these teams, for both of the, you know, kind of like the setups.
In their own rights in game 1 for IG.
I mean, that's, yeah, exactly. But honestly, it does feel like the kicker right now is in fact that Senna. The Senna is just such a massive pick right now for both of these teams, and it feels like right now you just got to ban it. You have to ban it.
You got to. Or you can ride the horse off into the sunset if it gets through again. I prioritize the high noon skins, and I hope we get one again. Maybe they'll let it through. Hat's still on. I'm sorry, Asheen.
I'm laughing as my producer's just laughing.
I think that's the first time I ever heard him laugh in my ear.
At the pure audacity of all. We don't see a ban. It gets
oh
first
my
pick,
God,
honestly.
what are you doing? Oh.
I know. It just feels like right now there is no answer to this. And honestly, the Ezreal's not even that good of an answer in my opinion either. You saw how easy the laning phase was for this. I feel like if you're going to take down the Senna, you need to do a pre-6. You needed to be able to take it out before it ends up scaling into an absolute monster. I just don't know if that's going to be the answer.
What tarnation is going on here? The Ezreal comes out again.
You've cussed on broadcast. Take the hat off. It's done. The Texas man is too much. You've cussed on broadcast. I won't have it.
It's tarnation. I sell propane and propane accessories. All right. Now we gonna see what we got here. Hat's still on, O'Shea. We're all in for a wild ride as we're gonna get the non-fried catfish himself, Thomas the Kinchus.
And yeah, the Tom Kench coming in again worked exceptionally well for IG in game 1. We can maybe see them go towards something again like the Diana. I highly doubt we're going to be seeing
I ain't seen nobody hover the Elise in a long time. There'll be some
go with the Diana,
buckaroos.
yeah. Go with the Diana. That's totally fine now to kind of make it work. But it is, you know, again, just kind of anyone's lane trying to find a combination for this. And honestly, I think IG have... Yeah, they don't really need to do anything different than what they did in game 1.
Why are they stealing each other's comps? Anyone's Legend's like, okay, IG, I saw what you did last game. We're going to take some pieces of that, see what happens. But no, it's a little bit rough here, O'Shea. It's a little bit windy. My hat's starting to fall off. Fiora banned in the second round, though.
Yeah, you're going to ban away the Fiora. You're going to ban away things that can, you know, obviously do well into ZDZ. Zika is a very good carry player in that regard. But we saw him in the game 1 as well, where they went with the Sion mid. They didn't really have a problem with the Jax going into Zika's hand. Even if ZDZ does pick up something like a Camille, it's not that big of a deal. It will do fine in the laning phase, but it's about, again, proactivity. It's about being a team... being a team that can just roam around the map, do things proactively, because... both times we've seen both teams who didn't have the Senna just sit down, relax, and not do anything until about 15-20 minutes, and at that point it was too late.
Yeah, at that point they're slow as molasses in January. You ain't seen nothing yet after that. But it's all about this next ban for IG, because they're going to be focusing more the mid lane, as we're going to have that focus in the second phase. This is really hard, Oshin. I can't keep this up very long. But I wonder.
Take a rest.
The volatility.
The accent's
the
tough.
volatility of the top lane is what I'm looking at here. We saw them both go for the side lane focus in last game. It did not work out for IG, but they banned away the Swain.
Yeah, they ban away the Swain. They ban away things that can, again, survive in these long extended skirmishes, because that's what IG want. When you have the Sen and the Tam Kens, the longer the skirmish goes on without you losing anybody, the more you heal up, the more you just kind of mitigate on the side of anyone's legend. And now, honestly, they're going to try and blind their top lane after banning away the Jax and the Fiora. There are still options available, like the Gwen here for IG. Yeah, and you could just go for an AD solo lane. The Yone is still available, the Yasuo. You could just go with a much more upfront damage composition than you did in game one.
I don't know if you ever read Where the Red Fern Grows, but I learned from a young age not to run around with sharp things. But IG want to run at you with sharp things here with the scissors in Gwen. I think this is a pick that could be pivotal for this series that we have not seen yet today.
We haven't seen it just yet. Gwen, of course, exceptionally powerful in her own right. Just like a little bit to ramp up, but when you ramp up, it does become an absolute nightmare. We've seen many a solo kill just using those needleworks and, of course, the skip and snip. But for IG, where do you round this one off? You've got decent engage coming out from the Diana with follow-up as well. And honestly, an old-school combination, but it still works exceptionally well. And you got yourself a little bit of a combination or a bit of a flex as well. You can put the Gwen mid or top, either one, whichever one you decide works better for you. So anyone's legend, maybe thinking in kind, maybe thinking, okay, we kind of need to pick something that can do well into either the Gwen or the Renekton. Akali should be able to fit that bill. Again, always struggles at the start of the game, but is still very strong once you get to those late game team fights.
That's a scary crocodilian. I don't know how about big brain analysis is going to be on that one, but it's scary to me. It is the Akali locked in, though, for anyone's legend. So Forge going to have a little bit more agency this time around. I think that can unlock them a little bit, but it all centers on Xiaohao to start it off. It all centers on this Xin Zhao.
Yeah, again, we're looking towards the junglers. You're looking at the primary engage coming out from IG is going to be on that Diana. You've got the Moonfall. You've, of course, got the Lunar Rush as well to get you into position. And on the other side of it, anyone's legend, they've actually fixed a lot of their issues going to be had in game number one. It's the fact that they have got engaged. They've got ways of starting a fight outside of the Bard. The Bard is good, but it needs to be God tier if it's going to make any kind of a difference. You've got the Camille. You've got the Xin Zhao to be able to kind of follow up on that. So both teams drafting slightly differently. But again, I still think that it's the proactivity that's going to be the issue right now, because if you just leave that Senna in the bot side to just farm up the Tam Kens to get up to that Frostfire Gauntlet, that's where this game becomes very, very difficult for the side of or for anyone's legend. And for IG, they're just going to be playing a slow and steady game plan.
I think we've seen oh, my hat's coming. I think we've seen, oh no. All right. I think we've seen a very different spiel going through both these teams, because it's been very one-sided for both sides. And I think when you're looking to this third game, what we see a lot of times in the LPL is we get a lot more of a reserved early game. We get a lot more respect given to both teams. But with the way the comps have panned out, the skirmishing early can tend to be a snowball that both these teams can play towards.
Yeah, absolutely. The skirmishing, we saw how pivotal it was. It was a bit of a slow burn in game one, but once it started to get going, the kills just kept coming for IG, and it is going to be a very similar situation for them right now. As we jump into the game, it is going to be Zika on the Gwen with the Renekton in the mid lane, but this is now where we start to see where both these teams, their adaptations, their draft, kind of experience in this series comes to fruition.
Yeah, I think you're going to have to see the difference between a 6-shooter and a P-shooter in this one. I can't let it go. I can't let it go, Oshin. But it is going to be, I feel like, if we get the early blood, if we get that early focus, we'll see automatically where teams want to put their resources, right? And for me, it's a little bit of a different focus for both teams. I feel like you still, for anyone's legend, want to find ways to get Forge ahead, but I think CDC will be okay farming it out in the early game in top lane. I would like to see them try to finally find a way to get early game focus on this Senna bot lane, maybe. I mean, I don't think it's going to come to fruition, but at this point, the Senna has been such an issue in every single game. We've seen nobody be able to put it down.
Yeah, like, look, you do have an awful lot of agency in all of your lanes as anyone's legend. You should still do well into mid lane as the Akali into the Renekton. Again, into the Camille, into the Gwen. You should do fairly decently in the first few levels, but it is going to come down to how you can be proactive, how you can actually make things happen around the map with this Xin Zhao, which is slowly creeping back up into the meta. We kind of lost it for a while, and now all of a sudden people are recognizing you need a strong early skirmishing jungler, kind of like season, 2022 spring. Xin Zhao is kind of your guy.
True that. The Venn diagrams were nuts, but we don't get that this time. Actually, I guess we do with the Hextech Ultimatum. It's not a circle, but it's semi-circle.
Hextech Ultimatum, Crescent Guard, the
Shroud,
Tempered Fate,
the Tempered Fate,
the Shroud. We could have multiple different.
The Crescent from the True Shot Barrage is a half circle, so you can kind of like go with that. No, but it is.
Combo it up.
The combos are going to be kind of nuts, but it's more so for anyone's legend. The way they're going to find kills is single target, focus one target, more than likely Wink or even Zika if they can get him on the side. But it will be that full in focus onto that one target, get them down, move on to the next. If they can't do that, that's where things get a little bit tricky for anyone's legend. They really need to find that one lockdown. Right?
Yeah, and again, look, we didn't really get to talk about.
He
wow.
just flashed?
Okay, Xiao Hao, but he's gonna be spotted. Is he? No, he's
No,
not.
he's
He
not.
didn't get spotted.
But look at this.
Yukai's already making a move right now, so they don't know exactly where it is. EDC's underneath the tower. Yukai's already ready for the dive. Zika gonna go straight towards him.
But
they
it's a
don't know the
3v2.
Renekton's here. They're gonna jump straight on top of him. ZDZ first blooded by the Renekton. IG called it. Xiao Hao doesn't have flash, but they're gonna get the TP out of him. They're gonna try and burst him down straight away. They will get him as well. And there's another TP coming back. That's ZDZ joining back into the fray, but you're no longer underneath the tower. Anyone's legend. They tried to go for the Giga Brain move, but it was just, so sad.
I gotta bring in a saying that we all know and love, and it's the best laid plans of mice and men right there. I mean, holy cow.
I mean, that is...
This is so rough. This is so rough for anyone's legend. Xiao Hao burned his flash for this to try to get a crazy backdoor gank here, but it was Yukai with the big brain. It was Shun with the big brain. Like, this is incredible stuff from IG early on.
Yeah, and again, it's just, Xiao Hao trying to, 5D chess out of this by flashing over, dodging the vision, saying, look, you're not going to be able to catch me out, but because of the movement from Yukai on this Renekton, having that early priority is going to just completely ruin that, and now both solo lanes that we talked about are going to have a much better... Oh, no. Cho, my boy.
Oh,
my boy.
Yeah,
It's not to be. Not to be.
That was a bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. At least you see the timings, okay? The timings. Chocho's looking for it, okay? I'll be your hype man, Chocho. Don't worry. I'll be your hype man, Ashin, because that's all I provide is hype. But we got priority game in the bottom lane right now for Wink and Shenliu, and I think right now we do have the early dragon spawning, but as we saw develop last game, that really wasn't a big focus for the teams. We do see that Shun is down bottom lane and has priority, so it could be that early focus, which would be lending into IG's hands, especially with this early lead they've gained. I mean, they're almost at 2,000.
Yeah, and it is, again, IG are going to have full priority now. They have mid push, they've bot push, resets are coming in here for anyone's legend, so the Dragon's going to go over to IG. They've got themselves a gold lead, they've got themselves the objective lead. They're even doing this at a time that's so early that anyone's legend can't even think about maybe trading back the Rift Herald. There's just nothing you can do in this particular situation. And if the game goes exactly like it did in game one, where like the advantages is our IG all the way up into, kind of like the mid to late game, there is no late game. That's the kicker. We always kind of, talk about how this Renekton does have a very massive fall off after, maybe 2 or 3 items. He doesn't have as much relevance, but we're going to see now Zika. Yeah, he's going to see if he can maybe try and get himself away. He's going to try and pop down the mist, but everyone's already in it, and it's a little bit of a tea party. So ZDZ picks up that kill. Good roam here from Chocho. Gets himself and his team back on the board.
I think that's the response you needed for anyone's legend, right? Especially towards ZDZ, trying to get a little bit of stability in the side lane right now, because as we have already stated, right, they are getting pushed in every single lane at this point, and I think it's good for anyone's legend to at least find something for them to work with in the top side.
Yeah. It's just It's a good roam. It's a good move there from anyone's legend. It could have been, running away from them a little bit, but that does obviously mean that they lose priority in the bot side. That gets pushed in. You get a nice early free reset here for Wink and Shinryu. So not going to be the worst thing in the world. And honestly, I'm going to be looking towards where this Renekton can go. Obviously, the big meme, Renekton's bad, Renekton's this, Renekton's that, whatever. He's not that bad, but he does have a very definitive power spike and where he's going to be the strongest. You can see right now Yukai with the dominance, looking to try and see if he's just maybe able to make something happen with the roaming Xiaohao and Chocho, but doesn't really have the position to make anything happen right now.
I think that's a big factor for IG early on right now, has been the movement and the momentum from Yukai on this Renekton in mid lane, which, I didn't actually expect to see. But I'm excited to see how much he's moved around, how much he's been active early on, because I think that's how Shun is going to help get the rest of the team going. If he does have this double up of pressure with him anytime he's going to for a play.
Yeah. It's just
what priority gets you. Ha ha ha.
That's what it is. But again, IG gonna be happy enough to try and maybe be a bit more aggressive here. Xiaohao gonna find that Shun is sitting here on top of him. Moonfall is available should he want to try and go full aggressive, and that's exactly what he's gonna do. There's the crescent guard. Yeah, they're both on their way as they try to look for this one here. Xiaohao, though, getting right in the perfect position to use the blast cone. Gets himself over the wall, and that's going to be Red Bull again. But they may look for another dive.
This is just constant pressure from IG. And ZDZ might be able to get out of here with a hook shot, but it's going to take a lot of...
He loses so much.
A lot of movement, a lot of vision from anyone's legend up here, and a lot of pressure to be dealt with.
Look at the wave. Look at the wave
so
he's losing
rough
right now. This is huge. It's so rough, and he can't get anywhere near it. He's not even gaining the experience of it. You can see him. He's trying his best, but as soon as he tries to walk forward, now he gets himself underneath the tower, but Needlework comes out. They might look to try and go for the full dive. Forge is here. Xiaohao didn't actually follow his jungler, or his top lane and mid lane, and the Hextech ultimatum comes out. Nobody has tanked just yet, though, and Forge is in trouble. Perfectly executed dive by IG, and this is why you can pick the Renekton.
Anyone's legend are going to be questioning the use of running with scissors there. Zika is 3-1 now. This is terrifying for anyone's legend. It's something that IG can completely play off now. They literally can dominate the map through this lead they've gotten on Zika.
And again, good movements here from IG. We're seeing the power they have with the priority. They force Xiaohao off of this. You can see him. He's nowhere near this place. So by the time he actually tries to make something happen, it's already too little too late.
Yeah, it really is. And I just think that the tower aggro here, Yukai getting out at the last second, getting the healing there and living at the end. And even if the tower damage doing a lot right now, especially with the updates, it still is manageable if you can approach it right. And that's one thing I've loved about the LPL is we have still seen, with all the crazy changes, we've still seen the aggression. We've still seen the dives happening. We've still seen the early pathing, especially in this series, as we see ZDZ and Shun going at it.
Oh, he has a flash available to him. Hookshot should be coming in very soon. Ooh, it was close. But no cigar here for the side of IG. However, they will get the flash and the hookshot out of ZDZ. He cannot contest this Rift Herald anymore. And we're starting to see IG just pull the gears a little bit more, starting to push them a little bit further and forward. 100% kill participation from the solo laners. They have been just bullying ZDZ out, who's 35 CS down.
Yeah, that's just so rough. That's the thing here, is we were talking about both teams opting into the side lane focus last game. It working out for anyone's legend. Here they go with the Camille option. They look for that to be a strength that they can play off of, right, and utilize that to pull apart IG. But at this point, you're not going to have that for a long time. And so for anyone's legend or these fights, you're going to have to start grouping up. You're going to have to be in position first. And as we see Dragon spawning here, they're trying to get vision down. They're trying to get some sort of control down here for themselves.
We'll see what they want to go for right now. As you can see now,
collapsing mid.
Legend. They're collapsing for it, but Wink dodges out. They do get hit by the wind becomes lightning. The flash comes in. He flashes back in. Crescent guard to knock Yukai back, and they will cake down Wink. But it's not without its trades. It will be a 2-for-1 as the perfect execution comes back. Forge goes off to the left and will not be hit by the Needleworks as he goes down. Betty, though, without a flash and without an arcane shift for another 10 seconds, he has nowhere to go, and he's going to get devoured up, eaten out, dawning shadow. Wink picks up that kill, 2-for-2.
Oh my goodness. goodness. It is a back and forth tussle here in this one. But the thing I want to point out for anyone's legend is they were opting into that style we wanted to see from them. They have direct focus when they come into team fights. They knew they needed to get winked there, and they do just that. We'll get a replay of that one and how it all started off. But you can see they know who they need to focus, and they go all in to try to do so. Even if it does put them out a little bit in the rain, I think the biggest thing here is that they are finding these kills. They are finding that kind of progression in decision-making within the game.
And again, they try to make something for anyone's legend. I like the proactivity, but they just have commit a little bit too much to it. So does it unfortunately lead out to be a wholly positive experience as they drop down Rift Herald as well into mid. That gives you priority over the Dragons. So IG still in the driver's seat, still about 3,500 gold, 2 Dragons ahead now, and they're still on perfect course to continue this win.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be some early game focus here for IG. They still have such lead, even if it's been this tight fight back and forth and you're getting kills going over to anyone's legend. It's been the map control that's really worked out for them. It's also been the dragon in the cards here, Ocean Dragon Soul, coming onto the Rift here. Even more focus put onto the objective control that anyone's legend hasn't been able to get.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. It's the control that you mentioned there. That's just a big moment here for IG, and we've seen it. Zika, my boy. It's not how it works, buddy. It always feels so bad when that happens. It always just a moment of just like, ugh. Now I'm annoyed at myself. But come back into the game. 2 Dragons to the side of IG, and again, anyone's legend. They find themselves on the back foot. That's similar to game 1. Not as much, I will say, but actually, I'd actually argue it's actually more of a gold lead in favor of IG than it was in game 1. Just a couple more kills to anyone's legend because you don't get to see the gold lead in games.
Yeah, exactly. We are spotted out just barely there by the ward in the mid lane. I was gonna say Shun was trying to set something up in mid lane. That's something we haven't seen the last little bit. Has been the connection of Shun and Yuakai, which we saw be such a pressure point for IG earlier on.
Well, we might see Yuakai and Zika showing their pressure points right now. And ZDZ, he needs to just run away. He cannot stay here. He's going to lose so much CS, so much experience. And yeah, anyone's legend, you have to commit 4 people to this. You cannot let this just continue to happen because he's already 40 CS down. He's losing so much experience.
He is. I think that's something we have to keep an eye on because, as we said, right, they drafted this to be a strength in the side lane, but now we're seeing so much pressure from IG that they can't really respond to any of that. They didn't even get the tower. Oh my goodness, they were so close. But now you see all these pings going towards bot lane and towards Betty, who has just been farming up his own, gets a second plate.
Yeah, gets a second plate for himself. Solo plate as well. Ezreal will be scaling up nicely. Should be able to go back fairly soon and pick up his Essence Reaver, probably just before this dragon fight. And again, you're in a situation as anyone's legend. You kind of need to fight at this next objective. You need to make sure that this does not go to Soul Point because an Ocean Soul, again, for this team, for a Renekton, a Tahm Kench, a Senna, it just becomes intangible. You cannot deal with it.
I think that's the intangibles that, like, you need to start looking for AL and try to find something in this game because you've drafted this composition that has that high damage, right? We've seen that in that team fight. That's how they got their 4 kills, right? Like, you're seeing some of the possibilities here, but you're also relying on a lot of scaling. You're relying on a lot of late game, especially looking at ZDZ now. Like, he is not going to be a functional side laner until way later in the game, and it's getting to that point where we've seen in other games where it's like, all right, it's starting to get a little harder to attack this composition. We're getting the Senna to come online now. We've seen that be such a crucial pivoting point for the teams that have had the Senna in this series so far, which has been one apiece up until now.
Yeah. I mean, Senna's had a 100% pick rate so far. It's been just so instrumental. Having that Dawning Shadow, the global ultimate, and you can see just how much it can just change around a fight. The extra shielding and healing, of course, it does do a little bit of damage as well. So for IG, they're sitting pretty. Minute 45 until Dragon spawns. They've just taken down top turret. They're going to have pressure on this mid lane as well. So Yuakai is going to probably want to try and push this in, go back, get himself up to maybe his second half item or something like that. So again, it's all on anyone's legend. They need to be the ones that kind of cover their lanes, cover their bases to make sure that they're not the ones getting collapsed upon.
I think the collapse is something that both can look at, but yeah, again, it's something you really have to continue to watch out for, I think. And it's been interesting to see how left alone Betty is down in this bottom lane, and when that starts to come up to something, right, you're still looking at the Sheen with just the mirror mana coming up at about 100 stacks of mana, and I think that's going to be a while for anyone's legend. Again, waiting waiting has been the story for anyone's legend at this point. And IG, they've slowed down a little bit, I will say. But I think you're going to start seeing that pick up in pressure now that you're getting level 11s. You're starting to get the item completions. You're starting to get a lot of strength for IG and a lot of pressure around the map.
Now pressure on the map, they pick up the Rift Herald. That's going to give them pressure towards this mid. That's going to open up more opportunities for them to be able to pressure towards this dragon. And you can see already, anyone's legend, they're saying, look, we need to fight at this dragon. They put down a literal row of vision on this bot side around the red buff and the back of the Krugs. But they honestly don't even need to use the Rift Herald just yet. They just have to take the turret in mid lane, rotate themselves down. And again, this is where the game starts to get a little bit scary for anyone's legend. You're falling behind the proverbial curve of power, and you need to get that reset from Ezreal now.
Yeah, which I don't know if that time is going to come exactly when you need it. A little bit late behind the trigger here, and IG could just burn it. But look, they can also look to pressure AL, who could have been moving down this way. They see that there's no vision. There's really no way for AL to approach this at all. Yes, AL are going toward mid lane, but the dragon's already gone. This will be sole point and even more pressure on the map because now IG have so many decisions that go in their favor in the next couple minutes, right? Yes, it's way too early to look at Baron, but when the next dragon comes up, you can look for those cross-map plays. You can look for the turret plate plays, or not turret plays, turret plays, and trying to get a little bit more ahead in that fashion. I think when you're looking at decision-making here, IG are absolutely in control.
Oh, Betty. He's going to go. Actually,
Yeah,
Shimmy is a little bit by himself
I see a lot of red bars
He's
here.
actually not Betty. Gonna go try and fully commit on top of this one here. Shinliu does not pop the grey health, and actually it was a little bit of a combo ambulance, but not for me. Now Xiaohao flashes over the back end of this. Forge taking a lot of damage from the dominance, but as is Yukai, there's the Tempered Fate coming in. Yukai flashes away, trying to see if he can catch out DDZ, who goes in with the Hextech Ultimatum, and it's anyone's legend who are turning this one around. Really weird overextension coming out here from the side of IG as Shinliu just decides to go on a solo mission.
Yeah, I don't know what the communication was like right there. I mean, I'm sure they were calling for the TP. I'm sure they were calling for the collapse, but they got collapsed on. Maybe the theme of the game at this point is collapses, but you see him there, and there's 4 red bars surrounding you, and your TP didn't get started until they're on top of you. It gets a little bit more difficult. We'll see how it all panned out, or at least started out here.
Yeah, I guess they just didn't know where everybody was. Yeah,
Yeah,
straight up. They just had
didn't.
no idea where anyone's legend was. They thought this was a solo Betty, and sadly for them, it's not. And they lose so much because they overcommit to trying to save the play. They end up losing so much after it.
I think that, gosh, that's so unfortunate because you can see where the play, like, the initiation was. I don't know if the whole play was planned out there, but you could see what they were looking for. And it turns out AL, right place, right time. Betty himself, right place, right time, getting even more gold and playing to their win condition of wait until the game gets good.
And again, that brings the gold lead. It was about 4.5, now down to about 2.5. So they've already made up about a 2,000 gold lead because of that play. They picked up top tower tier 1 as well. It will be traded now finally for bot lane tier 1. So you can see already Zika is pretty damn big on this Gwen. Already got himself a Zonya's Hourglass and almost towards a Nashor's Tooth as well. So alongside that Riftmaker, he's going to be absolutely insane. We will see the Rift Herald being dropped into the mid lane. Curious to see if it will get a charge off. Xiaohao, Chocho, and Betty are all here, and they have the Tempered Fate. They really do want to try and save this. Yep, there it is.
Hey, we said it the last time, and the reason why. This is it. This is the moment. It's the big moment on stage for Chocho. But in all actuality, it's just a little minute moment, but it's a big differential for anyone's legend. Not getting that much damage on that middle tower gives you that place to stand on, especially when you're coming up to these objectives that are going to mean so much, right? Like, I know dragon conversations go either which way, up, down, sideways, diagonal, but an Ocean Soul at this point with this kind of lead for IG would be absolutely monstrous.
Well, yeah, it would be huge, and they've got about just under 2 minutes to figure it out. So, you know, still waiting on a lot of flashes to come available. Not going to have it on Yukai. Probably won't have it on Shun. Maybe it's a little bit close to the marker, but that's where this game is going to be won and lost. You've got to feel like if anyone's legend can take that dragon, stop the stacking, and kind of stop that early win condition coming out here for the side of IG, you don't have a huge amount of damage. Again, we talked about the Renekton. He's on probably as powerful as he's ever going to be in this game. The Akali will continue to scale. The Ezreal will continue to get bigger and badder, and it's going to be a lot harder for the side of IG to close out this game if they don't get this soul.
Yeah, exactly. It's come down to this, right? But they also just don't have vision. They don't have control that way. And you're going to see them try to work into it, right? They have a lot of vision in their blue side, but it's about getting the forward vision. It's about making sure you can get the setup for yourself in this kind of position. They have TPs available. We were putting a huge spotlight on that earlier, 3 apiece on each side, but there is a small window here, not for very much longer, but you can try to find something, at least with ZDZ in the side lane, while the setup is here.
Yeah, for Chocho, flash away. They don't land the Moonfall. That's a big engage gone now for the side of IG, but they know that there's only 4v5. They get the Tempered Fate to buy time as Forge comes in on the backside of this. Does not land the Shuriken flip. They will take out the Gwen.
Win this.
You can see now the Renekton trying to do something as much as they possibly can, but he just can't get the damage down. AL turning it right the way around. And you can see already with the Shuriken flips and the 5-point strikes, Forge easily enough taking down Shin Liu, and this game is turned on its head.
That's incredible. The flank from Forge, the patience. We'll have to see a replay of that one, but it was all set up from the beginning. Betty hits the True Shot Barrage onto Wink. About half his health goes down. Yes, you have a healing, but it's incredible. Now they're doing the Baron as well. I mean, they could just get everything at this point to turn it around.
Yeah, again, this is the problem you have with the Renekton. Yes, you get those early dives. Yes, it becomes a good snowball factor. But when you get to this point in the game where you have got 2 items on your Ezreal, where you are looking at 2 items onto the Akali, and now a Baron, I will say you went for the Baron, but that is going to be the Ocean Soul going over to the side of IG. Kind of maybe went for a little bit too much. Anyone's like, they're trying to quickly commit to this one here. Forge is there. He will get stunned up just a little bit. You have no jungler. You have no jungler. Sean wasn't there. They get their cake and they have to eat it. Forge now just trying to rampage on this backside. The 5-point strike's going to be good. ZDZ will eventually fall, but so does the Gwen. They're going to come in with Chocho. Forge is still going strong. That's a triple kill for Forge on this Akali. Chocho got the Tempered Fate. Chocho will pick up that kill, but that is anyone's legend now in complete control of this game.
By golly! Oh my god, they're actually going to take a lead on red side in this series. They take the dragon. They prevent the scaling from IG. This is a complete turnaround right now. 2 minutes still on the Baron. We finally get the replay. And oh my god, again, watch the patience here by anyone's legend. The setup onto Wink. He's already half health. The Tempered Fate comes in. Everything is set up for Forge on the side, but it's the frontline fight. The damage that is coming out from anyone's legend is intense.
I mean, I guess great kills here, and it looks like anyone's legend maybe missed a trick, but IG getting so desperate after the Baron call to try and take themselves the dragon that it just ends up going from bad to worse. And now you're looking at a 2,500 gold lead for anyone's legend. They've got themselves their first dragon. You have a 10-stack Medjai's Soul Stealer onto Forge on this Akali after that triple kill. This is just honestly such an unfortunate situation, but I don't think all the scaling in the world from the Senate is going to help you right now because you're on a timer. This Akali is going to get bigger and badder, and it's going to be harder to deal with.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult, especially with the way that Forge is playing. I mean, this guy is just hunting. And I think when you look at now the position that anyone's legendary in where they can force their hand, they have a very scary hand to force. We talked a lot about their target selection, their position they can use in fights to single targets out. And with the advantage they have now, they can do just that willingly.
I mean, they can choose wherever they want to go. There's no lane they have to fear. There is no person they need to be afraid of. And this is a very unfortunate situation for IG. They had the early advantages. They got the snowball started with the Renekton, and a Tempered Fate is fantastic on the Shin Liu and Wink, and they know exactly who the carry is. It is onto that Senna, who immediately has to get devoured, but they're still pushing. They do have Baron up for another 10 or so seconds. They should get another wave. They should be able to get this tower.
They should, and a lot of siege pressure here by this crew, and also a lot of setup pressure off of the tower, right? Chocho can land a decent double stun. That'll be a huge start to the fight here if they want to go ahead and call in the cavalry. They're going to go for this inhib, though, too.
Yeah, it's going to be a little harder for them to get it now. They don't have the Baron buff. It would be difficult for them to really solidify this, but then I suppose anyone's legend, they're not really going to be afraid of anyone on IG. IG don't have a way of starting off this fight, really, unless Shun gets in with a flash ultimate, which he doesn't have at the moment. He has the ult, but not the flash. It's just nigh impossible.
Yep, the inhib does eventually fall, even though slowly. It means that IG will have another pain point to deal with at this point, which feels like the game was going so well in their hands, right? They had Soul Point stacked up decently early for themselves. They were in an advantageous position, but then they take one fight that just goes terribly. They lose the dragon afterwards, and it's just a snowball from AL that is a terrifying thing to watch, right? Like, you have the Maw completed now for Xiaohao. A lot of strength there. He's going to have a stopwatch as well. There's a lot of playmaking potential on anyone's Legend right now, and they're firing on all cylinders.
Again, it's similar to game 2 for IG, where you're looking at the stakes from anyone's Legend. You're looking for isolated pickoffs where Yukai could be relevant, because this Renekton is just not going to have the damage to kill off Forge. He's not going to have the presence to stop anyone. And speaking of which, they're going to say, right, cool, we know we can send Forge down here. He's a level ahead. They can make it work. There is no stun there for Yukai for a second, but Forge is just going to use this time to say, look, I can clear out this wave. There's nothing you can do about it.
There is not. He has also hit that level 16 mark. Still waiting to put some more chapters in the book, I would say, if you want to keep looking for that stacking aspect for anyone's Legend. But it's the roaming death squad at this point between Benny, Xiaohao, and Chocho. They have such good pick potential. They're just waiting for this dragon to spawn, but the setup again is so crucial for anyone's Legend when they come into this fight, right? And they are getting the backs off now. They will have TPs available if they want to try to play some side lane pressure. They try to go for the pick here, though.
I mean, they 100% can. They want to end the game right here, right now. The Cosmic Binding lands after the Tempered Fate. You can see them going in, though, trying to make this one work on the side of IG. The Moonfall is good, but it's not good enough. And that's just too much damage. Zika trying his very best, and he's still doing some decent damage here. Yukai win alongside him, will get a kill here and a bit of a reset. They will be able to try and maybe get a Call of the Meek off of it, but it's just not enough. You waited too long. The scaling has come in for anyone's Legend, and they take themselves a 5-for-1 trade.
Yeehaw! Anyone's Legend coming out clutch, getting the first win on red side of this series, beating the Senna for the first time in this series with the Ezreal that we didn't have faith in. It is the Forge show, the Akali coming in clutch. Anyone's Legend pulling out an incredible 2-1 victory over Invictus Gaming.
Huge win for anyone's Legend, brings them up to 3-2 in the standings, moves IG down.
Look at those smiles.
You see as well.
Look at those smiles.
Yeah, they knew how important this was. Again, you only play against every single team in the league once, so this is huge. It gives you the head-to-head, and it's against someone who would also be playing for playoffs.
Yep, exactly that, and every moment counts. This team has been so exciting to watch, and yes, it's disappointment for IG. It absolutely is a series they definitely could have won, especially in that last game. They had so much control, but it just was an avalanche from anyone's Legend, that they played it so beautifully.
Yeah, they really did. And honestly, IG had everything going for them. You picked the Renekton to get those early dives. They did just that. Sadly for them, it just didn't really work out. They had the early dragon stacking, but it just went a little bit too. They gave away a couple of big moments over to the side of anyone's Legend, who gave them gold, gave them items, and at that point it was kind of like, okay, well, you don't really have a great engage, and they gave it a good shot at the end, but at the end of it all, anyone's Legend still 3-2. That's a huge start to the season for them. They're already 1/3 of the way there.
And I want to check back into the conversation about, the diamond and the rough. How are these two teams looking? It's still up in the air for me at this point. Like, both teams just had such high highs and such low lows. We got a bit of both of it. And last game, I think it's crazy that we had such one-sided games. The 0-kill game in the first one for anyone's Legend, the comeback victory in game 2, and then in game 3, we had the start-off victory for IG, and then halfway through, it just flipped sides.
Yeah, honestly, it just felt like both teams showed how good they can be. They also showed how bad they can be as well. But yep, oh god, I can feel a sneeze somewhere there.
Don't do it.
Mute in a second to go. No, I have to sneeze, but maybe I don't. I don't know. I'll figure it out in a second. But maybe I have control over my body functions. But yeah,
Wait,
again, great win for anyone's Legends, and it was tough. I think after game 1, you would definitely give them a lot more kudos to say how good they actually bounced back in that one. And game 3 was a lot closer for them as well. So I think they learned about how the setup works. They did not allow it to just get scaling, and they did take that big fight around the 3rd dragon, or even the 4th dragon, like I wanted them to. So the proactivity was much better there.
All I'm saying, Oshin, there was one mistake in that game. You want to know what it was?
If it's the hat, I swear to God.
They didn't pick High
My
Noon
Lord.
Senna. That was the problem.
That's honestly that
That
might
was
have
the
been
problem.
That
It
might
was
have
the
been
skin.
It.
It was the skin. No.
Yeah, I don't even remember what skin they actually picked. I tend
was-
to not look at any of the skins.
Wait, why not? It's like the best
I
part
don't-
of
I-
casting League of Legends.
What are you talking about? The best part's the big plays.
It
I
is the
don't
big
care
plays.
about
It is the
skins.
big play. I was trying to. I was trying to enhance my color brain here a little bit, but I couldn't do it. We do see the stats here though, and
Not with me.
100%
100%.
KP for Zika. I think that's incredible. But the entire team there for anyone's legend just really showing out, right? Like in every situation, you look at Betty, 16 KDA. Those stats are feeling really good for an ADC who has really found himself in the last 6 months.
Yeah, really has. And honestly, this Anyone's Legend lineup has just become a little bit of a force of nature. They've really kind of come together and made this, iteration of their roster work. Like you think of like some of the matches they've already played. Of course, they got a 2-1 off of today. They've already beaten the likes of RA 2-0. They lost to LNG, but winning against BLG. This is where, kind of we start to see this team start to pick up some big wins. Yes, they lost 2-0 to LGD. That's unfortunate, but at the same time, being able to bounce back from that and take a 2-1 today is huge for them.
It absolutely is. I think being able to see like the way that they come back into this, like the rest of the season, and especially looking forward for both these teams, it's a little bit of a different track record, and it's a different look forward for them because I think IG still have a lot to prove in their own right in the way that they want to play, trying to find the angle, I guess, that works for them because we saw a little bit of it all over the place this time around. And for anyone's legend as well, still trying to find that stability because I think you saw a lot of the holes that can be put into the ship of anyone's legend.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Anyone's Legends are by far anything but a perfect team. I think this is something that you need to obviously look at. There's going to be a lot of mistakes. Again, game one was a near perfect victory for IG. They let up one Rift Herald.
Yeah.
That was it. That was the only positive objective they got on the side of Anyone's Legends. So a lot to bring out and a lot to kind of talk about as well. And I do like that they weren't afraid of the Senna. I was personally afraid of it. I felt like they should have banned it, but they weren't afraid of it. They weren't afraid of what they could bring into it. And honestly, it came down to just having that extra execution, value on the side of Anyone's Legend that just gave them the win today.
Yeah, and we didn't need anything too crazy spicy, right? When we were coming to this one, I was wondering if we were to get the Nocturnes, get something, anything different, right? We saw a lot of volatility in the top lane, but it was because of the side lane matchups. We got the Jax versus Camille, the Camille coming out multiple times. I think as you see the meta continue to develop in the LPL, teams like this will struggle to find some of their footing in a lot of the picks that they do try to bring out. But when you see a team like IG who are willing to pick so many different pick strats, so many different styles, you still have hope that they can hone that in as the season goes longer. And I think for anyone's legend, they do have a little bit more of a structured pick style that they go for, but still with a lot of variety in their own right. So both these teams still try to find each other out and try to find themselves out.
Yeah, it's sad for IG because even in their losses, you think about like the game against Weibo went 2-1, they lost. They went 2-0 against IG or Top Esports or 0-2, I should say. But even like EDG 1-2, like a lot of 3-game series, and that can be affecting your mental as well.
Yeah.
You're coming so close yet so far, and it does feel like 1-4. It's a lot of work to do, but I always remind people of the start of summer 2021,
Exactly.
where RNG went 1-5 right at the start of the split. Everyone was kind of writing them off, but they were able to bounce back. They were able to move towards a new patch and move towards a new meta a little bit stronger. So I don't know if that's exactly what's going to happen with IG, but at the bare minimum, they're going to have a couple more games, at least
A couple.
11 more.
I was gonna
before we
say,
start
and,
to,
if you don't know, now you know. The LPL is a very long season there, Rashid.
Yeah, well, we do have our MVP. I didn't quite catch who it
was.
So we're gonna
Chocho.
ask our Chocho MVP on this
GGEZ.
bar coming up for this one. Yeah, it was a fantastic bar game for him. 2-0 and 14. Those tempered fates were fantastic at catching at that time.
I think the catch-outs were the big thing for me as well, and like looking for those different, even if they didn't always land correctly, right? It's still about looking and forcing the pressure, forcing the flashes, and also the follow-up stuns, the ability to keep that pressure up for anyone's legend once they did find advantage. That's what was the difference maker.
Yeah, and again, this is after they, 2-0 to IG. They just gotten solo kills in the top lane and in the mid lane. Of course, it was obviously on the top lane dive, but just having the mindset to go say, hey, look, if I get the magical journey off, if I roam around with Xiaohao, I can make this a difference. And Sean,
Yeah.
I didn't actually notice that on the backside. He flashes into the wall, hits his moonfall, and has absolutely no relevance
Yeah.
on this fight.
Yeah, it's a bit
That's
rough.
rough.
It is a bit rough, but you still see the setup here. And honestly, it was interesting to watch IG's willingness to opt into these fights, right? Even if they were at such a deficit, I still think they looked better and they worked better when they were looking for the side lane picks, when they were using Yukai early on, right, to get those side lane pressures and get those dives. But then they stopped really being proactive after they had found that early advantage, and that's what gave anyone's legend the moment to breathe and the moment to come back into it.
Yeah, I hope, IG do learn from this. I think they looked exceptional in game one. I think that no one's going to deny that from them. And I think anyone's legend were just the better team on the day. But we'll see what they're able to do. They've got a couple of big games coming up. They want to try and survive, to redeem this season. But we'll talk about that at the next IG series. For now, we're going to send it to a break. And when we return, we'll have our second series of the day, EDG versus BLG. Keeps his flash, but for how much longer? As Doonby's coming in, and he will charge up into the top side. He's looking for the gangplank, and he will not be able to find him. Yes, he will. He flashes forward and picks up the kill.
You got the flanks, you got a little bit of damage. Yeah, G very, very low. He goes golden, he gets faded a little bit. The cannon, oh my god, the barrels! The barrels! Dream is taking him out, V5. Okay, Assam at least gets the Baron here. Fearness goes down. Assam's gonna go down as well. Can't even pick up Rich.
And that's got to be the next play here. As you can see, all of a sudden, Anyone's Legend on equal footing, pushing forward here, making sure that the side of them go in as they try and catch him out. Fate's Call is going to be used straight away. They're going to try and re-engage here on top of Iwandi, and with the barrels coming down and with the cannon barrage, you can see how difficult it is. That's a great hostile takeover, but look at Light. He's absolutely shredding through these players as Anyone's Legend just cannot deal with this Aphelios. As I say that, you can see Xiaohao trying to come back on top of it, but it is an ace, and finally LNG will find their fight.
Shiliu with the dredge line. It's into a wall and over they go. LDBX forcing out his flash. Culling as well, but the dunk down. Yue Kai once again. The rookie vibes are there, but Care's in the middle with a demonic ascension. The flare fires through and Care is on a steamroll, but he has to escape now as Shun can't close the gap. IG still in control of this one as Counter-Strike. Flash down. Dredge line again.
EDG, they desperately want to fight for this one. Okay, are we actually just going to flip this one? The answer is yes, and JJ finds this fight for himself. Walks away with a little bit of HP, but that charm. Again, Gaga with these charms, and Kanavi once more on the fight as well. EDG being corralled here, 4 men strong, but they're outnumbered, and another charm lands. Barrels come through from 369, but JJ trying to answer his one. Is a triple kill, comes for 369. Flandre goes down for the quadra kill, and 369 charging JJ down. He wants himself the Penta, and Mystic's there to give him the movement speed. The blast code ain't enough, and 369's rolling only 9s today.
Na 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 we got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, We'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all. That's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah.
EDG 对线的话，就是偏稳定，然后就是有任何资源，他们都会往那边去倾斜嘛。就是在对线应该不会打得特别凶。我们注意的话，就是也是确保我们对线稳定，然后跟着他们去打资源团。
Stable laning is the name of the game. They need to pay attention to what EDG are doing. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We're bringing you EDG versus BLG. BLG, they are having a rough one right now. They are not sitting at all impressed with their start right now. 1-3 in the standings, and they're trying out new things, but new mid, same problem as well.
I think that's the biggest thing to highlight, right? Either be it Fofo, either be it Icon. It's BLG still having issues to bring it all together, and especially when we look back at their series against top esports, you'll see a lot of the give and take that this BLG roster can really bring to the table, and I think that it's sad to some extent. I'm just gonna come out and say it because you don't get to see these players thriving in this environment.
Exactly. Normally, it's these are, you know, a team is greater than the sum of their parts. We say that maybe with anyone's legend, but this is a team that is less than the sum of their parts. And you can even see here, Bin walking into the vision, no real reason for him to go for that ward or to be anywhere near that. He's absolutely no control. And this is another reason why we have a lot of issues with BLG is that they've got package, they've got an opportunity to make something happen, and they trade a tier 1 tower in top for a tier 2 in bot. There's nothing really going on. The biggest issue I feel like for BLG is how they approach the game, how they approach fights, and they're just not. They're just very inactive after the first 10-15 minutes of the game.
Yeah, you can't have that, right? Like, you absolutely have to be, especially in the meta that we have and the way that different teams approach it. Like, you need to have your win conditions, you need to play towards those. I think BLG gets lost a lot of the times of what they want to find in games, what they want to do in the exact moments, right? The decision making seems to be a bit of an issue in terms of what they want to go for.
Yeah, and even here, you can kind of see their go for an engage at the start, don't really get it off. They kind of start to drag and kind of don't. And then it just leads to top esports saying, okay, cool. If you're not going to fully commit to something, then we're going to fully commit to you. And that's where the big issue ends up happening for the side of BLG. A lot to be desired in terms of how to fix these issues and how to make sure that they don't end up being in the same hole they used to be in.
Yeah, I think it's the hole that you don't want to keep on digging. Remember we said earlier, if you're digging a hole and you don't want to be digging a hole, you got to stop digging a hole. But then you look across the table at EDG, you know, defending world champions. No, not too bad, but it's one man in particular we want to put a little spotlight on. It's the Ash Ketchum of the LPL. It's Monsieur Viper.
Yeah, Viper is the Ash Ketchum of the LPL because he wants to be the very best like no one ever was. And he proves that he can be. But sometimes his Pokemon let him down. His supporting staff don't actually rally beside him, you know? Like, he doesn't know the typing advantages. He hasn't been keeping up with the latest generations of Pokemon. He gets hit by a random thing, like a Quagsire that's like ground water and it absorbs water attacks and it's dumb. But anyway, and you can see here that like this is Viper just popping off.
He's
this
Pikachu.
Is why we consider him. Yeah, he is Pikachu in this particular one. He is just so big on this Zeri, and time again we've seen that why we consider him the best AD carry in the world, because regardless of how his team is performing, he performs like this.
Yeah, I doubt he'll get the Zeri today, but I would like to see the pop-offs continue for Viper. I think it's been absolutely crucial to EDG's success when they have found success, and it's always leading to this bottom lane. And it's about finding the resources there and making sure other parts of the map don't fall behind.
Yeah, and again, this is about EDG coming together. The funny thing is, I was actually talking to Lyric, funny enough, about this series before we came into
Did he
this.
have
We don't
PAL?
feel like EDG are playing. Yeah, well, he had a little bit of internet at that point, but we were discussing it just very briefly, and it was about how EDG aren't actually performing that differently or playing that differently to how they did when they won the World Championship last year. It's just the meta has shifted so heavily that they need just to try and make some adjustments to smooth those edges. And someone who I really need to step up is going to be in that bot side, and we're going to have Mako versus Crisp. This is an old school top 3 LPL support matchup, and these guys are going to be pivotal to their AD carries. They need to make sure they're the ones giving themselves the big advantages.
Yeah, we saw support be so monumental in that last series, but when you're looking at this head-to-head, it's another step up, right? It's a whole different ball game. It's Crisp versus Mako. It's 2 legendary supports in the LPL, and I think this one is going to be so important because, first of all, BLG have been struggling, right? And Crisp has to be a leader, has to be an engager, has to be somebody who finds advantages, albeit slight, for BLG and making sure that Doggo can find a lead. Because across, again, it is literally EDG. It is the world champions. It is Viper. It is Mako. It is this legendary duo bot lane that will trounce you. And that's what I'm scared of for BLG.
Yeah, honestly, it feels like, you know, they talked about stable laning, we talked about all the different things, but it is come down to BLG need to get their stuff together. They need to get themselves sorted because at the moment they are looking mighty shaky. And we're going to jump straight into picks and bans. LeBlanc, Fiora, Gwen, the Zeri that you mentioned that we probably will never see for Viper again, also banned away.
Yeah, I think you'll see similar bans throughout the LPL. I like to see the Gwen that we didn't actually see banned that much, or at least we got to see it come through in the last game of last series, but I would expect it to continue to be on the ban table. The Vlad actually comes in as well for BLG as their final ban.
That one's a curious one. The Vladimir has definitely been more of a pocket pick towards EDG. They favored it to be a little bit of a counter into certain matchups, so I like the respect that BLG are giving them to them right now, but with all the different options available to you, so the Kalista, the Lucian, the Senna, so many ways of getting this bot lane, the jungle becomes the priority, and when the Wukong is down, you got to go towards the next best thing.
Yep, it's either going to be the Lee Sens or the Viegos, those kinds of things, and this time will be the Viego for JJ, but we'll see what BLG want to focus in their first phase of picks here. Usually see maybe the support and ADC pickups here, a little bit more focus on that, especially since we've seen some bans that way, but it is the Kalista, so aggression, the name of the game for BLG's bot lane.
Yeah, the Kalista, Renata here, just a great combination in the bot side, gives you that early pressure, but also stops any kind of dive potential should you want to go for it. EDG might try and respond with a Lucian Nami, but it is something that has seen a decent kind of counter to, but it would put the priority of EDG down towards that bot side, which we want them to do. Viper is still a monster for this EDG lineup and can still do miraculous miracles with any pick you give him.
I like the miraculous miracles. I don't know. Either way, it's still going to be something to be scared of, right? But there still are some serious power bottom lanes to have here, as we saw the hover of the Lucian Nami can still work out, temper some of that aggression that BLG will be going for, but it's the solo lane focus for EDG as they double lock in the GP and Azir. They say, come at us, bros.
I actually love this from EDG because at the end of the day, they're recognizing, look, if we don't get the Nami and the Lucian, we can maybe go with the Ezreal Karma, we can go with the Senna Tam Kench, Senna Seraphine. We have so many options available to us. We don't need to immediately lock this in. But what it does do is it forces BLG to say, hey, you either want a good mid lane matchup, a good jungle matchup, or a good top lane matchup. You will not get at least 2 of those matchups now because we're going to have 2 extra bans to throw into that. And you would imagine BLG are going to see Weiwei's pool kind of whittled down a little bit, give the Viego a lot more agency, or potentially they try and just get Flandre up and running and say, Bin, you're not getting the Camille and you're not getting something like the Jax.
Yeah, and for this ban phase for BLG, I think it's super important to continue to focus that bottom lane a little bit more. Look for those supports against Mako, maybe even the ADCs for Viper. I think there's too many options to ban out all of them, though. You only have 2 in the second phase, but the Senna is a great one to start off with.
See where else they want to go for. I would love to see EDG maybe give something towards Flandre. I think Flandre has definitely been one of the underperformers for EDG. They're still 3-1 in the regular season, so they're not doing terribly, but it hasn't been the most ultra convincing wins from the reigning world champions. But no, they're going to go towards those jungle bans. And again, Xin Zhao creeping back into the meta, coming back into something that will just have a better skirmishing time against something like a Viego if left unchecked.
Yeah, and you obviously see the focus sure EDG want to dwindle that champion pool for Weiwei even more so. But this is where BLG can put a little bit more focus into the support pool. But no, they go with the Ezreal. So they're going with the Viper side of the matchups, at least in terms of the synergies that EDG are looking to find.
I mean, it's smart, right?
I would
It's
say
gotta
so.
be
Maybe he's pretty darn good.
He's all right. He's a pretty decent AD carry. But again, they
He's
still have
Ash
the
Ketchum.
Lucian Nami, which he is. He wants to be the best like no one ever was. But BLG, they have left open the Lucian Nami. So they're basically saying to the side of EDG, saying, look, we could only ban 2 of the 3 options. We decided to go with the Senna and the Ezreal. And we're going to basically call you out and say that the Lucian Nami, yes, is very powerful, but we are able to deal with it with the Renata and the Callista. Now, though, you got to try and get something for Weiwei to give him a little bit of a look in here in the jungle, because there's not many matchups that he can take into the Viego that would actually be able to kind of, deal with him, especially pre-6.
Yeah, I do wonder. I mean, obviously things that he's played before, the Wukongs, the Kazakhs, those kinds of things as well. The Gnar actually comes through for BLG, so they're saving jungle pick for the last pick here, which is not a commonality.
Not very common, but I suppose you already know what the solo lanes are. You already know that you're going to be going into a Gangplank and an Azir, so no real reason to hide your top lane pick at this point if you really want to try and maybe...
What goes better with Viper
set up.
than 200 years?
I mean, he literally has a skin for it, so they could go Aphelios Yumi here. They could just full on
do it.
They could full on get in the cut, but I think the Nautilus is a little bit better. You want that extra bit of engage. It's something that you're lacking at the moment on your squad. Yes, you have the Cannon Barrage, but that's just more to kind of set up something a little bit bigger, and the Nautilus is just that.
The lockdown for the Callista is what's important as well. Just making sure that you can lock them down, get the damage down, and ensure that you're not going to see the crazy dip diving and dodging that Doggo's gonna want to do. So the Nautilus, huge pickup for Mako, really will be leading the engages, leading the charge. This is one pick that was left open here. I feel like that Weiwei would feel pretty comfortable on going for skirmishes against the Viego, and it will be locked in.
Yeah, so both teams kind of locked in. They've got the primary engages. We are seeing a very heavy emphasis on the side of EDG for full 5v5s. You want to get the Azir scaling up, go for those streamer shuffles, and of course the Cannon Barrage coming down, keeping the Aphelios safe at arm's distance. But on the side of BLG, you are looking for picks. You are looking to get that early snowball going. Use the Ahri to get those charms down, get the Renata to get the hostile takeover to try and stop any of those 5-man engages. So BLG, they have a lot of answers to what EDG have put down. It's going to come down to execution.
But we've seen execution not be the easiest thing for BLG in their past games. And I think
no, it has not.
it's a funny point, but it's true, right? And like, we have to continue to put a spotlight on this mid lane, the change out icon. What can he really do to reinvigorate this team that Fofo was unable to do? And how does this mid lane fluctuation change the way that they approach the game? And especially in this first one, can they punch up towards the defending world champions at EDG?
Yeah, and again, you got to remember, like, it's the defending world champions, but also Bin is the defending MSI top laner. He is the guy that was swapped out. BLG decided to swap out Breathe for Bin. That was I do believe it was they technically owned both contracts. They were able to kind of pick and choose whichever one they decided they want to go for. Of course, you're always going to choose the MSI winning top laner over the non-MSI winning top laner. That's just kind of a no-brainer there. But it is kind of how this game needs to function, is that can Bin either, patch up a couple of the issues that he's had so far with his over-aggression, or can BLG maybe step to his rhythm and bring a little bit more life to him?
We're gonna find out today, Ashin, as this series finally kicks off. We have EDG versus Billy Gaming. Game 1 starting now. Level 1. Level 1. Level 1. Wait. Might want to get out of there, buddy. Okay, the back
should be fine.
Does he have the skin? He has the skin. They have the skins.
2.
Yay!
Yep, 2 skins. Yeah, 2 skins. Hello, Ben.
Results-based analysis here.
As we have a look at them there. But yeah, again, nothing too untoward about this. I actually see the fleet footwork coming out from Ben. I kind of like this. He recognizes that Flandre is going to have pretty much perma poke on him with the parlays. Basically on him on cooldown. There's not really else to talk about in terms of that regard, but you will see Icon now going for a little bit of a late invade. So Scout kind of stepping to his beat and seeing BLG Crisp and Duggo who also put themselves down a little ward, so they'll know exactly where JJ is starting.
Yeah, I do like the fact that they're able to get the early warding down there and at least help a little bit in terms of trying to figure out where JJ is going to be going. Wei starting on the top side, potentially could be focusing down bottom lane. Obviously would be a huge boon for BLG to get Doggo ahead early, have a little bit of pressure point that you can play through bot lane, especially with the Kalista Renata.
We'll see what way they want to work with it. I think that if you're EDG, you're quite fine to see a little bit of scaling come in. You get a lot of power from your level 6s. Of course, the Cannon Barrage is huge for you in that regard. And you do really want to make sure you're putting yourself in a good spot to get to that late game. The Aphelios will still be a monster. The Azir, of course, as well. But already we're seeing Wei maybe looking for something mid.
He's waiting a long time, but he's trying to find at the end of the line against the wall will be a decent amount of damage, but not enough. Scout gets out without burning anything.
Yeah, it doesn't burn anything but loses, as you say, an awful lot of HP. However, JJ is here now. Ooh, the quick draw was quick enough to keep Wei from getting caught out there. Now JJ maybe looking for something in mid lane, but without that Darush, very difficult to make something happen.
Indeed, and you see bot lane, they have so much priority with Doggo and Chris pushing up the lane. It is Wei heading down onto the bottom side of the map, but that means that JJ feels confident and comfortable going towards top. Gonna go for those Krugs he knows are there.
Knows that guaranteed to be there. He was on level 3, so he knows that there's at least one camp left open, so he's going to get that invade going off for himself. He's already cleared out his bot side, so he knows there's no real way he's going to get caught on this. Bin recognizes as well that he needs to be very careful as he's getting pushed in with this massive waves. They may look for a dive. It would be a little bit risky, but still keeping that ward there just to be sure. And should just be a camp stolen away by EDG onto EDG. Or by EDG onto BLG, and should just be a pretty easy kind of reset now for both teams.
Yeah, you'll see JJ go towards his top side. He still has that whole side to clear. You're seeing pings down towards bottom lane a little bit. Thought Wei might head down that way, but he's just going to be grabbing this Scuttle Crab, keeping an eye out on this bottom lane and see if anything can happen, but he'll be fluctuating as it could. I was going to say maybe going towards top lane a little bit, since Flandre does have some decent strength up there, but he really wants to get this bottom lane ahead because it's such an important win condition for BLG.
It really is, and he knows that there's no real camps to take, so he's got plenty of time to try and make this one work. The wave hasn't crashed just yet. He is sitting in the fog of war, so for BLG, this could be a big moment here. And we talked about how pivotal Viper is and how pivotal Mako versus Crisp is going to be. Already we're seeing Wei kind of echo our sentiments as the handshake misses. They land the hook down on top of Crisp, who has to flash away. Flash forward, though, and is it going to be enough? He will get the bailout, but it's not going to matter. That's going to be Viper picking up a kill. He will flash away, though, as Wei was in the vicinity. And that's a good start for EDG in the bot side.
Yeah, they just got their delivery service brought right to them. Viper gets his first kill. It's on and rolling for EDG at this point. We put so much focus on how much of a carry potential Viper is for EDG. The early aggression for BLG, we knew what they wanted to focus. They needed to get something going for Doggo, but it ends up in Crisp dying and all tragedy for BLG.
Yeah, that is not ideal if you're on the side of BLG. We can have a look at here. And again, it's just Crisp not recognizing if you miss this handshake, you have no tank stats. You cannot go forward like this.
Really unfortunate. Viper just steps up at the worst timing for Crisp. Tries to use the bailout to buy some time. Wei even coming in just to try and get as much damage on Viper as he can, but it's too little too late. Still EDG coming out on top now, and Crisp now on the roam looking for something, but also at the same time, Mako.
You see Crisp already sitting in the vicinity, making sure you can get it. Oh, there's a Shurima Shuffle coming out. They will get the Emperor's Divide coming in. Icon was waiting to try and get his level 6. He's
alive.
Almost ticked down. He's alive, but he cannot help Crisp, who saves his mid laner, but ends up taking the brunt of the damage. And this is EDG already starting to build this momentum.
And I feel like that's something we've seen with the Renatos of the LPL. They do die a lot. Like, we get a lot of deaths for in certain situations because they're willing to try to put their body on the line, right? But now you've seen Crisp die twice early game. That puts BLG behind so heavily because it doesn't give you this duo that you drafted for in the Kalista and the Renata.
Yeah, with the dragon as well. It means that you can't really force the side of EDG going towards those objectives. It is going to be so tough. And we can have a look at the replay here because it is just, again, no level 6 for Icon here. He doesn't flash straight away. I'm not quite sure why he was trying to push for this level 6 so hard.
I really don't. That Emperor's Divide was huge from Scout to set him up. He knew that Mako and JJ were on their way the whole time, and Chris just has to give his life to make sure that Weiwei can get out.
Yeah, I get it. He doesn't have to use the flash. He gets out with his life, but it does mean that your jungler and your support have to kind of cover for your mistakes. It's a little bit solo queue-esque, shall we say.
Emergency meeting!
Yeah, a little sus. God, I haven't played Among Us in years. I want to play it again. I need to get a group of people playing it again because you need 10. You need 10 people to play it. It's a fun game, though.
It is very fun.
I couldn't believe how, like, influential to meme and pop culture it became so quickly. Like, it was literally little beans who, like, kill each other on a spaceship. Like, that was it. That was the whole thing. That was the whole game, and it just became this, like, phenomenon that's, has a battle pass. It has a battle pass now.
I never really liked the actual game. Obviously, like, the social time was what brought me to it, but also just, like, the funny stuff that can go down at emergency meetings. And, like, just that whole situation is always so funny to me.
I remember playing it for the first time with Dagda, and Dagda turned around to me afterwards, and he was like, "Yeah, I will never be able to do that again. Lying that consistently that often is exhausting."
It's so
exhausting. He was like, that was the most exhausting thing I've ever done in my life.
I didn't mind getting caught. I didn't mind getting caught just so I could watch the shenanigans unfold.
It is gonna be. It is a fun game if you're into it. Obviously, not built for everybody.
You know what's a fun game? League of Legends. That's what's a fun game. Playing around the Rift Herald.
Twitch chat? Talk about the game, caster. Press the start game button.
Hey, I've got my nice shiny start button right here. It's beautiful. It's a nice red.
Yeah, you've been pretty good at it. You've been pretty good at it so far. But
my cowboy hat kind of blocked away a little bit for a little bit. It's fine. Ooh, nice.
You might see it engage. Yeah, Mako does land a hook. They're going to put the cannon barrage to kind of separate everybody out. Weiwei is on the bailout, but that Shurima shuffle was gorgeous to take out two. They'll even catch Icon on the back side of this, who still has flash and may be forced to use it. Yes, he will. But that was fantastic from Scout.
Scout's just brushing off his shoulders here. He don't even need no kills. He's just setting them up left and right. He's 0-0-3, but the most influential player in this game. 9 minutes in, such an early game to be so big in terms of pressure.
And again, you're looking at that was 2 kills to 1. Yes, you get the Rift Herald on BLG, but you got to assume that's about a 320 gold play unless you're getting the full turret. So unless something big happens for BLG, this was not worth it.
It was not. We'll get a replay of that one. Scout setting it up, but it's the try to be proactive play for BLG that ends up biting them. They get surrounded here, and Scout's just waiting the whole time to set this up. He sees them group up. He sees Mako starting to go down. There you go. Set him up, knock him down.
And this is a big moment as well. We always see this fight around the Rift Herald. The ADC stay bot. Everyone else goes towards mid/Rift Herald. But the difference was Mako had level 6. Renata did not. Chris was still waiting for that hostile takeover. Still is technically waiting for that hostile takeover as Weiwei has snuck himself in a brush.
He's been waiting here forever.
Thinking about... You're never going to catch Viper like that. You need hard CC. And sadly, the smoke screen is not hard enough.
That's the biggest issue with the composition for BLG. They have this very aggressive bottom lane, but where's their CC, right? You're looking for a bounce into a Meganar ulti. You're looking for a Spirit Rush into a Charm. You're looking for a Flash Handshake that we've seen not happen multiple times for Chris. It gets hard to find the phase call now for Doggo is really the big thing I'm looking at. But when Weiwei is getting into these aggressive fights, there's just nothing to lock them down. Yes, now Viper doesn't have Flash, and you can revisit that, but we haven't seen that come to success for BLG just yet.
No, it really hasn't. And again, this is the problems that we're having is that... Actually, funny thing, this isn't even the main crux of the issues with BLG. BLG's problems come from their mid-game to late-game decision-making, where they just seem to not do anything on the map. Their early game and their laning phase tends to be quite solid as of late, but it is, unfortunately, the system they're coming into right now means that if you don't get that early game advantage, you're now in a hole. You're now in a really, really difficult position where you're trying to make things happen, and you're not used to trying to dictate that pace where you're behind. So 3,000 gold down, a dragon spawning in 7 seconds. this is, again, a very difficult position. You don't have Flash available for Icon, no for Weiwei. Bin is going to have his, but with the Cannon Barrage and with the pre-14-minute teleport, Flandre is just instantly a much more impactful champion.
It's fight night, Ashin. It's fight night. We're getting into something here. Oh, come on.
They're looking for something. They have hostile takeover for Crisp, so I have seen Aphelios destroy their own teammates. Hasn't picked up his first item just yet, so...
BLG are in a bad predicament here, though.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend, as they say, but EDG... BLG, I don't think BLG can really look to contest this. They're going to drop the Rift Herald for pressure down bot, but this is actually really hard for them to fight.
EDG are fine with this, right? Like, JJ's going to have... BLG are the one that kind of want EDG to be forced into this, but now there's the hostile takeover. JJ's still on the side. Does hit Scout, though, but here comes Icon.
Yeah, Icon does get the Serena shuffle down. They're going to get the bailout coming in. Can they kill off Viper? No, they cannot. They will launch Crisp at him, though. But look at Scout. Scout's just completely untouched on this, and he's going to be able to chase them all down.
Heartbreaker still available.
To run away from. Yeah, they could maybe look to Heartbreaker and get some resets going for them. They're even going to get the TP coming in as well. The flash away by Doggo keeps him at arm's length, but he can't go anywhere. And now the resets can really start to come in. Weiwei does not even need to look behind him. He knows his teammates are dead, and that is going to be more killing, more death, and more destruction. EDG left no one alive.
You saw those damage numbers. The Golden Emperor of Shurima comes to town, and EDG coming knocking. This is a huge early game advantage that EDG can just run away with now. They're even getting plates in mid. They're getting the second dragon of the game for themselves. It is all favoring the defending world champions.
This is, again, BLG. I don't know what else to tell you. Bin didn't join in fairness, he didn't really have a choice. He hadn't got a ultimate like Flandre, who actually TP'd towards the mid lane. But you can even see it here. It's a 4v4. And honestly, Mako missing the hook was such a stroke of luck. If he lands it onto Chris, Chris probably dies before this fight can get off.
Yeah, it's a bit of a belated fight. Icon comes in and immediately has to get bailed out instantly. Cleanse comes through from Viper. The Fate's Call does come through, and I think BLG do a good job of following that up, but then it puts them in a position that they can't get out from. And JJ has been literally waiting to use this Heartbreaker. Waits till the last moment. Honestly, waits a little bit too long, if I'm going to be. I feel like he could have gone for the resets a little bit faster, but it still ends up in EDG completely dominating BLG.
I mean, there's no reason to take a risk. There's no reason for them to say, look, we don't have to risk, missing out and getting a reset out for the Callista on the Ren stacks or anything like that, because they know where they're going to go. They can't exactly leave. So might as well get the guaranteed reset on the Heartbreaker. Get yourself your second dragon, 3,500 gold lead. And honestly, as much as I hate to say it, this game is looking already done for BLG. You don't scale like the side of EDG do. Aphelios, Gangplank, Azir. Like, how do you deal with that?
Getting a little bit rough to picture. Also, the CS differentials are not helping them on top of the kills, on top of the objectives. No towers fallen just yet, but you got to think that's going to change real soon. Actually, the adaptation here from EDG has been to fully swap Flandre to mid lane and put Scout in top.
I mean, it makes sense.
Okay, now they're fully changing again.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, there's no real reason for them not to do this. Scout is the one with the TP. You don't really need to worry about Flandre at the moment because he's already starting to chunk people out with those barrels. And even with the Cannon Barrage, how are you going to try and take this tower as an objective when, you're just going to be cleared instantly? So honestly, this is just EDG slowly but surely making the better decisions across the map, getting themselves winning matchups across every single lane. Flandre is not going to use the Cannon Barrage on bot side because he doesn't want to overcommit, but it ends up being just such a bad trade for BLG. They're going to lose the Rift Herald, the mid turret, and the top turret as well.
Yeah, I think this gold lead for EDG is going to be super hard for BLG to come back from. They're not going to go for the second charge, or actually no, they are. I thought Scout might stick around for this, but it's JJ, Mako, and Viper who do.
There's 3 people here. Yeah.
So they're be able to get this. Also TPing. They want to continue to snowball this down.
Continue to go for bailout. Bye, Crisp. Bye, tower. Bye. Like, this is just destruction, decimation, and absolute just control from EDG.
I think that's the biggest part here. You're seeing the dominance we know and love from EDG, and something that we have questioned at times here in the summer season, especially like when you've seen their losses, some of the series that they've played in. It's been a few. Oh gosh, this is a question. This is a question. All right, this is a question that BLG are asking Flandre. Can we kill you in the side lane by yourself? It looks like they're gonna answer is yes.
I mean, it kind of had to go for something. It's still going to take them an awful long time to do it because he's still pretty good at keeping that health bar up, but he will eventually fall down. That goes over the Weiwei, but you commit a TP for a kill, a single kill. Not exactly the greatest of trades, in my opinion, and you're already 6,000 gold down. This is, yeah, this is, again, it's a silver lining on a very, very dark cloud.
It really is. And I just love the gall that EDG have that say they're in the lead here. They feel confident. We'll go ahead and TP. We'll get the back off. We'll continue to snowball this. And, oh, that last little snipe. Oof, feels so good. And why we always see Viper pick up this Aphelios. Why he's always so dominant on this champion. Why he fills our coffers of clips with this champion. It is actually incredible to see.
Yeah, again, Viper is Viper. It doesn't matter how many things you ban against him, the man will find advantages of his own. And it's why it almost feels pointless to ban stuff against him because you're not really going to gain much value out of it. Charm does miss, so does the root from the side of JJ, so Icon not to be caught out by that. And now EDG, 10 seconds till this dragon spawns. They've got Gangplank in top side, Wit himself having an ultimate available, so they're going to pop down the cannon barrage now. Weiwei gets bailed out, Oni gets sent back down. Yeah, you can't do anything.
You can't.
I'm sorry.
Literally.
You just can't.
It's not as crazy as the first series we had where it just literally felt comp diff, but here it's just hands diff, it feels like.
I mean, Mako is just so confident as well. They're going to try and jump on the Viper. Eventually will take him down, but the Gangplank is here. Look at Scout taking on Doggo, and yes, you can rend all you like, but there's just nowhere else for you to go. Scout still survives, and a flash comes in. Flandre and Mako say, we'll join you too. It is a 5-for-1. They committed everything to kill off Viper, and they end up losing everybody.
And everybody's got a kill now for EDG. Mako getting his own there in the end, and EDG as a whole coming online to a T. 6-0-4 for the Viego for JJ. 5-0-6 for Scout. Since level 2-3, he's been important. And here, JJ might be getting caught out.
I mean, JJ is caught out. JJ decided he wanted a 1v1. It was not a 1v1, JJ. It was a 1v2, and
He's
you
no
shall
longer
die.
unkilled.
So, you know what?
I caster cursed him.
You did caster curse him. You don't go for those wards. But yeah, this is Viper saying, cool, I'm going to sit here. I've got Gravitum. They use everything to try and disengage, but now it's just like, all right, cool. There's nothing you can do. And then Viper, yes, he's still very low. So you have to try and overcommit everything to try and kill him. You can see Icon goes in. They try and get on top of him within. Everyone just commits everything to kill off Icon, and they forget that Scout and Flandre are a thing.
Yeah, Doggo's trying his darndest, but literally just died. The Rend, yes, does damage, but everything up until that point, not much. And Scout able to survive, even with the last auto from Icon. That's a Feels Bad Man moment. And there's Mako picking up the kill just to ensure it, as BLG definitely still reeling from that last one. They have a little bit of time to recoup themselves. Yes, Baron is on the table, but you can easily sniff that one out, try to get a steal or something along those lines. But it's Dragon that I'm really keeping tabs on the timer for. 3 minutes there. It will be a Mountain Soul for EDG, and that'll just be the nail in the coffin for BLG. You thought they didn't have damage before? Well, just wait until they have a shield. Wait until they have those resistances.
Funny enough, I actually don't think that route hits. I think if Crisp doesn't flash, I think JJ just completely misses that route. But it is what it is. We can even look at Scout's items right now. He's gone for full team fight prowess. He's got himself his Rylan's Crystal Scepter, so he knows just by slowing these guys down, stopping them from getting away, the rest of his team can do the damage if he cannot. So, yeah, it's 21 minutes for just shy of it, and Baron on the field. 2.5 minutes till Dragon spawns. This game, yeah, it's all EDG. There's nothing else to it. There's just BLG not really able to make a decision or to make a call to try and make something work, and they're going to try and make it now.
They're trying.
Does knock back Flandre. They're trying to kill him off, but they can't do it just yet. Eventually, he will fall. It's a good hostile takeover, but now Weiwei has been caught between a rock and a hard place. He flashes away, but gets himself hit from the depths, and he gets caught by the dredge line as well. Look at Viper and JJ herding the cattle towards their own base and saying, look, you cannot leave. Doggo tries to go forward.
Oh.
There's the Shurima shuffle. It's a double kill for Scout, and Chris will fall to make it a triple. EDG finally showing us the World Championship winning form.
Mako definitely watched that cinematic there they released for Wild Rift, because this Nautilus is hooking people like crazy. They are not stopping either. They are trying to chase down Icon. EDG smashed that fight, and they're going to continue until they take down everybody on BLG. It's the full ace coming out. A big momentum that just continues to move forward for EDG. And you said it was over 10 minutes ago. Well, it's definitely over at this point. Almost 10,000 golden lead. This will be Barrett buff for the entirety of the EDG squad. They'll reset, get back onto the map. Dragon in a minute. It all works out so beautifully in timing for EDG.
I mean, this is, again, just they have to do something. They commit so much to try and catch out Flandre, but look how long he survives. Despite getting caught out, having the cannon barrage down means that Crisp is already basically dead. They have to use the Fate's Call so defensively, and then Wei Wei is completely separated from his team. It's a fight on two fronts. It's a 2v4 in favor of BLG, but look at their health bars. They can't walk over, and then they just fully commit to Viper.
Viper's
but at that
terrifying.
point, yeah, but at that point, Viper's not even the one you should be terrified of. It's Scout on this Azir, who just comes in and shoves them all under the carpet.
Yeah, you see the damage numbers. I think the separation of that fight was huge from Viper, and the slam dunk alley-oop from Scout there with the Shurima shuffle. Always something to be scared of, especially when you're that far ahead. Now EDG still looking for it. BLG are still playing confident, though, here. They still want to look for picks.
They have to. Your Callista is just not going to be relevant after this point, really, compared to the Aphelios. You're at a nice point where you're okay on the item breakpoints, but this Azir, ooh, Mako nearly gets himself up with the ultimate. They will get him back, though, from the depths, and just back everybody away. But with the Dragon alive and being taken by Flandre, this should be a Mountain Soul. So again, that win condition of trying to burst somebody out, to try to catch somebody out with this, Ari combination, but the Callista is just not available for you, and they're just being run around the map.
Yep, and you see Flandre's heading down to the bottom wave. They're just going to keep pushing that in, try to get this inhib tower in bottom lane, but it's just a matter of time here. They have about a minute and 20 seconds on the Baron buff. KJ's playing pretty aggressive up here, just seeing if he can toy with his food a little bit while they take down these towers one by one.
Slow, methodical, but at the same time, suffocating victory from EDG. Yes, it was not the cleanest. They did give away a couple of kills, but remember, hook from Mako is good. The Fate's Call's been used as well as the hostile takeover. Chris will just about stay alive, but at what cost? Why? What was the point of keeping him alive if he's not going to be able to join his team to fight?
And yeah, at this point, there does not seem to be much fight left. As it's just going to be a tried and true variation of EDG winning. And it's a slow burn, it's a steady burn, but it's something that BLG could definitely learn from going to the next series or next game.
Bin is just getting chunked out by Viper right now, who's sitting on 2 items, and Bin 2 items himself, but not really the tanky Gnar, who's going to want to try and go in, win his ultimate, and misses it all completely, flashes away, but still falls down. That is how you end up taking down the Gnar as on the side of EDG. We will see a couple of resets come in, but I'm 99% sure this is so they can TP directly onto a minion and keep it healthy for the turret.
Yep, you got to keep it going as the train don't stop when EDG's in town. Oh, they're still going. There's the Viper plays we were looking for.
Yeah, Doggo gets himself bailed out, goes golden to maybe add a little bit of extra time, but he shall end up falling all the same. They do drag Scout and ruin his perfect KDA back onto the fountain, but EDG are having fun with this one. Crisp, the only one left standing, and even then they want to try and take him out. But at the end of it all, it's 24-9. It's a 26-minute win, and that was just incredible.
Technically, he keeps his KDA because 0 and 1 still same thing in KDA terms. Well, I guess not technically, but it still works out.
Not a perfect
It's
KDA.
okay. It's fine. You'll take that because it is the domination from EDG that we wanted to see, that we needed to see, especially when you're coming up against a team like BLG who are just scrapping, trying to find something within the season. You have to shut it down, and EDG did just that.
Yeah, honestly, this was exactly what you wanted to see from EDG. There was a couple of things that we maybe said we wanted to see people step up. You know, Flandre and Mako were two of those people. Mako on hard engaged supports, similar to like the likes of Ming and Crisp, having him on this Nautilus, it just makes sense. Having that extra hard engage. And yes, the meta right now might be leaning a lot towards the enchanters of the Namis and the Karmas and of course the Renatas, but when you just have that hard engage, it's so difficult in the early stage to dismiss how powerful CC can be, especially, you know, pre-6.
And I think the biggest thing for me was the early game aggression that we saw from EDG, but playing through their win conditions, right? Like setting up Scout early on and knowing to hammer that home. Realizing that Flandre, the fluidity to move through the waves early on, especially when they got the tower aggro, and especially like when they're breaking down bottom lane, they're willing to move Viper Mako around. They're willing to change up these solo lanes. They even had, you know, Scout in the top lane dealing with that for a little while. They're quick to pick up resources around the map that BLG just weren't able to do.
Yeah, and again, I think a lot to kind of figure out for BLG. Honestly, I don't really see much else changing in this result apart from, unless we say a miraculous change up of how they played the game, because it's just very disconnected. It's very much not on the same page.
Stability in the bot lane.
Scrappy.
It's gotta be not not the Kalista, maybe something that is able to scale through the rest of the game. Maybe you see the likes of the Ezreal a little bit more stable, a little bit more comfort for Doggo, where it's not going to be necessarily that big snowball potential, but you can't have what happened last game happen. You're going against Viper and Mako. There's a reason why they're so terrifying.
Yeah, again, it's terrifying. But Scout with a 20 KDA, it is just absurd how much he was able to do and how quickly he was able to do it as well. I think
of the highlights.
Yeah, he honestly does. He's going to be all of the highlights if he's not careful. But yeah, it's unfortunate for the side of BLG. This roster is not coming together, and a 1-4 start after 5 games would be dire. Something's got to change, but I don't think it's going to happen in this series.
They did try to change, right? We started this whole conversation of new mid, same problem. Well, those same problems continue to exist even with Icon, and Icon was trying, right? Like you could see some of those moments where he was getting the Spirit Rush in, try to find that quick engage with the charm, but just couldn't do so most of the time. And I think that's the most difficult thing for BLG to attach to this problem is how do you even fix it?
That's the thing. We'll see if they're able to fix it at all or if EDG will be taking a clean 2-0. We're going to send it to a break, and when we return, we will potentially have our last game of the day.
We don't have too much time left, but I love that you hit on the point about bot lanes and it feels like one always doesn't perform as well as the other. Because I feel like we have a team that's really spicy and exciting that I know you love, Vox, whose bot lane are both performing. Anyone's Legend are stepping up. They brought out the Senna Seraphine. Honestly, super cool to see them do and just kind of play that comp that it's so much healing and it's Swain in the mid lane. It just feels like nothing can die once it goes late. We see Xiao playing great in the jungle, and just overall, somehow it's working. How is it working, Ox?
I mean, I feel like there was times where we saw greatness from this team in spring, honestly, but it was just few and far between. I think my favorite thing about watching them, I mean, I love Chocho. I think Chocho was like the super aggressive player who's playing all these like engaged champions. I feel like set support is something like you can just envision him having a fantastic time on. And I was concerned about the shift in meta, like more enchanters coming in. But he's been really good on enchanters. I think Chocho has been like stepped up massively.
And he's not
he was
afraid
probably
to
my
pick
biggest concern. Yeah, and my other concern is like, you know, a lot of their wins they got in spring was Betty on Jinx. And I thought, you know, maybe with Jinx not being this meta pick anymore, they're going to struggle. But I think the main thing, the reason Jinx was such a good pick for them was like in spring, their team fighting, there was certain setups for team fights that were so good. There's one in my mind, specifically in the series against EDG. I've shown this clip to so many people. I've said it's my favorite team fight all of spring. That even in gold, ZDZ and Forge found these beautiful flanks to dive onto Scout and Viper, and they just decimate them. They're even on gold. This is a team who, like, you know, everyone's expectation is going to be lower down in the standings. And I know EDG weren't performing super well, but I feel like the same concept, the same play they did will work against any team. And I think that's the biggest strength. Like, even in the losses they've had so far this season, like, there was that series against LNG where LNG crushed mid. It was the Swain for Forge. They took Kled Sejuani and just completely bullied him out. Huge lead. And then they struggled to finish because it felt like despite having such a massive goal discrepancy, and I know, you know, AL had a strong team fighting aspects to the composition, but it felt like they were really challenging the team fights consistently. Like even the final fight to win the game was super close, and it's only because like Light ended up QSSing the Renata ult and just like cleaning up. But even then, it was only 2 people surviving on LNG. It was like a close one to finish out the series. So for me, I feel like this team, I felt like they were inconsistent in spring, but had high highs when it came to those team fights. The thing is, I think they've been better in the early game, which has been a positive. And obviously, you get punished less in the early game. And then when it comes to team fights, they're starting to show why I was hyped on them a little bit in spring. And I'm hoping that we get to see more of this. Like, if they continue this run of form, I feel like they could make playoffs.
Yeah, I think my biggest worry for these guys is that I think they're actually going to have gotten hit pretty hard by patch 12.11. Because with Swain not being as prominent, at least from what we saw today, I think Forge is going to struggle a little bit more, because it felt like Forge at least could play the Swain, play into the front line, and almost just be another body, right? To just put in front of Betty, to put in front of, like, say, again, the other nerf that I think is going to hit is like ZDZ on Kale. Because when you look at that game versus, game 2 versus BLG, the reason they won was Xiao Hu stole Baron, they delay, ZDZ becomes massive on the Kale, and they actually win the game.
Yeah. So
I think, like, having less opportunities to just go for late game and win through those late game team fights is actually going to hurt them a little bit. And I think Forge as well, not really getting the easier laning phase on something like a Swain, where he just gets to heal for days if he ever gets caught out or does something silly. So I'm a bit concerned about what that is going to look like. I'll be curious to see, like, I think his Silas and stuff is still going to look good. Like, I think those picks are still going to work wonders, but I don't think you can just go in and blind pick
Azir
Silas
or...
in the same way you did with the Swain, right?
Yeah,
so
and
that's where I'm just like...
I also just can't imagine picking up things like the Azir or like any of these other control mage picks. They've just never really been his bread and butter.
Yeah.
The good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building from Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning, nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Life is Marquee. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangsta, G-Rap, LO, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, DITC, Daru, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
The good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far side. Lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water. Please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both Without you for another moment, this is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me. When I'm around you, but without you, don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. Friction.
我觉得就是卢锡安娜美这个组合，在这个版本可能效果不太好的原因，就是我觉得，首先是容错率比较低吧，对，然后首先辅助是锁定一个娜美，这样的话可能在前期的可能野区的争夺上面会比较劣势，然后所以说导致可能他发育不到他该成型的那个时间点。我觉得面对 BLG 下路的话，首先刘青松也是老对手了，我觉得他的进攻性上面还是挺强的。我觉得我们下场比赛的话，要做好可能下路的防守吧。然后
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming to you after EDG just slapped BLG around the place. I'm still Oshi. I'm still joined by the absolutely fantastical Mazel. Sorry, he's over that side. I pointed the wrong way. Keep forgetting my camera's mirrored. But coming back off the back of that, we are obviously looking towards a pretty definitive win from from EDG. EDG just kind of walked all over them. They kind of had the run of the land. Scout was a monster.
Yeah, just a little bit of a monster. I saw a read on Twitter saying it was like 1.2k DPM, which is actually insane. But the fact of the matter is he got MVP, and deservedly so.
Look at the damage to gold percentage. To anyone who's unsure what that actual top right-hand column is, damage to gold ratio is basically how much damage did they do based on the amount of gold their items have. So most of the time, it's usually about 110, 120. It's like, oh, you popped off, you did a little bit more than expected. 240% is absurd.
And you can see, I mean, it's displayed why he got those numbers, why he got MVP in these clothes, right? Like, you're saying he's going to have all the clips? Well, pretty much did, because he absolutely dominated this. He only died at the very, very end, and it was monumental from the beginning. I know we're looking at clips later on in the game, but it wasn't just these crazy, like, team fight, insane stream of shuffles. It was from the get-go. He was pressuring Icon, and there was no stopping.
Yeah, again, it was kind of one from around the map. It just felt like no one had an upper hand over anyone else on EDG. BLG were losing in top, losing in bot, losing in jungle, and of course, as we just said by the MVP, losing in mid. So this is just a category of, categorical.
That was a barnstormer.
Yeah.
Yeehaw.
Barn burner, barnstormer, barn everything, it's just
barn
it was
band
just very difficult.
Burner. There you go.
Yeah, something like that. It would be grand. But for BLG, it is very much going to be about what can you change, because I don't really know what you can do differently that won't lead to the exact same result. You can change what side of the rift you're going on, but that's about as much as I can think of.
I see what you did there, and I love it, Ashin. We have the Senna ban, obviously, for BLG. The Lee Sin as well, banned away. So some high-priority jungle picks coming off the board already, as the Wukong also banned by EDG. Zeri, placement ban here, as EDG don't want to give that over to Doggo, maybe give some of that scaling over. But the biggest question is, how do we see BLG bounce back? I know you talked about getting the change, going to blue side, but it's particularly through the draft. And I want to see a little bit more proactivity for them if they're going to fall apart later on. Like, at least have something to say in the early game. They do ban out the Vladimir last, though.
Yeah, having something to say about it later on. I think the big thing for me in the draft is keep ease of execution. If you're relying on multiple skill shots to land on someone, then it's not really that easy to deal with or that easy to snowball with. So I like where they're going with the Viego. I think Viego is still an exceptionally powerful champion in his own right, but you need to have an easier to execute composition on the side of BLG if you want to stand a chance of taking down EDG today.
And I am no analyst, I'm no color caster, but I know that CC works in League of Legends. And guess what? Graves didn't have CC, Viego has CC. There's a big difference here. He's also very comfortable in the champion. Weiwei is his most played this summer split. So hugely done by BLG to at least adapt in that fashion. Prioritize the jungle pick, not saving it to the last pick like they did on red side. But it will be, again, Scout's terrifying absolutely monstrous Azir coming through here as the first pick for EDG, and then JJ locks in the Zins out.
I mean, Scout's most played champion ever of his career. 71, I think 70 games overall. This might be 71 or 72, if they, depending on how they count it on Leaguepedia. But this is
counter?
just something he is. Yeah, he's just extraordinarily comfortable on this pick. And you can see BLG, they were maybe thinking about going for like almost a run back of the exact same comp that EDG went for, but EDG just said, no, you don't get to do that. We're just going to take away the Azir. You got to pick something else. You will be able to take the Silence here, which is a bit of an icon favorite, but it does struggle a lot in those early stages.
Would you say that it's iconic? Got him. Yeah, I think it's actually huge for BLG. I'm not even going to wait for your response on that one. That's too cringe. But the fact is that you get this Silas, you get a little bit of that versatility in the mid lane, but what do you do with it, right? We were looking at early skirmishing, looking at early proactivity. I think this is exactly what we would look for BLG. Still, comes down to execution. Big time. I mean, that's what we saw fall through the holes in game number 1.
Yeah, and then they're going to be able to pick up themselves any top laner because they know they're not under any pressure to pick up an AD carry, so they can say, look, doesn't matter what you ban, we're going to pick up the Kales. They have the late game scaling. Again, on the side of EDG, you're going to have that timer in the chat as well of when Kale is able to hit level 16. So now, you've got the options here. You can ban away supports, pick one up yourself. You can ban away AD carries and pick one up for yourself. EDG kind of have the pick of the litter.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, with the strength that they showed in game number 1, Viper's feeling really confident, especially on the Aphelios. It's still up. They're going to ban the Kalista. EDG are pinching Doggo's pool here. I think that's so funny to me as how one-sided that bottom lane matchup was. They still don't want to deal with some of the strength that can come through for BLG this time around. The Ezreal banned by BLG as well. We're going to get all these ADC bans, maybe even some support, but majorly ADCs.
Yeah, again, I feel like this is fine for EDG. If you ban away the Lucian here, honestly, you don't even have to ban away the Lucian. You could ban away something else completely. You could ban away the Nautilus and kind of go, okay, cool, we're going to pick up the Lucian, maybe even the Nami on the next rotation, or you're going to force BLG to ban it. So there's a lot of options available to the side of EDG. But no, they're actually going to ban away the Lucian, saying, look, we just don't want to deal with it at all. So now BLG, all the major AD carries are gone. Ezreal, Senna, Zeri, Kalista, Lucian. Why do you ban another one? Do you try and look for something else? Like, we're going to see a completely different bot lane to what we're used to.
That's so interesting to me. Also, the fact that, like, there's still the Aphelios on the table. Is this where BLG are going to grab it for Doggo? I mean, he has played it a couple times, but Viper looks so good. He was willing to pull out his skin, right? He feels confident on this champion right now, and it's begging the question for BLG, what do you do? The Renata now banned by BLG.
You, of course, have things like the Jinx is there if you want to try and go Jinx Aphelios into this particular matchup. You can go Twitch Yumi as well on the side of BLG if you really want to go for it. But yeah, honestly,
Meowreen. Yeah. I've come up with that one. I like that one a
lot. That's good, actually. I like that. But yeah, there's a lot of options available to you.
There you
there's
go.
A lot of ways you can make it work.
That's
but
a
yeah,
gauntlet.
the Aphelios locked in. I don't know what Doggo goes for here. He could go to the Jinx, but I just feel like the Aphelios is just better now at any kind of stage of the game.
Just built different. Yeah. I think the Aphelios here for Viper, you already saw how dominant he would play. Desire Rakan, nice little answer here. A little cheeky answer for BLG, but I think you still have to fear this play, especially what we're going to see from Mako here to really set up this bottom lane, knows what they're going to be going up against. So can expect a strong answer, and could be a little bit of that safety coming through for EDG.
Yeah, Tam Kench works very well at just keeping everyone alive, and
I mean, this team scales so hard.
I mean, I was gonna say, like, it's kind of just does its job in the mid game to kind of keep this, like, you have so much vulnerability to stop someone from dying. You have the Kale, Divine Intervention. You, of course, have the Devour coming out from the Tam Kench. Even the Shreemish Shuffle can just use to keep everyone at arm's length. So, and the Crescent Guard as well. So much disengage available to the side of EDG. It's going to be hard for BLG to stick onto one person.
Yeah, and going into this a little bit more, looking at both sides, right? Coming into this with a very different look. BLG still relying on the skirmishing, right? They do have a little bit of scaling aspect, at least in Bin playing the Gangplank. But there's no way they're going to match the scaling on EDG. So you're looking at BLG. The spotlight is all on them to really make something happen early. And that's where BLG, like I said, threw down the gauntlet with this draft. They were willing to say, you cannot beat us in the late game. You cannot. We dumpstered you in game number 1. You're not going to beat us even if you make it to late game in game 2. So now it's all up to BLG to really get something going early and find those advantages that they can upheave EDG with, because right now it's looking EDG favored. And I love their composition they drafted. So as we were talking about, like, so much safety, so much playability. You still have the Xin Zhao for that early skirmishing to bridge you into the late game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the big thing now for the side of BLG is you got to be proactive. You got to make things happen. Your bot lane has got a lot of tools available to it. Of course, it is the Xayah and Rakan, so you've got a lot of good engage. The Silas has got loads of good ultimates to choose for himself. Of course, the Serena Shuffle, or the Emperor's Divide, I should say, and the Crescent Guard, one of the two big ones, I would say. Of course, Divine Intervention, massive as well. But it's about being proactive, using that Gangplank Cannon Barrage to try and make things happen around the map. And for BLG, that's going to be the big thing. You got to make it happen.
Indeed, we do. But this is the second game of BLG versus EDG. See if BLG can push us the distance. See if they actually make EDG sweat here as game number 1. Cool as a breeze for EDG.
Yeah, cool as a breeze. Not really contested on much, if anything, to be perfectly honest. And for BLG now, they got to make things work. I actually find it interesting, Bing, going for the first strike on the Gangplank this time around. Normally we do see the Grasping and Dying to be, going to get you surviving through that, but he's just recognizing I'm not going to be really able to kill Flandre at any point as long as Flandre is playing the matchup correctly, so I'm just going to farm gold.
Exactly. Hey, everyone has their way into this, all right? And especially if you want to get that lead, get a little bit of first strike, you get the item advantage, you try to put down the Kayle early. You're going to have something to play through for BLG. And I think that's the thing that they need to find. It's something to play through here in this game especially. And they do have the strong combo of the Xayah Rakan bottom lane. And at this point, it feels like Weiwei has a lot of options on the table.
That's the thing. Weiwei has an awful lot more ways of getting into lanes. Once post 6, you'll be able to help out. Icon, Bin will have an awful lot more to work with as well. Flandre now going to see there is, in fact, a boy here sitting in the brush. And, yeah, Flandre's going to suck at this one. This is the unfun phase of the Kayle, where you're just like, well, I just take these trades and I don't gain anything else out of it. So just going to have to deal with it, sadly, for the moment, and hope and pray that he doesn't end up dying too soon.
True. Speaking of, though, we see Viper on our screen. I have a very analytical, very stats-driven question for you. All right, Oshin? If Viper,
probably not the best person to ask.
No, you're absolutely the best person. This is absolutely the right time. All right. Viper is Ash Ketchum. What's his lineup? What's he got? What's his... Yeah, see, exactly. Ooh. What's his line? You presented the Ash Ketchum. You weren't ready to back it up, though.
Well...
It's got to be Pikachu, Zeri,
I gotta remember what Pokemon.
It's got to be Pikachu with Zeri. There's one, at least. I'll give you the free one, but here we go.
Yeah, well, give me the free one of the Zeri, but we'll see if they can make something work here. Weiwei was threatening something here to try and maybe punish Scout's overextension, but JJ in position there. Ooh, lands a little bit of poke over the wall as well, so Weiwei's going to need to be a little bit careful. And one ward will be taken, but the other shall not.
By the end of this game, I want your lineup at 6. You get the one.
I gotta figure out what bloody Pokemon he had.
It doesn't have to be his Pokemon. I'm just saying, if Viper were Ash Ketchum, what would his Pokemon be? You just look at, I'll give you some time to think, but look at this.
No, we're gonna see it engage on the bot side. Heal for Ignite traded by Crisp and Viper. We're still seeing some skirmishes happening over this scuttle right now. Weiwei has drafted in Bin to roam down. Always will have priority in the early stages against Flandre, so bit unfortunate there for him. They will land a little bit of CC on the doggo, who takes a very unfavorable trade and shall sadly just be hitting a bit of a wall when it comes to the health bar.
Yeah, a little bit there. BLG still keeping up the pressure, though, in this bottom lane a little bit. They will have to back off as doggo is going to get a return off. Have you found a second one yet? Have you found a second one?
Well, so I'm thinking, are we saying that Viper's Pokemon are the 80 carries that he plays?
Exactly.
Or are we saying that the people on his team are the Pokemon
I don't think he would
that he ends up working with?
I mean, working with? Have you ever watched Pokemon? They live in a ball. Does
it's
Viper?
All about friendship. It's all about, love and care.
But they live in a ball, Asheen. They like
You don't know what's inside
they're
the ball. It could be
controlled by the
luxury.
Pokemon trainer. Is that are you
Free
just saying?
housing? Are you crazy? That would
True,
be insane. That would be
true,
so
true.
good.
That's the oh my god, we've just gone full circle.
Well,
Incredible stuff.
Taking a full circle. Wei circling around the top side here to see if he can maybe catch out Flandre before that level 6 does come in. It'll be difficult to try and push in this wave just yet, but should be able to do it now. And Flandre uses the last little bit of his mana to get himself a speed up and a walk away. But he is going to lose about 3 or 4 minions, so not ideal here for Flandre, but I think he was pushing his luck as long as he possibly could.
I like the early skirmishing from BLG. Still, the early aggression still needs to be the focus for them and where they're going to find those advantages. The invade is nice there, but bottom lane now has traded in aggression. Viper and Mako, the ones with the push. You're going to get early priority bottom lane, which means Dragon comes up. See, I might not be an analyst, but it all works out in the end, all right?
It all works out in the end. So I'm kind of thinking that JJ would be like a Kingler. The reason why I say Kingler is because if I'll always remember it. Do you remember the original Pokemon animation where JJ. Okay, he's fine. He's fine. Icon was just making a little bit of a round. But you remember in the first animation where he's in the Pokemon League in the Indigo League and his Kingler is against the cloister, but he's just like beaten down on the closed cloister for like and honestly like about 5 minutes of the episode. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking JJ would be. It's just like constantly like beating down people to help out Viper, you know? That's what I think.
All right, so we got the Pikachu Zeri, we have the Kingler JJ. That's 2 so far. You're doing good. You got some time. You got some time. Yeah, you got to get the 6. You got to be ready to go against the Elite 4. Come on. But it is still looking back at this game a little bit. You have to look at, again, EDG are fine with this, right? It's still early on. We're still looking for that early skirmishing, the early proactivity from BLG. I think this top lane could get a little bit spicy if we see jungle activity, but it's going to be such a big focus down towards bottom lane, down towards this mid and bottom lane, at least carries for both these teams.
I think Scout would be Gengar. Speaking of things, so I'm actually making. Oh, I'll stop myself. Speaking of Scout, he's gonna find a way.
Oh, is he Gengar because he needs to disappear?
Not quite, but we'll take that. That was a bit unfortunate there from Scout. We will see the Cannon Barrage come out here from Bin because he recognizes Flandre has actually like full priority in this top side, so needs to use that ultimate just to keep himself safe because he knows he has no support from his jungler. But back to my original point as to why Scout would be Gengar. We're gonna use the animation again, but in the most recent animation, I believe Ash gets a Gengar that was abandoned by its trainer.
Yeah,
and was
like
waiting for it for ages, and it never
Oh,
came
no.
back. That's Scout with SKT, you know? He was he got abandoned by
Oh my
SKT,
God.
and now he's a world champion, similar to how Ash is in Alolan. I think he won the Alolan Pokemon League, so I know way too much about this anime.
I love it, man. It's working out perfectly because I'm assembling a team here, but EDG looking to assemble Viper's team some more. Ooh, Scout.
Oh, they get on top of him when they get the Shurima Shuffle back, but it is not Scout's version of it. It was Icon's. He steals it and uses it beautifully.
That was nice. I like that one, and it's in exactly the lead that you want to see. Exactly what you're looking for. You draft this skirmishing jungle mid duo. Like you need to try to get it ahead and punish the guy who pretty much took control of the entire game number 1 in Scout. And now they, off the back of that, they're able to get an objective. They get the Rift Herald here, and that's huge for BLG.
And I love this. We talked about what we wanted to see from BLG coming into this game. Specifically, it was about being proactive. It was about finding opportunities to make plays. Now, EDG, not to be outdone, maybe going to look for one of their own on the bot side, but very difficult to do this on top of a full ulted up BLG bot lane of Azaya and Rakan. Oh, never mind. They're going to try and fully commit onto Chris. Burn him down a little bit. The Tongue Lash will land. JJ thinking about maybe going in, but he's not quite got the wave with him, so he's just going to take away the Krugs and back himself up.
He will indeed. There's still another wave crashing down here. JJ is going to stick around, but has been on vision. We'll put down the control ward there so they can get this vision panned out. But look at this. BLG collapsing. Scout caught in transition.
Oh, Scout MVP from game 1 and really struggling in game 2. Icon will flash but won't land the auto attack. They will steal away the Crescent Guard to maybe disengage, but JJ says I can do it better. The flash in from Crisp and tries to get the quickness going for him. The feathers will fly. JJ will flash. Viper's been gobbled up and spit back out. BLG thought they might have fought something, but they didn't quite get the full damage down, and everyone backs away without
That feels so bad. You see, they need to force something here. They need to find something. This safety from EDG can't be pulled off this early on, but they can't do it.
Again, very difficult. We talked about the tools available to EDG in the draft. You know, the Shurima Shuffle, the Disengage, the Crescent Guard, the Devour. So many things that can be used just to keep yourself safe. And honestly, with Bin having to use his Cannon Barrage on the wave earlier, just before this play, it actually meant that he probably could have used this for this fight. It could have been huge.
Scout gets out here. It's just incredible. And you can tell it burnt Icon a bit because he's just like, I want to go for it, but we just can't. Crisp is like, all right, I'm going to try to go for the lengthy play. It's too early. Nobody else can follow him up. He tries to go back, but by then the health bars just aren't there. EDG perfectly using their abilities to get Viper out of there and Kite away. And now Viper has Gale Force now. So, not too shabby.
Doing too bad. We have a quick look at the gold. It's only about 200 ahead, but that 200 has been spent and turned into an item, so it works out all the well for him. And we're actually seeing Flandre, after getting pushed back at the top side, actually equal, if not a little bit ahead on CS, and has a Cole stacking up for himself. Yes, the Gangplank does too, so he's more of a cash plank, but actually is the definition of a cash plank right now with the first strike and, of course, the Cole as well. So we'll see what they want to do. Flandre's got enough for his ultimate, but Weiwei is in the vicinity, and JJ is walking away, so right now, not really a position for EDG. They want to leave the KO in. They need to try and reset this wave.
For me, the next thing you're looking at is the Rift Herald, right? Weiwei obviously wants to try to use that up here, crash on the Flandre, put him down a little bit, because we said this has got to be a pressure point for BLG. They need to put down Flandre early because he's just going to stack up to 16. And yes, you're talking about scaling for Ben on the Gangplank, but this is who you need to put down, because if you do go to scaling, this is who will beat you in the late game. So they're going to look for these plates. They're going to look for a lead for Ben and potentially the first tower if they can do enough damage. They do have TP for Flandre, though, to respond.
Nah, they should be able to get the turret here. I don't think Flandre is going to be TPing to this turret. It's going to be dead to rights regardless, so he would just be killing himself at that point. And that's going to be first turret of the game going over to BLG. So, good proactive play at the start. Gets them about a 1,500 gold lead. Actually, a little bit more, nearly 2,000. Oh, excuse me, it's a bit over 2,000.
Oh, they're going to get another
BLG,
charge here.
They should, and that's actually not too bad in the world. Yes, it's annoying, but it's not the worst thing to be able to give up. That being said, though, Viper
so good.
Just so clean, my friend. Just so clean. Forcing out the feathers from Doggo, who does not have heal.
He's sitting in the middle of all the feathers. Just stop animation. No big deal. Viper's just flexing on people this game. He is feeling himself.
So Doggo does not. Ult did use the heal. Now Weiwei roaming down, see if he can maybe make something work here. But it's a Tam Kench. I don't know how you're really gonna make this work. You also don't have an ultimate here for the Xayah. Well, you know what? It's Tam Kench. He's super tanky. He does flash over. They do not land the quickness or the knock-up onto him. And they do back themselves away. So it is a flash burnt onto Mako. So you'll take that on the side of BLG.
Yeah, I feel like this bot lane for EDG are just playing so good right now. Even just the flash. I know it's a summoner spell. They can come back, but it is Tom Kench, right? The Abyssal Dive is going to be really nice. And Viper still has both his heal and his flash. BLG will be pressure on this bot lane a little bit more, especially now that Viper has red-white for a little bit longer. But JJ is right here to shadow just in case, because look at BLG. They're on their way. But not
it's tough.
anymore.
It's very, very tough to see how BLG can kind of stop the stacking, shall we say. But the jungler's already left, so JJ reset it, despite Weiwei showing himself. But now they have full vision of exactly where the enemy jungler is. And again, Viper's very happy just to soak up all this XP, all this gold, and has himself about a 7 or so CS lead. And taking all those plates as well. That turret's going to die. They're going to reset, but the turret's going to go down as well.
We're just at that 14-minute mark, right? We're losing the plates at this point, but we're checking back in on win conditions. EDG still fine, right? Even more fine because they've got 2 dragons for themselves. So it's the late game win condition that's getting helped by boosting the early game objectives. And now BLG still need to be that proactive team, still want to try to look to do skirmishing in mid lane. I think they found some of the success they're looking for, but I would still like to see them push a little bit more. And now they've moved Doggo mid.
Move Doggo mid. You've already accepted that turret's gone down on bot side. You do have a Gale Force now picked up alongside that Everfrost here for Doggo and Icon respectfully. 2.5 minutes till the next Drake spawns. Doggo, let's get the CC down, but he's 2 levels down on this Azir, so he needs to be very aware that Scout could kill him if he's not respectful.
That's the worry. We got to see a lot of that last time. We hit the Rift, and don't want to see any more of that for BLG. Rift Herald is up, though, and BLG positioning around this way, but I do feel like with TP available for Flandre, I'm sure he'll be available as well.
They're going to go in onto Viper. Oh, he gets saved by the Devourer right at the last second and has the shielding. They're too good. The TP came in there from Flandre just to make sure if they needed a divine intervention, but
I don't know what to say.
Everything. Yeah, it's just not enough.
They're just too good. Didn't even use Gale Force. Like, too good. Still has flash up. Knew he could rely on his teammates, and BLG, they try. They have tried so hard. They have found 2 times where they feel so confident they can get something, and it's gone awry. Now they have gotten objective focus, though. They've gotten the Rift Herald. They've been able to push in this top tier 2, which provides them a lot of pressure.
Pressure and gold as well. It's still only about a 2,000 gold lead in favor of BLG, but they are making some pretty decent headway now. Flandre level 11, 5 more levels until we see that level 16 Kale. Has a Nashor's Tooth. JJ moving down. He's actually going to flash immediately over. Cannon Barrage has come down. The Divine Intervention is good. Bin flashes away. They're going to try and chase him down. And see already Mako just sitting here waiting for him in the dying arms of an angel. That is going to be the Kale, or possibly the Aphelios. But Mako says, you know what? It doesn't need to be the god of the moon. It doesn't need an angel to providing judgment. It needs to be a catfish who gets this kill.
I like me a fed catfish. We'll see a bunch of ping from EDG down here, though. They want to keep up the pressure.
I mean, they can as well. BLG, you know, like they lost the Cannon Barrage. They've also lost a hell of a lot of engage. And now JJ gets taken out, though. They get the resets coming out here from Weiwei. They can now go on top of this as Doggo's free hitting. He tries to get on top of someone, but it's Scout who goes down first. Now it's all up to Viper, who's sitting in front of Crisp. They look to try and just devour on top of him. Weiwei will have the Heartbreaker to come down on top of him. And after all that posturing from EDG, BLG find a perfect engage.
I had a feeling, Ashi. We are looking to go to all the games possible over the last few days in the LPL. BLG are playing to their condition. They're skirmishing. They're finding the fight. I can't believe EDG committed that. It was such a wonky fight for them. They lose everybody. They lose mid-outer. They lose the dragon stacking they were working on. And yes, they still have the scaling win condition, but at this point, you have a 3-0 Weiwei.
Yeah, that was huge for Weiwei, and BLG not to be outdone just yet. And this is a very good sign for them coming into this series. JJ does kind of get caught out here, but you're thinking it's a 5v4. They should be fine, but they just don't get the damage down on top of Icon because of the Crescent Guard, so they can't actually take him out. And then Doggo is just basically hitting onto Scout for free for the entire fight.
There is literally nobody targeting Doggo, and Scout comes in, gets CC'd literally 100 to almost 0 so fast, and Viper has nothing he can do. He's been playing so well, but the rest of his team falls apart around him.
It's a good move now. You stop the dragon stacking coming out for EDG. I will say EDG are still happy for this game to go super late. It's they are level 12 Kale. You've got a level 10, almost to be level 11 Viper, who's nearly got his second item. You imagine it would be a Bloodthirster just to try and keep him survive. But still got some very good scaling and some good answers here. Good damage here on BLG, so it's not exactly a guaranteed sure thing later on this game. Yes, the Kale is scary, but the Gangplank with a Prowler's Claw and an Essence Reaver is just as scary.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. We also just got Zanya's completed there for Icon. It's going to be a nice little buff, especially when you're looking for those big engages from EDG, especially the Emperor's Divide coming through Icon. Is able to survive and survive for enough time for the rest of his team to get there. And I think that's the big thing that we've seen. The coming together of BLG in these plays.
Oh, well, EDG.
Have you thought of another Pokemon?
I've been thinking about it. I don't know. So it's a little bit inflammatory. However, I still think it works, and I still think it's a good analogy for a certain player. I think Flandre will be Snorlax.
Okay.
Because I feel like Flandre is one of those players that, you know, on paper, and we've seen it happen, unreal, absolutely insane, knows what he's doing. But every now and again, you know, he just doesn't feel like it. He just doesn't feel like he needs to go for it. So I think we've got Kingler, Gengar, Pikachu, Snorlax now.
Well,
so,
you got a soft spot for me because Snorlax is one of my favorite champions. So I would love to have that team. But look at this team.
Viper.
BLG was looking for it. Viper pulls the Gale Force.
Well, gets the quickness out of Chris, but Viper quick on the figure with the with the Gale Force, so it should be totally fine. And again, like, this is fine for EDG. They're just kind of soaking up waves right now, getting themselves up to some good item breakpoints. And this is just going to be how the game goes until the next dragon. Honestly, EDG could let the next dragon go. It's going to be on BLG to force something. And this right here, 20 minutes plus in the game, is where BLG have shown their biggest weaknesses. They don't know how to transition from mid to late game. They don't know how to get those early advantages to give dividends to them later on in the game. And I think the big thing that we're going to be looking at right now is, can they actually change how that game plans work for them so far? Because so far, at 1 and 3, it hasn't been working well.
Well, and that's where we were talking about it in the draft, right? This is EDG knew this was coming. They knew they could utilize their late game strengths to pull out this victory against BLG. They knew BLG wouldn't be able to pull out the mid game. They wouldn't have the same macro sense that EDG would have in the lead, and they can pull it out. But at this point, BLG need to find their points of pressure, continue to do so, and if they at least don't let this game go past like 40 minutes, I think they're fine. Or at least if they can get Ben up and running to where he is an absolute side lane menace, that's going to pull the pressure of EDG.
I mean, yes, he can be a sideline menace, but that's a level 14 KO. That's the issue. We are 2 levels away from the big power spike right now, and you can see he's just soaking up waves. He's probably sitting on an unholy amount of gold right now because he's been on these 3 half items for the longest time, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a Rift Maker and then some coming out now once Flandre resets.
Now we'll see. Mortal Reminder did just get completed for Ben, though, so he's at 3 full items on the Gangplank. We'll see what else gets completed here. As the second item comes through for Viper, that'll be Bloodthirster, so a little bit of sustainability for him as well. There's Riftmaker for Flandre as well. So he's getting some nice bits of power for, honestly, both sides at this point.
Yeah, 2 item spikes, if not 3, coming out for, as you mentioned there, for Bin. So Bin is very scary, very powerful. Of course, we did say he did go for the cash plank, had a cull alongside his own passive, and of course the first strike. So has just been stacking up some nice items. It's good to go with that kind of a build as well, especially if you know you can do decently into the Kale in the later stages of the game. But dragon spawning, it is going to be over to BLG, but honestly, you're kind of fine with this as EDG. Again, Azir, Kale, Aphelios, you're okay with the late game.
Yep, they're fine giving up another dragon. There'll be 2 for BLG. They try to pressure top lane. They will take this outer tower.
Not yet, they won't, but
it was
Icon,
close.
You're going to have to back himself away. Did use the ultimate there that he stole away from Scout to just keep that tower safe, but feels like it was delaying the inevitable. As I say that, though, Weiwei is going to try and maybe steal away JJ's jungle, but not to be done on the red buff. Will be done by Doggo on the Raptors. So right now, Viper needs to be a little bit careful. Very much alone in this mid lane. And again, Flandre just half of the side lane, happy to farm up.
He is, as Viper, seeing that Weiwei is right there with Chris. The rest of EDG coming this way, though. Bit of a greedy back here. They're on vision. They are on vision, and they are continuing to back. They will be caught out.
They caught him, and they're going to be able to burn him down as well. Cannot flash away, and that's going to be the Tam Kench picking up the kill on the Viego. That buys more time. That buys more resources. They're not going to be able to force this Baron now.
What a ward from EDG, and they are just continuing to chug along in this game. No matter what BLG do, they're finding little bits and pieces they can pick up, the scraps that will matter in the end. And they're all
EDG
positioning
over
up this way.
I mean, it looks like they're gonna start it, but don't think they want to continue it. It was more just a show of power to make sure they could
Bit of a
guarantee that top
flex.
lane turret. And yeah, that's a big mistake, and this is again what the issues with BLG is. It's not mid lane, it's not Fofo or Icon, it wasn't Bin or Breathe. It's that this team doesn't know how to play mid to late game. They don't know what to do. They just sit there letting the waves go, farming up an absolute storm, and when you're farming against this team, that's just not going to be good enough.
Yep, it is not going to be good enough. And again, the gauntlet was thrown down all along. It was foreshadowing to great cataclysm for BLG. The timer is starting to tick here. It's almost hit midnight, and at this point, well, it's not midnight, it's way past midnight. But they are pinging towards the Baron side of the map here. They're getting some vision game down. They're actually playing pretty aggressive, which is exactly what we would want to see, as they haven't found the exact explosive lead that they would want, even if Bin is very strong in the side lane.
I mean, Bin's strong on the side lane, but he can't kill the Kale, and neither will Flandre allow him to be able to get
One
any pressure
more
on that
level.
tier 2. So, yep, level 15, and this Kale one away from getting up to that level 16, that unkillable moment. You can see already, just having that ascended version of himself. We're almost there, literally about a quarter, if not a third of it.
I got you. I might not be an analyst. I might suck at analysis, but I do know that a level 16 Kale, it go burr. All right, that's it. That plain and simple, it will win the game through going burr. It'll shock your face, as you will see like, it is going to be incredible. Flandre is just going to have to pilot it correctly. And I think some of the skirmishing elements of BLG will hinder that. But again, it is such an incredible spike for the Kale, and it's something that BLG don't really have anything to prep for. They're going to do the Baron here, though.
They're going to try and start it off. They have no 4 members in the vicinity and a cannon barrage as well. There is the Scryer's Bloom to make sure they know exactly what's going on. They're going to back away from it, though, again and again. I'm telling you, it's on to Tam Kent, so it's not really going to make that big of a difference. This is the biggest issue with BLG. To anyone who's wondering what happened to this team, you thought these players were good. You thought, like, you look at it on paper, Bin, Weiwei, Icon, Doggo, Crisp, even Fofo before Icon. This is a good team, but they don't know how to play together. And now they're getting engaged upon. We're going to see them fully get engaged on by JJ, but there's a good quickness down on top of them. We're going to see Flandre. What is happening on my screen right there? We went into a rave. I am not sure if that came out on stream, but we're going to continue the fight as Scout gets a 4-man ultimate, and now the Kale, level 16. It's a trade of 1-for-1.
They will back off. You'll see BLG complete all their backs together, but EDG are super healthy at this point. Dragon coming up in 45 seconds. They're going to move to this outer tower. BLG can't really respond to it.
They can't.
Oh, wait.
They have to force a fight. They can't do this, though. Again, they're just going to back away. You can't actually force this fight, but EDG, I think it was, honestly, it might have been that little flicker of what we just saw. It might have just been the game saying, Flandre's hit level 16. Now time for the party.
That's what it is. Yeah, absolutely. There's no way it's not. The next Dragon is coming up. You're seeing resets started for EDG, but they don't actually pull the trigger on those. They want to try to push out this mid lane a little bit. Potentially contest, but you're seeing pings from them up towards Baron. BLG know that they need to try to force something here, but EDG might just go for the trade.
They shred this. Icon doesn't have TP, so he's nowhere near this. Flandre's already come back,
He's
and they can
level
get a TP
16.
in from Scout. Again, we talked about it. It's going to be level 16 for both of these solo laners, and now with the red and white, you can absolutely shred this Baron down. Icon finally joining his team. The Baron not taking a lot of damage as of yet. They're bringing it down to about 7,000 HP as they try and trade this one back. You can see the streamer shoulders doing their due diligence. They're just absolutely destroying it. Weiwei needs to go for a steal. He's in the back. It's stolen! They get him, and they can take the fight as well. It's going to be 2 kills going over, but this Kale is huge. Can they continue to take him out? No, they cannot, as Scout will fall as well. That's going to be 5 kills. BLG with the Baron. They might look to the end.
No way! I said it! Maybe I didn't believe it! They are pushing EDG to the brink. They just took a fight against EDG as the Kale was at 16 as Flandre had hit his spike, and they win it because of an incredible amount of engage. They're just going to finish this.
Yeah, I don't think there's anyone who can survive this, so BLG not to be outdone. They'll even pop down the cannon barrage to stop anyone from running out. Mako will stand and watch as his Nexus is taken. BLG get themselves a win on the board, and this series is not over yet.
That is I can't believe it. I can't believe how efficient. Sorry, my mic was doing a little bit something crazy. I can't believe how efficient the end of that game was for BLG. Right, like the steal over the wall, the wombo combo in the middle of the Baron pit. That's the stuff of legends, man. That's it. You just took the world champions to 3 games when they smash you in game number 1.
I mean, honestly, that's just a massive blunder from EDG. Not to take away from BLG, a win's a win's a win, but you didn't need to flip that. You didn't need to go for that. You just decided to try and maybe go for a decision. You could have given up the dragon, kept scaling up, got the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, which we saw very much at the end for Flandre, and then your Kale is level 17, 18 with 4 or 5 items, or 6 items as such. But they decide to flip it. The flip lands on Tails. They do not get the win. They end up going to one more game. We're going for a full 6 tonight, but yeah, for BLG, they didn't have to be decisive because EDG made the decision for them.
Yeah, it was the snap of the finger. It was so quick at the end there. Like, you thought there was all this build up to EDG turning around. They're fine with this, right? But in the end, exactly what we needed BLG to do. They pushed their advantage when they needed to. They found that one little crack in the armor of the Knights of EDG, and the whole thing busted right open, Ashi.
It did. It really, really did. And honestly, that's it's kind of what we've had issues with BLG, or not BLG, excuse me, EDG all split so far. These really random trades, they're not really setting themselves up for success. And again, it's just poor performances from a couple of different individuals that don't get. Again, I love the fact that we can get Scout Game 1 where he's literally God tier on the Azir, and then Scout Game 2 on the Azir where it just it just doesn't look just completely muted. So for me, it's a curious one for EDG. I think now that they're back on blue side. Excuse me, I have the hiccups, but now that they're back on blue side, they should be able to get those picks and everything that they want back again. They should be able to get the Vegio back into the hands of JJ. That's where this game's going to end up kind of like pivoting, I feel like, right now, is that you're going to be able to ban out Viper. It doesn't really matter. He was still fine on the Aphelios. I didn't think he had as much of an impact, but I also think with Mako not on a hard engaged carry, it gets harder for the side of EDG.
It does, and you have to look at what we're going to get into draft number 2, or draft number 3, rather, because you saw the difference in game 1, game 2. A lot of the same pieces for EDG, but the execution was different. And I think that's where I wonder if BLG are just going to opt more into this kind of heavy skirmish style that they went into this time. They were fine kind of dealing with what they were dealt in bot lane, but it was all that fluidity between Weiwei, between Icon, and being able to force the advantage that they had that made it work so well for BLG. And we've got to see more of that, right? Leave Bin up there with a matchup that they can be fine getting Flandre isolated and play the rest of the map. It forced BLG to make some hard decisions that ended up working out for them.
Yeah, and again, like, I think big props out to Icon. Set himself there with 10 kill participation, which was absolutely huge for the team, and really did kind of make himself known. Was proactive in the lane to be able to make things happen alongside Weiwei. So very happy to see him kind of finding a little bit of form. And honestly, this is a big moment now for the side of BLG. If you can take a win off this could be a start of a bounce back.
It absolutely could, and you could be looking at BLG going up in a series in the split. We always talk about it. One time around, you get the one time to face the world champions defending, and you take them down. That'll be a stain on EDG's record for sure for the rest of the split. And I think those kinds of things can't be built back from, but it would be a huge pickup win and momentum for BLG.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we are going to the full 6 today. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we'll have our 6th and final
I think
game
I'm
of
the
day.
curse.
See you soon.
I'm the curse.
Possibly.
谁甘愿在沉默中妥协？困住翅膀，也要飞得更远。想过现实中的淬炼，嘲笑声也不过是雨点。 间，穿透这片黑夜才耀眼，战阵闪电，点亮世界，心中永远看着炽烈的火不熄灭。
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, yeah, we're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up.
When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 la.
觉得这个版本更新之后，上路可能就是肉坦有点崛起了吧，就像赛人、酒桶还有猪妹这种之前不好选的英雄，现在都可以选出来了，因为肉的神话装也加强了，所以现在上路就是英雄的多样性还是挺多的，就既有船长这种输出英雄，也有猪妹这种肉英雄。下一场打 EDG 对线弗兰朵的话，我觉得他是一个很有经验的上单。我跟他对线的话，要注意兵线的掌控吧，然后还有注意先锋团的处理。
All about the team fights. He said it was about the tanky champions, but we certainly did not see any of them. Welcome back, one and all, to our 6th and final game of the day, our 3rd game of this series. It is going to be myself and Mazel bringing you through the setup of this. We had our Icon as our MVP, but we haven't got time to talk about Icon as our MVP. We're going to go straight into the picks and bans of this 3rd and final game of this best of 3 series. EDG on the blue, BLG on the red. They're going to ban away the Zeri and the Vladimir like they've already done. And EDG saying, you know what, we're going to take away Icon's Silas because we don't want anything comfortable.
Well, I was going to talk about how it's been 3 days full of full series games. And I think it's kind of cool that the LPL is going the distance in every series. But yeah, we're straight into it, and we get the immediate Wukong lock-in from EDG.
Yeah, Wukong picked in there as BLG decide to go for the Gangplank and Azir. They could also pick up the Viego as well, so they're kind of running what EDG ran in game 1. EDG now got to find themselves an opportunity to figure out what way they want to try and pick into these solo lanes.
I wonder if we just get the late game focus again from EDG, find ways to not give up as many early advantages to the side of BLG, especially from the blue side itself. But the Kale looked okay, as we said. It got to 16. They just didn't get to really play around it because they took that one bad fight around the Baron. They were in the Baron pit, and it didn't go their way. They do lock it in, though, so still some confidence in their prior picks here. There's the Corki.
Yeah, Corki is here. I wish it was not true. I hate this matchup. It's so boring. No one does anything. And now BLG, they're going to think about what they want to go for. They could go for the Viego. The Trundle would be good into the Wukong as a pseudo kind of counter, I suppose. Something that can deal with his early game jungle prowess, but not exactly great later on into the game. And honestly, I think the Viego is the only true choice you can go with here on the side of BLG. And yeah, they're going with literally the exact same composition that was built up by EDG in game 1.
We'll see if they can pilot it to success, though. The early skirmishing obviously worked out for BLG last time around. Think it'll work out for them this time around as well. Do have a little bit more opt into scaling, though. But we saw in game 1, Scout didn't have to wait till late game as the Azir. He was having big impacts even from the early game. So if Icon can channel some of that himself, that'll be a big unlocking for BLG. Senna is the ban for BLG as we get in the second phase here, though.
Oh, had a big yawn there, so could not speak for
We
about
got
5
this,
seconds.
Ashid. We got this. You need me to bring that
this.
cowboy hat?
It's
Huh?
not even.
You need me to
it's
bring
not-
that cowboy hat?
You're good. You're good.
I'll
But
do
it's
it.
It's funny actually because you're the one who's at like what 3 or 4 a.m. right now, if not later. I'm
got
the one
this.
who's literally 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I woke up at like 7:30, which isn't even that early. I'm just extremely exhausted this week, and I'm not quite sure why.
I put up my
Sorry, go on.
blackout curtains, so now time ain't got nothing on me. I don't know what time it is. Who knows what time it is? I just see these 4 walls
Time is a
around me.
construct.
It's a construct. You don't even know. The Callista, though, banned by EDG, I think is pretty big, as we're going to see that continued focus down towards the ADCs in the second phase. Actually, we changed it up for BLG, though. They banned the Nautilus.
Yeah, and honestly, I think you got to ban the Lucian here as EDG. You can't really give that one up considering everything that's been left out on the boards. You know, you can take many things. Obviously, the Nami is not something you're going to ban because so many things can work with it, but we'll see what they end up going with. BLG happy to take away Mako off of a hard engaged support. Like I said, game 1 when he was on the Nautilus, exceptionally powerful on that pick. Game 2 on the Tam Kench. Yes, he had some clutch moments, but it didn't really equate into any real advantages. And now BLG, they've got to figure out what they want to put themselves in the bot lane with because they got themselves an AD carry pick, but they will be letting up a duo regardless. So might go with Samira. Again, loads of different picks available now at the moment. If Felios is still there as well, if Viper chooses to go back to that.
Yeah, and I think with the way that BLG look to be drafting, right, you have a lot of safety and survivability, at least, in the top and mid lane. So if you do go with something a little bit more aggressive on the bottom lane, you can bring way down that way to at least aggress down there, try to get that lead going for the bottom laners. But they go for the Rakan, taking that away from the double lock-in of EDG as they did last time around. So that will be a nice little takeaway, but maybe EDG still want to take the Xayah.
I mean, the Xayah Rakan is so powerful. We saw how well Doggo and Chris were able to navigate with it. The Xayah is still a very good pick in its own right as well, so not going to be able to get the added bonuses of the Lovers duo being in that bot side for either of these teams as they end up pitted against each other. But where does EDG want to go? And honestly, I don't mind the Leona. It has fallen very hard in favor of the last few, splits or last few patches, but it is still something that Mako can utilize as a hard engage support.
Nice little bit of at least forward momentum for EDG. They do just lock it in, so looking for the catch outs, but it's really to get the party started here, either a package from Scout or you're looking at the Wukong Leona to get things going. You have a lot of backup damage. You have a lot of at least win conditions that way, but it's a lot about the execution, which EDG faltered on last game, and now we see the completion of the composition, the Azrael safety coming in for BLG and Doggo, his most played champion.
Yeah, something he's very, very comfortable on. We'll have a lot of safety in that bot side as well, and of course, post level 6, it does make it a lot easier for BLG to be able to try and disengage from fights. And they will be relying a little bit on Crisp on this Rakan, but I gotta say, last game he was pretty on point with his quicknesses and even his grand entrances. So he is very, very reliable in that regard. So right now it is going to be about if EDG can kind of make that Wukong first pick work. This is the big thing that we talk about in the pick and ban right now, because this particular champion has been banned for the majority of every single series we've seen, and now they've got an opportunity to see how powerful it can be.
Yeah, and if it's piloted correctly, if we do see that early aggression go down, the pathing can be so unique. You can find so many different advantages, and it's all about execution, though. Again, I think that's the thing we always come back to, and the thing that we don't want to see EDG falter on is execution. How could they, right? They're the golden children. They're the defending world champions. But then you see games like last game where they lose in one fell swoop, and it makes you question everything. And I think it does bear a moment of pride here for EDG if they can find the execution of this composition and slam home another win like they did in game 1. But BLG definitely have a composition that they've tailored throughout all of these games into a powerful weapon for themselves.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing you kind of said there, is that like BLG, this could be momentum from them. This could be a moment for them to be able to kind of reclaim their season. Yes, they're only 1-4. That's 25% of the games you play. You're coming out with a 1-3 record. 1-4 would be desperate, I feel, for you as a team. So you really do need to look at this as a potential moment to push yourself forward and get yourself to a position where you can actually be back in the playoff picture.
And just to go talking a little bit about players, right? And you're looking at Doggo. I know he's got a special place in my heart, right? I love seeing the passion that this kid has, but as well just knowing a little bit of the background of the story, right? And seeing him continue as might not get a chance to talk about. Okay, the level 1 did go by. But he's up against Viper, right? And that's a true test. That's something like if he's able to pull away a win like this, we've already talked about it so many times, but like this is a monumental win for a young budding star in Doggo, a young budding ADC in Doggo against this team like EDG. And I think it's such an interesting story to tell that goes on behind the scenes of the little mental shifts that can happen because of these things, right?
Absolutely. And I think that's the big way of looking at it, is that Doggo is still a very young player, someone who has plenty of time to be building up a career within the LPL. Obviously, we have seen him in internationals representing the PCS for PSG Talon, but again, it's going to come down to how he represents himself, and that's the big thing I think people realize, is that there might be some fantastic players in the world that just never get a shot because of the circumstances, the teams they're on. You know, again, it's a 5v5 team, as we see JJ going immediately into mid lane, probably going to be able to force back Icons, so he's not going to flash, but that's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage. See if Icon could stick in the lane, does have TP if he does need to bail out, but just looking to get some of that poke back on the Scout and even up that lane a bit. I'm sure that will mean some extra calling from Icon, maybe for some help for Weiwei. But it'll be a little while, as it does look like Weiwei wants to go for the full clears. Pressure up from Scout, though, consistently. Look at bot lane, though. Look at the positioning right now. Chris was even around the edge over there on the side. I think it's so funny to see the way that the map is playing out for BLG in terms of trying to find where Weiwei is going to focus on early, especially because we saw him get started early on last game. And he's already at least pacing pretty heavily.
Well, we'll see what they end up going with. Icon going to try and move forward. As you can see, Scout hasn't got the wave in a great spot. Not a lot of mana on him either. So realistically, he'll want to try and push this one back, get a reset off. It should just be Icon, though, doing that in his stead. As we now see Weiwei going to walk straight over rewards. They know exactly where he is.
He's invisible.
He is invisible, but JJ is here. And JJ is also invisible, does not get the smite off, so Weiwei will be able to pick up that pretty damn quickly and pretty damn effectively.
I feel like JJ's invisibility is a little bit more OP than Weiwei's because you see the mist, you don't actually. I mean, you have the monkey, I guess. A little bit back and forth there, but yeah, I don't know. Who's weighing invisibilities? They're both pretty OP.
Yeah, they're both pretty good. And speaking of which, Weiwei gonna follow the non-decoy monkey over to the red buff or red side of his jungle. And honestly, with the support of Crisp here, it's going to be very difficult for EDG to really defend this jungle here. But I will say that Mako is around, will not get jumped on by the Grand Entrance. And Crisp honestly just felt like maybe he had a little bit more time. I see the shifting sands right on top of Scout, who is yet to go back. This is the power of having Scout on this Azir, or excuse me, having Icon on this Azir. Is the Azir will have that early pushing power until Corki hits level 6.
Yeah, you'll see the TP no doubt coming out from Scout to get back into the lane, so both of them have utilized that. But on this push, we're actually going to see the quick back from Icon. Oh, I thought maybe he was going to, maybe he's just doing it for a little bit of fun. But it is Dog. Ooh, even then, okay, people getting backstopped at least. Mako not able to get his reset off.
This is just about kind of like the positioning, the power of when and where you're able to take your back, especially in bot lane, because Dragon's going to be a very big point of contention. We've seen how both these teams have prioritized those very early objectives. As Flandre, are we recognizing he's in no man's land right now and needs to back himself up and make sure he does not end up losing out that trade in the top side. I will say, though, it is being frozen ever so slightly by Bin, so Bin should be able to make it pretty useful or pretty worth it for himself. He actually has a cull as well, so he's been stacking that one up very nicely for himself.
We have some time here. Sheen, what's your next Pokemon? What do you got? Putting you on the
So
spot.
hang on. We got Kingler.
I got a list here. We got
Snorlax,
Pikachu equals
Gengar.
Zeri. We got Kingler equals JJ. Scout equals Gengar. Flandre equals Snorlax. What do you got? You got 2 more to go.
Okay, I got 2 more to finish off my team. I also don't want to do dual typing or like overlapping.
Are you starting to think some meta game over here? Starting to play some meta
That's just
game?
inefficient when you're playing the game. That's just inefficient. But I'll think about it. Okay, I'll try and make something up for.
I mean, this is your last game. I don't know what your punishment is for not getting it, but I'll think of something. I don't know. You have to wear the cowboy hat.
I mean, if you can get it to me, like we are quite literally thousands of miles away from each other. The power of technology.
I would walk
we're able to chat
5,000 miles to get you a hat.
Actually, I'm curious of not you in particular, because I don't know your address, but how far away is Texas from me?
Texas.
Houston, Texas.
JJ.
Or Dallas, Texas.
I like that BLG are moving up here, though, actually. They want to go for the early stacking, potentially, as they do.
Answer the question. Houston, Texas, or Dallas, Texas?
Dallas. That's more. That's closer.
Dallas.
It's closer to where I lived for like a majority of my life.
Gotcha. All right.
How far?
How far?
I'm gonna guess like 6,000 miles. I don't know. I don't know distance. I don't know relative distance.
It's not coming up on Google Maps right
no.
now. It's like, you can't travel this. Like, it's not possible for you to be
Ireland.
able to do this. Literally, it's like, I'll figure it out.
All right.
I'll figure it out what we're going for. But EDG are the ones, despite the early pressure coming out from BLG around that Dragon Pit, it is going to be EDG who is able to take that objective first. And I talked about the importance, shall we say, of the first Dragon, as now Mako finds Crisp and backs himself up. Weiwei is in the vicinity, but Dragon has already been secured, and the decoy should be enough to get JJ over the wall. He even gets a couple of extra seconds, as no one really knows he's there.
I got you. You ready for it? I was way off. I'm not that way off. 4,458 miles from Dallas to Dublin.
What?
I would walk
Okay.
4,000. No, I'm not gonna start that again. Nobody wants
That's
that.
a lot of miles.
That's a lot of miles. That's a lot of miles. That hat's gonna be
Yeah.
traveling.
Also, did you also hear that little ding?
I did. I don't know what that was.
I don't know what that was.
know what
Yeah,
that was.
I also don't know what that was. So
I checked
I-
my
I
phone.
didn't-
There's no sounds. Nothing is on my phone. So
yeah,
who knows?
same.
Maybe it's the little thing.
I did not know. I do not know.
It's, you know, the LPL smiling down on us. You know, after this long night of games, into the 6th game, into EDG, potentially falling to BLG. Not much is happening. We're still waiting on the Pokemon to come through from Ashin. We're still waiting on the scaling to come through for EDG. There's a lot of things we're waiting on here, Ashin.
Yeah, there is a lot of things we're waiting on. I think.
Well,
Oh,
well, you got to come up with
stop
something for the Aphelios. Like that, Aphelios has to be a core part to
Well,
the Viper
I feel
training
like the
arc.
Zeri is Viper, you know? Like, I think the Zeri is
I
just
feel
some
like
of those good
the
things. But
Aphelios is Viper.
it is, of course, it's his skin, of course. And I love how there's so many like Korean carries, obviously from previous winners gone by, who are like, when I feel like I have earned my spot to play my world skin, I will play it again. And then there's Viper, who's just like,
Hey,
whoa, I got an Aphelios skin and he's super meta. I'm not going to not wear it. Like, this is my skin. Why the hell would I not wear it?
To be fair, he felt pretty confident that first game. Like he deservedly wore that skin because he absolutely destroyed the first game on Aphelios, and maybe not so much the second game, but hey, here we are.
But yeah, I think as well, like for Viper, he's had so many champions. The guy, I still maintain he's probably the best ADC in the world. That's going to be
definitely an
controversial, but you know, for a lot of different people. But it's always one of those things. Oh no, not quite. Icon gonna actually take a lot of punishment on the backside of that. And that's the power of the Corki, is that you're able to get away from the Azir and put down a hell of a lot of hurt afterwards.
All I gotta ask Icon is, you know, this guy just played this champion twice. You know, this guy plays a lot of his. Like, he knows your timings. He's gonna outplay you, and he does just that with the Valkyrie. I think that's a huge outplay for Scout. But now we're looking at top lane as JJ was actually looking for some aggression. Wei will find him in the bush.
Yeah, he will find him.
TP.
An immediate TP. That was a little trigger happy, if you ask me, from Icon. That is not good, which means he's guaranteed to lose at least the pressure in mid lane and at least the pressure of the lane now in the kind of like top half of the map.
Get the quick back there for Wei as he did get the Rift Herald. Now that's the next thing I'm looking at. We have another mid at 50 for Dragon. Again, early stacking could help out EDG to make sure they get to the late game, but it's more so where Wei is looking to get this Rift Herald established, and maybe looking bot lane, as they are very heavily pressured down here by Viper and Mako.
Very much so, and this is the power of the Leona. Again, you have that hard engage. If Ezreal gets caught out by it, he will just get 100 to 0. So you have to be so very careful of how you're taking these trades. And honestly, right now, with a 500 gold lead, or a little bit under it, honestly, for the favor of EDG, this is totally fine for them. Again, they have a Corki, a Kayle. Xayah will do exceptionally well. Yes, you do have the Azir and the Gangplank on the other end, of course, but I just feel like when it comes down to these, you know, team fights, or these big wars, I suppose, that we're going to be expecting to see, it is going to be a little bit more about how you execute on your composition. And honestly, EDG are going to have enough in the engage department to be able to maybe do a little bit more than the side of BLG.
Again, we're coming up about a quarter of the way on this Rift Herald, and we're seeing the movement from Wei not necessarily lead that way, but Flandre's pushed up pretty heavily up here, and could be a way to punish for BLG up that way, but you're seeing a lot of movement down this way in bottom lane for EDG because they're trying to set up vision, trying to get control over this Dragon Pit before it spawns in 30 seconds. Here we go, top lane, Righteous Judgment.
Okay, they're going to get the Righteous Judgment coming down. Bit of divine intervention, and Flandre does lose his flash and his ultimate there, but Wei did have to commit his as well, so you are trading equally for the moment, but you got to admit that for a Kayle, far more impactful.
And here's the focus that we were looking for. The Rift Herald finally dropped in topside. They'll get the Rift Herald charged off to get the plates here for Ben and Wei, so extra gold in the pockets of BLG, with a couple of carries getting some gold at least, with Wei wanting to be the early skirmisher. JJ, at the same time, is looking bottom lane, is looking to take some of the farm away from Wei and maybe transition that with this pressure in bot lane. But Viper
Oh, gets engaged upon, but he's a Zaya, so he should just be fine to be able to back that one out. Viper, very, very safe in that regard. And with JJ on the bot side of the map means they're going to be able to pick up their second dragon of the game. And again, we're seeing a very similar situation as we did in game 2, where EDG are the ones just basically getting those early objectives, buying themselves time should they need it.
There's the package. A little bit of sightseeing there for Scout. Just wanted to get some altitude. They're moving top, though. They want to punish Flandre yet again.
They're trying to cut off the minion wave, and they're going to try and get on top of him, but the minion wave's already been cut off. Weiwei's in a lot of trouble. Weiwei will drop. No, he won't. Bin took the tower aggro right at the last second. 13 minutes, and we get our first blood.
Wowzers. I can't believe it took that long. I honestly completely forgot we didn't have a kill already because of all the skirmishing going on, but that's huge to put down Flandre, and that's what we wanted from BLG. We have Trinity Force. That just got completed for Bin. That's actually gigantic. They're going to have such a big pressure point in top lane.
And that's going to be the tower probably dropping on the next wave push, honestly. They leave it open just for now because I think it's just a setup of we know we can lose a lot more minions than we can gain from the gold. So they want to try and keep Flandre as far back as absolutely possible. I like that movement here from BLG. But yeah, 15 minutes into the game, or 14 minutes, we only have the one kill, and that's kind of the statement of how BLG tend to play League of Legends. They are a very, very slow team, and honestly, it feels like EDG have kind of, I suppose the word I'd be looking for is adapted to their playstyle.
But that's the thing is, like, we saw BLG play with the skirmishing in game 2, and it came out really well for them. Icon's now trying to punish Flandre with Weiwei up here. True Shot Barrage from across the way will get him too. They also brought Crisp up here. They're just going to put down Flandre again.
Oh, no.
He got baited by coming to the tower.
We got you, but now Doggo needs to be a little bit careful. Will be forced to flash away. You can see the Kale trying to do as much as they possibly can. Flandre seeing if he can just survive for as long as possible, but it's not very possible. They will trade back a turret in the bot side and in the mid lane. So honestly, it's one kill and a turret for 2 turrets in favor of EDG. It's a very close one, but it is EDG kind of coming out ahead in terms of the gold lead.
Another Rift Herald up on the table here. Weiwei will be starting that off after the tower goes down. Thought maybe you would see the path up from JJ to come contest this because they did have Mako already in mid lane, Viper moving up as well, but it looks like it's just going to be another objective, or an objective for BLG after. It'll be 2 Rift Heralds for BLG, 2 Dragons for EDG.
And EDG just kind of trading up, I will say, with the Rift Herald being taken, not as impactful as the first, but it does mean that you end up in a little bit of a better situation. They do have to commit a fair bit to this, in fairness. It does require quite a lot of ultimates to eventually take down Flandre, but they take them down nonetheless, and they take themselves the top turret. So this is why I was really happy to see them not take that turret on the first time they killed off the Kale, because Flandre just wouldn't be extended up that far. So now having to be able to take him or pull him away from the safety of his turret, or a turret that's basically going to die, they get both the turret and a second kill, and keep him a little bit in the dust right now. He's 30 CS behind, really not having a good game right now, and really just being put behind by the likes of BLG.
But what you got to look at is this mid lane as well. Icon's been trying to get things happening in the side lanes, but now he's fallen behind about 30 CS, and Scout will be a strength to be dealt with in the later parts of the game. He might not be on the Azir, but this Corki will be putting out serious damage to back up the profile that EDG have drafted.
Now EDG, they got the level 11 for Flandre, so he's... The clock is very much there, but like we said last time, it is a difficult setup for the Kale. You cannot just go in willy-nilly assuming you're going to win, and that's exactly what happened in Game 2, where BLG just kind of said, right, we don't really care about the Kale right now. We can 100% take you if you're just going to try and run at us. And now BLG, they've got an opportunity to maybe try and contest these dragons. It is an Infernal Soul as well, so very valuable for both EDG and for BLG. And Viper maybe thinking he has an opportunity to maybe work something here with Mako.
The little moments of aggression that you can find with the Xayah, I think, are really fun, and Viper is obviously in tune with trying to find those, but it's the fact that they have so much pressure for BLG in mid, they have to walk the long way around. Not much could be pressed on into the tower, though, for BLG, as they're just trying to position around this dragon. Again, 40 seconds for that next objective to come up would be a nice stacking objective for EDG. We saw last time BLG definitely wanted to put a stop to that, and were able to do so. They're going to put a lot of priority around this here, Asheen.
Yeah, they certainly are. There's the TP coming in from Icon. They're going to drop the Rift Herald as well. There's a fledged operation coming out from BLG to say, you will not get this objective. That being said, though, Scout is waiting for the timer of his package. The Rift Herald is yet to really get much work done here. We'll get a fair bit of damage onto the tower, but they won't take it just yet. The package just being picked up now, and the TP is going to be coming in. EDG, they want to fight for this. Oh, they flash in. They're going to go and try and make this one work. The Cyclone has been used, and they're going to look for a full
BLG,
engage on the backside of it. There it is. The package, though, is good to try and separate them out. Look at Icon. He's nowhere near this fight. The feathers have gone flying, and the cannons have barraged. But nobody goes down, and now it becomes a little bit of a poke war between Scout and, of course, between Doggo. Icon wasn't a part of that fight, and now everyone's starting to reset. You do have a TP here for the gangplank, but the Dragon's already been started. Can they burn this one down before the TP can come in? They're going to try and 50-50 it. It is gone over to EDG. They will get themselves over the wall as well. Now Bin is caught all by himself. Nowhere to go. Will he be taken down? Yes, he will. And now Weiwei, who had to try and help his top laner, needs to heartbreak over the wall. These health bars are so low for BLG and EDG. They get exactly what they wanted.
And Ben, that feels so bad. He missed all the barrels in that little flank, and we'll have to see if they can finish this off. Weiwei is caught in transition to get back to his base. He actually dupes him right there. Wow.
Cheeky. They know he's there. JJ will not go for him, but that's an Earth, Wind, and Fire now for EDG. Do you remember September, as they now put themselves on the soul point?
Yeah, it's pretty terrifying. BLG obviously did not want that to go down. We're going to replay of that one. The TP back. It's all trying to set up here for Ben, but he doesn't get anything accomplished. The barrel gets stopped. The next barrel gets stopped. The transition is just not able to be there, and he has to back off by the time everything else happens.
Yeah, it was about 2 seconds too late. It just felt like he wasn't able to give any pressure. And by the time he actually finishes his TP, EDG's in a perfect position to be able to collapse down on top of him. So first kill for EDG over BLG. We are 20 minutes into the game. We are looking at 3 kills. This is not the LPL I love and enjoy, but it is still a good game.
You were talking about counter. I'm counting down the minutes right here, Oshin. Audience, we're holding him down.
I hate Azir Corki.
Wait, but
it's so boring.
The counter is on you, Ashid. You need 2 more Pokemon.
I'm trying to think. I can't think of a Pokemon. Like, you know what? I think Kenju would be Charizard.
Okay.
And if you understand why Kenju would be Charizard to Ash, maybe specifically to Snorlax on
maybe
the
then
you know what? Yeah, then you know what's up. But I'm going to have the Charizard as Kenju. Obviously, Kenju no longer with the organization. Is, ooh, okay, JJ. Going to think like maybe he can go for this one, and it is exactly what he's going to do. They're going to drop down the Divine Intervention. And then there's Viper forcing the flashes out. Weiwei gets stunned up, has to flash himself. The feathers will fly, but will not do enough. We will see them trying to do the exact same on the opposite side of the map, but it's a Corki. He's so much harder to lock down.
Scout just broke some ankles.
Is
just saying. Scout just broke some ankles up there.
Just kept himself safe. They even TP towards the mid lane. That's going to be Flandre picking up this, nice little bit of farm, which gets him up to level 13. This is just EDG kind of looking comfortable.
Yeah, it's chugging along at least. We felt to some extent that way last time around with some of the things they were working on. I think there was a much bigger lead for BLG last time, though. It's still all about the execution, though, for EDG, trying to find ways to ensure that they get this Infernal Soul, ensure that some of these scaling aspects that BLG opted into in this third final game don't come to fruition.
And now, minute 30 till that dragon spawns. It will be a little late for Scout because he has to wait for the package to come up. So you'd really want, as EDG, to be able to slow down this momentum BLG are building in the bot lane of the river, or excuse me, the bottom half of the river, and make it so that they do not have a way in, basically, around this kind of dragon pit. You need to be able to try and get that Corki package out as quick as possible. But before we get there, we are at some pretty big item breakpoints. You've got the mana, Mer mana alongside the Essence Reaver here for the Ezreal. So Doggo pretty much at a huge spike. You are looking to try and get a second amount of item on the Flandre if you can, but I'm not sure if he's going to have enough money just yet. He might have it just about. That's going to be huge for this fight. If he can come out with a Rift Maker here, that could be massive.
That would be huge. They are moving over to control this. They burn this down big time. I mean, Icon will do some serious work here, at least with the Leandries, but they'll not be spotted out yet. No pings.
I mean,
Nothing?
you're trading a permanent buff for a temporary one. Yes, the Baron is nice, but giving up the Infernal Soul...
Do they get both? I mean, can they go fight? I guess the backs won't be quite. Weiwei's getting way too low.
I don't think so. Weiwei's getting way too low. They will reset, so 20 seconds down until that comes up. And
they have 2 TPs.
They do? It's going to be rough. You need Weiwei there, who's picked up a stopwatch. They know this is it. This is the moment. They even have the package, though, for EDG. And yeah, I like the play. You have the Baron buff. That's great. But you now have to deal with this dragon, and you're not in a position to be able to try and stop EDG from just burning it down.
And I think you got to be careful because you obviously don't want to go into 5-man package, right? But that's where I think these bottom wards that they had behind the Dragon Pit would have been so crucial and a cool pincer, but they just lose the Infernal Soul to opt into mid lane.
Yep, they lose the Infernal Soul. Again, BLG, what can you do now with this Baron buff? It feels like you got to make this one worth it. You traded out a permanent buff for a temporary one, and now we're going to see there's the ultimate coming out from the Cyclone as well. They're going to burn down Crisp. That Infernal Soul already doing work, and it just feels like EDG maybe just biting off a little bit more than they could chew. Doggo doing very well off on the side, and it's still in his ear, so 4v3, they're still looking pretty good. The Kale no longer a part of this fight, but Doggo, I just don't think you're going to be able to kind of get the damage down that you need.
This is a bit rough for EDG, taking a lot of poke.
Doggo! Doggo! Oh my lord, he almost got taken down, has to flash away. Yep, thumbs up, all calculated, but yeah, that is a Baron going in favor of BLG, but for EDG, again, you can see with the poke and the damage they have, the lethality they have, to be able to kind of, kill off all these members, the Gale Force as well from the Xayah, just makes it so hard to make this one work.
See how this all kicked off as well. JJ getting all of his health taken out in a bit, gets the Righteous Judgment used down, but Crisp gets burned. Scout's doing a decent amount of damage in the back. It's still this amount of pressure, though, with the minion wave, with the tower here. Doggo over the wall. Flandre has no idea.
Doggo trying his very best right now, trying to put out as much DPS as he can, but again, Infernal Soul, like, it's hard. It's so hard now for BLG to really make this one work. They got a minute, just a little bit under it, of Baron timer left. They will not be able to get many more, if any, turrets, and honestly, it's only a 1,500 gold lead or Baron power play, and even then, with this tower going down on top side, it's not going to be that relevant at all. They'll trade it back on the bot lane, but again, this is still a net win for EDG.
Level 14 for Flandre. I'm sure he's getting close to level
2 towers from this
as well. Yeah. Ben is here. Crisp is on his way, but yeah, that tower should fall. Oh, nope. Too quick. Too quick.
Too quick, but they just took an awful chunk out of it as well. So you can see now JJ just trying to run away now with Finn in tow. Scout just going to try and back away as well. But while this has all been happening, you can see the Kale, level 14, 2 more levels away from getting up to the level 16 point, and this is where we start to get a little bit scary again. Bin going for that Triforce and the Serelda's Grudge with the Maw Mortius means, yes, he does hurt, but not as much as he did in that last game. Remember, the last game he had got the Prowler's Claw, so was an awful lot scarier if he got on top of you. So this one's a little bit more of a poke build, a little bit more sustain, you would argue, from the side of Bin, but is it going to be enough for BLG?
Hey, you got to hope so if you're a BLG fan at this point. The Infernal Soul is going to be so huge for EDG, especially when you're looking at Scout scaling up so big right now. I mean, he's almost at 300 CS. He's almost at 3 items. That'll be another big power spike for EDG. And you can see they're just moving around, using the strength here that they have. But actually, look in the jungle here. Weiwei is on the behind here, trying to find something funny. Not going to find it this time around. Scout's just farming up continuously here. It's getting scary. And then they also have the double timer of Flandre in the top lane on KO.
It's tough. It's tough right now. And 2 minutes 30 till that Elder Drake spawns. 2 minutes until the Baron spawns. Flandre needs to be careful. He's sitting on what could potentially be a loaded barrel. Will not get hit by it. And now Bin Needs to be very careful. He's getting 1v1 because these barrels are being taken out and he's not getting the damage down. The TP's going to come in. They're going to have to use the quickness defensively to try and keep everyone going. And now with Icon on the wrong side of the map, you can see JJ will actually be taken down. Now Scout looking to try and see if he can take out this Azir as he jumps straight onto Chris. He goes down, but a great shuffle from Icon keeps the fight in a little bit more of a favor. They take down the Corki. They take down the Kale. And you just don't have the damage. It's all on Viper. Can he get the damage? But he cannot. BLG find a fight, 5 for 1, and they'll be able to push down bot side.
Infernal Soul don't mean anything. BLG 28 minutes in. They find the fight against EDG. They're pushing down this bot lane. This is an inhib. They're moving mid too with Ben. This is so much gained in such a short amount of time for BLG. They are pushing EDG to the brink. This composition is just not working.
That BLG was just so good. It looked so bad for Ben right at the start of that. He was getting every barrel popped. He wasn't able to keep himself in a damaging position, but you can see just how much this Azir will do because Flandre, not quite level 16, doesn't have the one-shot potential that we all know, and yes, does a fair bit here, but JJ is so squishy in these exchanges. You can see just like 1, 2, doesn't actually get anything else off after his first Cyclone, so he just becomes a very easy sitting target.
Scout tries. This fight was so split though, and like you can see EDG were trying to form groups, they were trying to form ranks, but in the end, the flank here at the end from Ben, after all of that, starting the replay with all those missed barrels, into him helping round it out. That's incredible stuff from BLG to stay and keep their heads in the game.
It's level 50 for Flandre, so he is only 1 level away from finally having access to that final passive of Ascension. His auto attacks will start to do absolutely massive AoE damage. You can see there. Look at Icon's damage right there. Just huge on this Azir.
That is what you're looking for when you get the Rabadon's Death Cap completed. Package is available. Elder Dragon on the table. EDG ready to set up for this, and BLG need to fight. Oh my
Chris!
God!
He's almost dead. He is not going to be able to engage. The Elder Drake's already down to 4,000 HP.
Gone?
He's dead. Gone. He got hit by a rocket and was sent to the moon. Now BLG have to fully disengage because they are not in a position to go for this.
The package is
they
still
have
there.
to even commit flashes from Doggo as well.
Like, he didn't even have to use the package. They just got the Elder Dragon. Now they transition this straight to the Baron, because why not? We saw them lose that last fight, but it was because the execution didn't go in EDG's favor. But now when they get the resets, they get the backs, they get the item completions, they come out of the rift, and they smash BLG in that fight. Wei just needs to try to steal, but there's no way he can get into the pit.
Nope, Mako playing bodyguard. You don't have to go home, son, but you can't stay here with the Baron, the Elder, and level 16 for Flandre. Honestly, this is just crisp. I don't know what you're doing. You have no vision. You should not be walking up on that.
And then he walks back up.
Yeah, he sees Scout. He sees him. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but that ain't it.
That ain't it, Chief. That ain't it. But it is EDG who is it in the advantage, at least right now. They are still in the deficit, but they have Elder for another minute and 15 seconds just about. Baron still up for them. They have bot lane now pushing. They're going to have a wave trying to stack in top lane. They have everything going for them.
You know what the crazy thing is? BLG still have a gold.
They do. Yeah,
BLG
exactly.
are still 2k ahead, but it is a level 16 Kale with 3 items, shredding through these minions' health bars, and this is just going to become a slow, methodical move back. They're going to have to, BLG are going to have to wait till the Baron's gone. They're going to have to wait till the Elder's gone, and then hope and pray that EDG just can't find a fight.
Scout lands one rocket on somebody, they will be threatened. Like, their life could just end because of the amount of damage they'll do. And you see EDG strengthening the grip, the chokehold on BLG. That was one rocket.
Yep. That's about it. That's about as easy as it comes here for
They're just going to try to push for it.
I mean, honestly, again, you've got 23 seconds of Elder still left, so who's gonna stop you if they take a fight and on the side of
Somebody's got to
BLG
call
they'll
them
probably
off
lose.
here, right? Like somebody's got to be like, all right, guys, we don't need to finish this.
I
Oh!
don't know, Doggo. He has to be saved up there by Crisp. So again, look at this tower though. It's been beaten down by the cannon minions and will be taken out. So you will lose Elder, but you've still got yourself some.
Oh
nice
my
little.
God.
Oh, Crisp. It just times them out, but you've got another minute or so of Barons. So this game is again just going to be a slow, methodical move forward for the side of EDG.
It's so rough for BLG from a moment of greatness to so far down that they are just losing every which way but Sunday. This is another engage. Thought JJ might get a little bit more pressure on him, but another tower will fall.
Yeah, and now EDG don't have to force anything. They can back up. They've got some Baron and powered recalls. They can even look to go top and take up the last of the few remaining outer turrets. Only about 1,000 gold lead, funny enough, for EDG, but it does not matter because your Corki, your Kale, your Zaya, everyone is on such a massive spike. Doesn't matter that Flandre is 1 and 4. He's still a Kale, and he'll still destroy you.
Doggo completed his 4th item, Frozen Heart, still waiting on the finally it's the serrated dirt. So what if that's the Dusk Blade or the Prowler's Call, like we were seeing maybe as Doggo. Still going to be a major factor here, and Icon and Ben, they are strong, right? Ben is looking towards that full stacked build here for himself, as well as trying to get Icon there, but it's really hard at this point. Yes, not having the Elder makes it a little bit harder for EDG to press their advantage, but it just feels like the fights are going one way, and it's going EDG's way. Ever since that one turnaround for BLG, it's been all EDG.
Yeah, honestly, it feels like, I know you said like it's hard for them to press their advantages, but their advantages are the structure they took. You do not have the safety of towers or inhibitors. You have constant pressure in the mid and bot lane, while EDG have teleports. They have 2 teleports available to them from Flandre and Scout, so they're going to be able to kind of put themselves in a position where they can choke you out of vision. Say, look, you don't have an idea of where we are, what we're doing, and it's going to come down to see if JJ will jump straight down onto Crisp, and they'll just try and bait him out a little bit more. So this is going to be a little bit of a slow burner here from EDG, but BLG, oh my God. 1 rocket, nearly half its HP.
Yeah, a little bit of mom spaghetti there on Doggo's chest. There we are. That last inhib tower falls. That'd be triple or double super minion, not triple. That'd be a crazy engage. Ooh.
Double super minions in triple lanes because you've now used everything here from the side of BLG. You don't have the quickness, you don't have the cannon barrage or the Emperor's Divide, and now Scout feeling confident, but be careful. There's still a hell of a lot of damage on this gangplank.
There is, and when you're looking to end the game, exactly what EDG are looking for right now. They just want to get this last inhib. They want to make sure that they have all the pressure they could ever ask for in this base of BLG.
Look, you're going to end up pushing back now. Dragon spawning in 40 seconds. It'll be the second Elder of the game. It will be a pretty definitive winning point here now for EDG if they're able to get that. You've no inhibitors. You have 1 Nexus tower between you and your Nexus. It's not greedy the greatest of situations, but look, BLG, you got to go for something. You got to try.
Trying is the name of the game at this point for BLG. Is I think that
Viper.
Yeah, he's praying. He's looking. He wants to find
Ooh,
something.
they
But
caught
EDG
him.
are looking.
They caught him. They're looking for him as we're going to see the Kale ult come down there. Maybe I make this one work, but yeah, Finn's already gone down to the GA. He's going to be down on the Doggo and Icon, but there's the package right across everybody. They will end up going golden. Icon not quite able to get the reset down. And that's going to be enough here for the side of EDG. They will pick up 4 kills, lose absolutely none. TP into the top lane, and that's going to be the game and the series.
It will be the end of our night. A long one indeed, but a fun one. As double play-by-play tackle tonight, EDG tackle their darkest fears and taking another loss, another series loss, and BLG will be wishing and thinking of what could have been.
What could have been, indeed. And EDG, you're not going to be super happy with that, but look, a win's a win's a win. And BLG 1 and 4 now.
Yeah.
This is rough.
It really is. I think you're looking at the potentials that came out of this game. I think you see some of the things that Icon brings to the table. You were saying, new mid, same problems. Yes, absolutely.
Yep.
But that game 2 brought us a moment of brightness, showed us what it means when they do get that skirmishing lead. They get a skirmishing comp that works out for them, and they can kind of upheave the early game. But that next game, really rough to see them kind of fall behind and have those moments of brightness too. But it was very short moments, and EDG were able to go back, reset their mental, and get back on the map and just shut it down.
Yeah, I will say for BLG, their next few games are arguably a little bit easier. They go up against the other 1-4 team in IG next week, and then they play against TT before going up against Weibo and LGD and RA. So they've got like about, out of those 5 games, I could very well see them winning 4, maybe even 5 of them if Weibo, depending on how they are on the day. But yeah, you're going to need a big win streak. You're going to need a lot of wins in the bank if you're going to come back out in the playoffs. You don't need to be even average in the LPL to get in the top 10, because of course 10 is not the halfway point of 17, but you do need to be doing a little bit better than this. And for EDG, you're not really upset about this at all. You 2-1, great start to you. You now play TT later on next week, but then you go up against V5 in about 3 games time.
I feel like they might be a little sad. Getting the KO, getting the composition in the second game, getting to the level 16 mark, but then failing the execution around the Baron pit. Those are slip-ups, yes, small and very minute in moments that EDG need to clean up. You don't want to see these kinds of moments from world champions, right? Like, especially coming into the split when they did, let's be honest, fail in spring. And I think when you're looking at this team, you're looking at greatness, but you need to see them continue to do so. And you saw that from every moment in this game. Even in the losing game, you could see that the machinations of EDG still work, right? Viper is still an absolute monster. The duo bot lane is still something to be reckoned with, and the whole team kind of working together. Scout is performing like an absolute madman. 36% of the damage in that last game. That Corki was popping.
Yeah, the Corki was doing huge damage, and it kind of feels like this is where the meta is heading towards, especially in the LPL, where we're looking at those late game scalers. We're looking at big defensive kind of starts that lead into much bigger definitive team fights later on in the game. It was a slow day. They were slow games, but I think EDG are still 3-1, actually 4-1, excuse me, in the standings. The only person they've actually lost to in their first 5 games is JDG, who are 5-0. So you haven't lost to anybody that, arguably should be below you. And I think JDG have just been more consistent in how they played the game.
And I want to go back to the conversation we were having earlier, and especially when we were looking at like where the big focuses were for this game. And the focus we put on supports. I think it was an interesting development to see the final game, right? Mako brings out the Leona. We have Crisp on the Rakan trying to make everything happen from every angle, it felt like, on the Rakan, but it just wasn't successful. And I think that underlies a little bit of the communication that we would like to see cleared up from BLG, because it did feel like at times they were kind of differentiating what they wanted to accomplish from each other.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think BLG, it's hard to get any way positive about this team.
I still love Doggo. Doggo has my heart.
Doggo is great. Doggo is fantastic, but it is just one of those teams where right now they are not looking good. No one's on the same page. Even in their win today, it was very much EDG making a decision for them that then they were able to kind of hands diff. And it feels like we said that a lot last split. It feels like this is even more prominent this split, where they're not even getting away with it as much. They are getting the odd game or two, but it's definitely not been a good start for BLG. This team is looking very, very shaky, and 1-4 already in the split. Like you've only got 11 series left, and I know that sounds like very defeatist, but we're only very early on. But 11 series, and you think of some of the games they've already played. They've already played against the likes of Ultra Prime. They've already played AL.
Yeah.
Like, these are teams that you would expect them to be able to beat. They did win one of them, but it was very close. And honestly, for BLG, a lot to be figured out, a lot to be decided for them. And honestly, I think the next few weeks are going to be key for them. I think if they can come out with 4 wins out of the next 5 games, they've still got a shot. If they even drop to them 3, I have a lot of issues with this team getting into playoffs then.
Absolutely. You know what else still needs to be decided? First of all, MVP. Hopefully that'll be coming up here soon. But second of all, your last team member. I'm going to give you 5-second grace period. Give me a Pokemon on top of your name and hit the 6, or is he just going into 5 with the final 4? What do you got?
No, he's got it 6-1. I can't even think about any of the. You know what? He's gonna go in with Scyther because I
Scyther.
like Scyther.
Okay.
He has blade hands. That's
Any
what I'm going with.
like any tie-in to anything related
No,
to Viper?
I can't think of
Nothing?
anything.
No?
He just has blades.
We're
for
just gonna let you have
hands.
that one, I guess. I was hoping for a tie-in somewhere canonically to Viper, but all right, you get away with that one. But I think you take that perspective. It's fun to talk
All
about
Gen
that.
1, by the way. It all has to be Gen 1.
Yeah.
I don't know any Pokemon any other gens.
But I want to bring up the Viper point a little bit more because this guy has just been consistently so great. And you called him the Ash Ketchum at the LPL for a reason because he does want to try to be the best, right? Be the very best even. And I think you see that he is consistently making strides to show why he is that next level up, why he is the ADC that the entire league looks to be the best mechanically, the best hands.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I think there were some moments where everyone was piled on top of Viper in game 1, obviously specifically is what I'm thinking of, and even in game 2 as well. But it is just you have to do it. Again, like this is the thing. Yes, he died a couple of times. He wasn't able to completely hands diff absolutely everybody. But again, this is a team of BLG that has multiple Worlds appearances, an MSI champion. Like, this is not a bad team by any stretch of the imagination. This is just, unfortunately, a team that does not equal the sum of their parts. This is a team that is very much playing separately. And for Viper, you're going to take a couple of bad hits sometimes, but I still believe he's one of, if not the best ADC in the world.
I will say, I like them branching out a little bit and giving more of the Kale experience to Flandre, trying to see if that works out with the double carry kind of style, because right now, at least before tonight, Viper was at around 34% of the team's damage. He was a major reason why they're able to power through these fights, and I think seeing them try to change things up a little bit, not just rely on the one style of carry, is really important for EDG to continue to develop as the season goes on. You saw it didn't work for them in game 2 because they made that slip up, and that is exactly the kind of thing that can cause your harm as the season goes on. You slip up once, you slip up twice, and you lose a series, you go down, and things start to get a little bit more complicated. So I will point out that I love to see a little bit of differentiation there for EDG.
Yeah, well, we do have our MVP from that game. It was Scout picking up his second one of the series. Honestly, those Corky Rockets were too damn big, too damn powerful, and too damn consistent. 70% kill participation. Again, 36.3% of his team's damage.
His stats are going to be
just
insane from this series. Like, his damage to gold percentage, like, oh, he's gonna have fun from this one. He's going to be happy from this performance that he put out today.
Absolutely, and I think that this is, again, good signs for the side of EDG. They're building back up that momentum. I do maintain that the caliber of a good team isn't how hard you win when you're looking good, but how badly you can play and still come out with a W. This felt like one of those here, because, like, honestly, it is how it is. It's like, you think of, like, some of even back into the Premiership, you think of some of the games that Manchester City played this season where they were like 5-0, 6-0, 7-0, but they're not the ones that are important. It's the ones where they looked bad and still came out with a 1-0 win, still came out with 3 points on the board. And honestly, this is kind of one of those series for EDG where they didn't look exceptional. They didn't look like the greatest team in the world. But when you're able to keep up that momentum, keep up that, the W column going up and up and up, that's where you're going to actually end up in a much more favorable position, especially as a team like EDG, who are, in my opinion, and in a lot of other people's opinion who I've talked to, a best of 5 team, a team who do much better in a knockout playoff situation than they do in a best of 3 regular season situation.
Yeah, I think the adaptation will be super key for EDG, but it's still, like, I know I was highlighting Scout, or it's not Scout, rather, Viper, giving away myself. Scout also just such an insane part to this team. I just think this whole team, like, there's a reason why they won a world championship. There's a reason why they are so good. And I just think that it's so fun to watch them even struggle a little bit, to have to work for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we do have our results for today. It was a long one. Thank you for stepping in for Lyric today, Mazel. We did not realize we would go the full 6, but we did in the end. So if you're just joining us, sadly,
I knew.
You knew what was up. But IG did lose to Anyone's Legend. IG dropping to 1-4. Anyone's Legend up to 3-2. So you can see that gap just widening just a little bit more. And of course, EDG just finished off a 2-1 victory over BLG. BLG still wallowing in a bit of a rut right now compared to all the rest of the teams where they're expected to be. And now we can have a look at the championship table for the moment. And again, like I said, bit by bit, we're starting to see a pretty definitive gap being brought up between even, like, our bottom, say, 12 to 14 teams and, the top 4 or 5.
TT's not last, baby. No, but in the end, it's still a very tight-knit situation here. Yes, you're obviously separating the top of the table here with a lot of these strong teams that are representing so well. Even LNG having their first loss still at the top of the table. But I'm very excited about the middle of the table. It's always the funnest part of the LPL, even in these early weeks, right? You're still seeing such movement, such variability between these teams, right? Like Weibo, AL, Ultra Prime, you have in there LGD is actually in 10th place tied with TT just because there's a ton of teams at the bottom with only one win.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it gets a lot closer, gets a lot tighter as we go in. But that is the end of week 3. We go into tomorrow's broadcast looking at a week 4 of the LPL of 10 weeks. We are almost halfway through our summer split. How time flies. It is OMG versus LGD. Both teams looking for that second win. And then JDG looking to continue their winning streak. Maybe even go 6-0 at the start of the split. Could be huge for them.
What happens if TT wins? What happens if TT go on a 2-win streak? What happens when TT takes over the world?
I watched TT versus LNG, and I can definitively tell you they will, or rather should, not win that matchup under any circumstances.
You had them in the first half, all right? They should not win.
They should not win because that series aged me at different points and different times of the day. But that is going to be all about who's on tomorrow. I actually can't remember who's going to be casting tomorrow. I believe it's Hysterics, but I'll have to triple check.
I'm going to look right now. Hold on. We're going to find it out. We're going to find it out.
I got it.
It's Munch and Dagda.
It's Munch and Dagda. Dagda fresh off the plane coming back from the LEC. But that is all the time we have for today. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you
for listening to me be
stepping
dumb.
in.
Thank you.
Thank you for, of course, stepping in for Lyric, who is now dead in my eyes.
He's dead to all of us. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, dead just like his internet. And of course, thank you to all of you for joining us and everyone behind the scenes who make this product happen. We'll see you guys at the same time, at the same place tomorrow.